Okay, is it working now? I don't know what caused that. It was the audio was like added, but it went to a default audio that for whatever reason wasn't this. But hello, Lord Pastor. Thank you for letting us know that. That's really appreciated. Hey, 33% done. I was just saying that we're just I was just letting everyone know that we're live and also that the topic of the stream, but I'll do that once people are here, more people are here. How's it going? Pretty good, man. Pretty good. How's it going for you? You know what? An IPA. I actually really like I quite like IPAs, but like without alcohol it just doesn't taste right. Like the other beers, like a Pilsner tastes fine without alcohol, really. It's quite refreshing, but an IPA, there's something about it that just tastes off. And I don't know. 3D printing designs, man, that's cool. That's cool. I like it. 3D printing's like 3D printing's really interesting. There's some really fun things you can do with 3D printing. Okay, so radio. We should probably get going. Right. Right. Okay. So this stream is going to start with essentially the Donald Trump controversy. Donald Trump is claiming that a president should have total immunity. Now, what that means necessarily is questionable, but let's see what he says in his own words. So Donald Trump said on Truth Social, his social media, a president of the United States must have full immunity, without which it would be impossible for him/her to properly function. Any mistake, even if well intended, would be met with almost certain indictment. Indictment? I want to say that's indictment, but I can't read. Indictment by opposing party at the term end. Even events that cross the line must fall under total immunity, or it would be years of trauma trying to determine good from bad. There must be certainty. Example, you can't stop police from doing the job of strong and effective crime prevention because you want people to guard against the occasional rogue cop or bad apple. Sometimes you'll have to live with great but slightly imperfect. I don't know why there's so many quotes going on here. All presidents must have complete and total presidential immunity, or the authority and decisiveness of a president of the United States will be stripped and gone forever. Hopefully, this will be an easy decision. God bless the Supreme Court. Okay. So, not only, like, I agree, Lord Pastor, that does seem very dangerous, but not only does that seem dangerous, I am of the opinion that goes against the philosophy and the Constitution of the United States. It seems to me to not only be essentially dangerous, but to have already been expected to be dangerous and unjustified by the Founding Fathers, who clearly would go against unjust power. So let's begin with looking at the Declaration of Independence, where we could say is the real... It's not the Constitution of the United States, but really it forms the basis from which the United States will be drawn. So the Declaration of Independence, in which the Founding Fathers fought against my beautiful people, the British. Okay, well, they are the British actually, but you know, it's a civil war. But whatever, we'll say it's a revolution. Okay, so the unanimous declaration of 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume the powers of earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, derive their powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes so destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such a form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Okay, and it goes on, and it actually says the history of the present king of Great Britain is a history repeated injuries and the history of the present king of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having direct object the establishment of absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let the facts be submitted. And it goes on to say essentially that there is an enforcement of laws against the common good, that the laws aren't being enforced correctly, and loads of other horrific things that the United Kingdom, Great Britain, was letting happen to the United States, or the 13 colonies at that time. Okay, the 13 colonies weren't being given representation in their of their government. They weren't able to essentially properly be represented and were subject to an imperial master in Great Britain. That's the idea. So the idea was, this is tyranny. And why is it tyranny? Because it goes against the rights of the people, which are derived from nature, from our God-given nature. Okay? Now, that's the basis of the United States in many ways. That's when the United States as a foundational, as a nation, as an opposing force against its ruling occupier, we may say, or its imperial master, was made clear. Okay? So the 13 colonies are very much breaking away from the tyranny of Great Britain. And that tyranny is set forward because their rights are not being met. Okay? So, essentially, an executive power went too far and was not upholding the legislation or enacting the legislation as in accordance with an objective right principle. Okay? Everyone agree? That's sort of the bedrock of what the United States Declaration of Independence was. Okay? I think that's fair to say. Now, from that point in the history of the United States, you get, after this, you gain the Constitution of the United States. Now, in the Constitution of the United States, which was ratified in 1788 and written in 1787, so this is a little bit after 1776, we have the founding of Congress and the let's not have you read that out. Okay, we have the founding of Congress and essentially a charter of government which outlines what is correct or incorrect governance for the United States. It's a written constitution, meaning it is a reflection of the constitution of the people for the United States. So this is how the people of the United States have chosen that their state shall be governed, and this was ratified. And it begins with, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." Section 1, all legislative powers here granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. And it goes on and outlines the rules of government for how each aspect of government shall work, how voting shall work, and so on, and why people shall be given the vote. And one of the things that it outlines is the executive power. Because the legislative power from this, the legislative and executive power are derived from the consent or the free consent of the governed, which is why in the Declaration of Independence, it's derived from the free consent of the governed. And in the Constitution of the United States, it begins with "we the people." And it has to do that in order to be the free consent of the government, which is why it has to be a democracy in which people vote. Because it's derived from the consent of the governed. It's derived from the good of the people. I think we all can agree that is the foundational principles of all democracy, and maybe not just the United States, right? Okay, and even actually all legitimate government if you're an Aristotelian, right? Even if you're a monarchy or if you're an aristocracy, it doesn't matter. All legitimate government, all legitimate governing is derived from, at the very least, the good of the people, and in the case of the United States, the consent of the people, right? So that's very, very much made clear. Now, it is, I'll make sure I get the section right. It is outlined in... Let's make sure I get this right, because I don't want to, as much as I am not an American... Here it is. Article 2, Section 1. The executive power shall be vested in the President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and together with the Vice President, chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. Each appointment in sure manner as the legislature therefore may direct, the number of electors equal to the number of elected blah 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 blah. And what we really want to get to is the presidential oath. He's the commander-in-chief of the army. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. So, before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I am up to no good. No, okay, maybe that would be more real, but okay, no. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States and will do my and to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Okay? So you can see, just at the point in which they take executive power, he is declaring an oath of allegiance to the Constitution from which laws are derived and the goods of the people are met, such that if it is broken, according to the Declaration of Independence, you'd be right to essentially rebel. Can we agree there? The President of the United States has an allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, which is derived from the goods and the consent of the people. Yes? I think we could all agree on that. In which case, if the goods and consent of the people is essentially the expression of inalienable rights derived from a creator God, that if he was to break those rights by going against the laws and the liberties that are set forth in the Constitution of the United States, that if he was to go against the executive powers, or rather the legislative powers of the Senate and the House of Representatives, that he would be in breach of his oath as the President of the United States. Now, that seems to me to imply that built in to the United States is a clause which makes liable the President of the United States to the legislation, to the Constitution, to the legislation. I think we could all agree there. Yes? I hope so. Right. Now, you might think, well, why is this the case? Well, what we have to remember is that all of these documents, that all of these individuals who were writing at this time from the United States were very, very influenced by liberalism, specifically the works of people like John Locke. Excuse me. And John Locke, in his 2 Treatises of Government, even says, and this is where the rights of revolution really were derived from the United States, though the legislative, whether placed in one or more, whether it always be... I can't speak. I will do this. Okay. Okay. Yes, wait a minute. Here we go. Though the legislative, whether placed in one or more, whether it be always whether it be always in being or only by intervals, though it be the supreme power in every commonwealth, so the legislation is the supreme power, yet first it is not, nor can it possibly be, absolutely arbitrary over the lives and fortunes of the people. For it being but the joint power of every member of society, given up to that person or assembly which is the legislator, it can be no more than those persons had in any state of nature before they entered into society and gave it up to the community. For nobody can transfer to another more power than he has in himself, and nobody has an absolute arbitrary power over himself or over any other to destroy his life or to take away the property or property of another. A man has been proved cannot subject himself to the arbitrary power of another, and having in the state of nature no arbitrary power over the life, liberty, or possession of another, but only so much as the law of nature gave him for the preservation of himself and the rest of mankind. This is all he doth or can give up to the commonwealth, and by the legislative power, so that the legislative can have no more power than this. Or no more than this. So this is really where we see the foundation of the philosophical principles from which the United States are derived. A conception in which there is natural inalienable rights, right? That these rights form the Constitution and the basis from which all other power, legislative and executive, is derived. That the executive power is held in accordance with the legislative power, which is always a reflective power of the common good of the people, of the unity of the people, such that if a president, as Donald Trump argues, was to have total immunity, he would be in conflict with the Constitution of the United States. He would be able to derive a power greater than that was given to him by the Constitution, greater than the combined powers of those individuals themselves, such that he could choose who lives and who dies, so that he could choose arbitrarily who gains their rights and who doesn't. Now that seems to me to imply that Donald Trump is necessarily wrong. He cannot argue for that position to be a legitimate point of authority, that this is incompatible with the written Constitution of the United States, and it's incompatible with the philosophy of the United States. What do you guys think? Do you think that Donald Trump's position could be defended, such that the president can have an executive power greater than the consent of the governed? Those with the most power should be held accountable most of all as them being corrupted by the biggest impact. Those in power have by definition more means to evade it though. True, Leon, I do agree there. Like, obviously it's harder to hold people in power to account, but they have to be held to account to the greatest degree. Why is it that I ask a question about the Constitution of the United States and I still get named the trait in chat? Oh, I just wish it would die. I just wish it would die so much. Such a terrible argument. What has our society come to that we are debating Donald Trump on whether he ought to have absolute superiority? I mean, that's true. I mean, the fact that this is even even contendable, that people could even defend the opposition, I think implies how far the United States has fallen from its constitutional heritage. The president already has powers which, to some extent, rule over the legislature. They also have sway over the judicial. In the US, presidents are extremely empowered. They are, but they are only empowered in relation to the legislation, right? To be fair, Hound, I did cite the Declaration of Independence. You could, I could grab some Thomas Jefferson if you'd like. I like my lock, and you're not changing my position on this. You know that they were highly influenced by Locke, so let's not. Oh no, Thomas Jefferson. I love Thomas Jefferson, man. I actually love Thomas Jefferson. He's a lad. The original Jefferson draft of the Declaration of Independence is far superior to the to Plato, the most American of the philosophers. No, but the original Jefferson draft of the Declaration of Independence is far superior to the Declaration of Independence. I think the US has been headed towards a supreme president for a while now. I think that's probably true in some respects. I think it needs to be nipped in the bud now. Otherwise, I think the United States in 10 to 20 years will end up a monarchy. And not a good one either. Not like our monarchy. I'm not super familiar with Max Stirner. I know of him. And what I know, I don't like, but I'm not like super familiar. Yeah, I know it was to keep the. I know that the South wouldn't have changed with the Jefferson draft because they wouldn't sign it. That doesn't mean it's not better. And in many ways, I think that the Revolutionary War, not the Revolutionary War, the Civil War in the United States almost proves that the Jefferson draft was better. Um, is Mr. Batman Darth Dawkins? I can't remember. Are they the same guy? They are, aren't they? What are my thoughts on the presidential right to pardon? Um, I think that a presidential pardon makes sense to some degree, such that he should be able to. I don't think that it should be an executive power by the president, but it should be a. I don't know. It's kind of difficult. I think that in some respects it makes sense, and in other respects it seems to go against the idea that the legislation, the to keep the enforcement away from the legislators. I don't think I would be against the idea of a president, Lord Pastor. I think that the executive power is necessary at times. I think having the swiftness of an executive makes sense. But I don't know about it being a. I certainly think that the president, since Bush onwards, has been given too much executive power for sure. Pardons can be quicker than changing laws to stop an unjust but legally correct conviction. Um, yes, but I think that the point is that it always has to represent the will of the people, such that the pardon enacts the subjectivity of the people. In some respects, I think it might make more sense to give maybe the power of pardon not to the power of the. I don't know. Do you think the supreme legislator? I don't know. It's kind of a tough one to deal with. I do think that there should be the power there, but it opens the door up to so many abuses, right? That it needs to have a power check. I like the he Arakoda. Look, all of these people are horribly flawed. Like all of the founding fathers are like either slavers um or rather like or either people who've had slaves or have slaves. Um and even their philosophies aren't great, but I think for their time I think they're progressive and I think they're like generally good. Maybe if we give Trump this power, we can finally settle what toilet trans people should use. I think that it's hilarious that this is the kind of thing that would lead to absolute authority, where you'll find people arguing for essentially a, a king because of something stupid in terms of social politics, where they're not even taking note of the economic inequality and the horrific conditions that are being perpetuated through an unjust system, which the candidate who is being proposed to be the king is going to be a figurehead of. It's just mad. It is mad. But I did say that. I did say that. I said I still think they're progressive and they're good, Hound. So I did say that. I hadn't when you typed it. Of course not. It's all too convenient. Yeah, I think the Supreme Court would be a good way to sort of, but again, like the Supreme Court, if anything, we need a power check on all of it. No matter who gets this executive power, I think the legislator probably should get it. But I would want to say that it should be um I want to say that the president should be able to do it, but that essentially that it can be held in contention, so that before it passes, it can be blocked and then voted on, um, or undone, even depending on whether it was just or unjust. Yes, U.S. politics, because we have to care about the politics of the global hegemon. I don't get your links, Xavier. The bot will be deleting your links. I won't be seeing them. That's why. Suck it, world. Oh, who let the United States be the top dog, man? It's our fault. It has to be. It has to be our fault. I know it does because we were the last top dog, and we clearly made a mistake. If the United, I mean, you're the best of the bad bunch, apart from us. Like we would have been better. I'm confident we'll be better. Um, I would have said like Germany would be cool, but not really because like the only reason they're okay now is because they kind of got beaten by by the United States and the allies like the US, the UK, France, and Russia to some degree, I guess. I mean, Russia did a lot of work defeating them, but not for the greater good, more for self-preservation. If not the USA, then who? It will be a joint Europe Waximus. Definitely not China. Fuck. Oh god, imagine. Oh, China's not a hegemon. China is a placeholder for like China. Just it's anarchy. Island as the global hegemon. Yes, finally. The French have the best record. No, they don't. Do they? Like French colonialism's terrible. Cuba for global hegemon. I actually think I'm trying to think who has the best record. I think we have one of the best records. I mean, that's pretty contentious to say. I think that Britain has one of the best records for global hegemon. Um, I think that the best. I think the thing is with Europe. I think the thing is what scares me with Europe is that Europe has this combination of like being actually rational and well mediated, and then painfully arrogant. Um, so it's kind of this difficulty where it's like Europe actually is better in some ways, but in other ways, kind of scary. Uh, BRICS, I think BRICS is a joke. I don't take BRICS seriously. I mean, it is serious in the sense that it is actually managing to now attract more and more medium level economies. Um, but my hope is that we can um undermine the. I think of it as an economic relationship opening not a new market because it's not an increasing like market. It's supposed to increase connectivity between essentially these countries, but it's going to be something similar to I think of it as similar to what's it called? It was what how did it's like the way in which it was what's it called? The ERM, the European Exchange Rate Mechanism. I think it's going to be similar to the ERM. Where it's just going to end up absolutely abused into the ground by the global markets, such to make people very wealthy, and then maybe either bankrupt some nations or like just essentially steal money from their GDP. I don't think it's going to work because you're essentially trying to rig a market, right? Yeah, the ERM, the thing that broke England, yes, and made George Soros very wealthy. Yeah. Actually, the thing that broke England, like you've also got the selling how we're sold by gold and stuff like that. Like it's just like there's some huge. We've made some massive political blunders. Like honestly, I think we should just execute like the last 30, 40 years of our political class. I think it would just start again and just be like not like them, right? If we just kill them all and set an example, then hopefully the next generation will come about and know not to do any of that. Right, I'm being hyperbolic, but I actually do think some people need prosecuted. I mean, the UN is a joke. The UN's always been a joke, though. Yeah, like that's not an actual thing. Like, let's be honest. I think that I don't really care, Xavier, about Ask Yourself. I think you care about Ask Yourself, but I don't. That's kind of like, how is the UN a joke? Well, because it has no real power to enforce any sort of international law beyond the way in which those countries actually accept it in the first place. it's not actually able to apply any real pressure, as we've seen from the Ukraine war, as we've seen from even from like the Charters of Human Rights and I mean, like even like international courts. When we look at even the application of international courts, the USA, China, Russia often don't abide by their rulings. Like no one gives a shit about international law because the only thing that manages to regulate international law is force. And that's just sad because obviously it shows that we're nowhere near creating a united national structure. There are certain things we agree on, but for the most part, national power is winning out, man. Well, the supreme authority is derived from what is it? Violence is the supreme authority, Hound. You know, violence is the supreme authority from which all other authority is derived. No, I mean, I think that supreme authority is actually recognition, and violence can't actually overpower that. But I think the problem is that violence is a poor substitute for recognition, but a common one. We need a Sith Empire. Right, here's my thing, right? I was actually saying this to my girlfriend last night. Okay, how much of a miss was the last 3? She didn't care about any of this, so let's see how you guys think. So the last 3 Star Wars movies in terms of the sequels, terrible, right? Like, I think we can all agree, fucking atrocious. Like, the worst things to have ever been made ever. Like, what? Well, not ever been made ever, but I mean, for the price tag maybe, but like absolutely horrific. Like, why were they allowed to even go to screen? Like, it was just terrible. Like, they should never have been made. Rogue One was class. Yes, I agree. Rogue One's not the same thing. We don't throw Rogue One with these degenerates, right? Like, I think they were fine. You're looking to get banned, right? I'll use executive power. That is, you are corrupting the constitution of the state right now, Yahweh, and I don't think I'm okay with that. Okay. Anyway, so I think they were absolutely trash and atrocious, and everything about them was wrong. From the fact that the number 7 was just A New Hope 2, right? The fact that number 8 destroyed Luke Skywalker, right, and just made him essentially a baby killing or like a child murdering freak, and then like a guy who drinks milk in the sort of wasteland, who abandoned Jedi life but then keeps the sacred text sacred and everything about it. And then let's not talk about the Superman moment with Leia and everything. It's everything about it is just terrible, right? Then number 8 is the worst. It just is the worst. I don't care. I know people hate number 9. Number 8 was the worst. Number 9 is slightly better than number 8 because it undid number 8, and the pacing of number 9, although stupidly fast, is still getting us somewhere. Although the end of number 9 is also atrocious because it basically just undermines the whole Star Wars story. But like, all of it was bad, right? All of it was bad. Everything about it. It's an incoherent mess, right? Now, what they could have done, and I think would have been way better, was a reign of terror when the Empire fell. Like, when the Empire fell, it should have been a reign of terror. What we should have had is, yeah, the Empire has been defeated, right? And then instantaneously, death everywhere. Just the Empire was the glue that held these planets together and these various factions together. I'd want things to be just faction, like they could have factioned off all over the place, such that we'll get this like lawless anarchy, like this anarchy throughout the systems, right, of the Republic, but of the Empire. And what we see is essentially an emergence of a world which is made for like Han Solos and the Mandalorian and stuff like that, which you kind of get from the Mandalorian. It's kind of there. You know, it's like this, they've not really managed to recover. Now, I think that would have been, pretty based. I'd have really liked that. And I think that what they could have done is just at this point of like absolute chaos, the Jedi are trying to mediate and form a constitution for the new republic. But the new republic's unable to unify itself and direct itself. It's confused and it's fallen one way to the other and the other. And then you get maybe the rise of either a Napoleonic figure, right? I think that would have been cool, right? Who's like, maybe he was, you could think of it as a person who was old empire and they're coming to establish the empire, but you get this rise of a Napoleonic figure, right, in the center. Maybe they're from Coruscant or something, right? They have like some sort of, like, maybe Coruscant as well would have been the best place to set this. Just imagining the disgust and destitution, the way that the world's ripping itself apart, right? And then you get this figurehead that rises and establishes order for like the first time or once again in this horrifically torn apart landscape, right? And then from that you could have built it back into this sort of dialectic of opposing forces, in which you've got this rise of this like old school authoritative force, but sort of characterized by new innovations, the way that it organizes the military, the way that it's uniting people, and have it so that the clusters of star systems start to form coalitions and broader and unite into a new republic to challenge the new empire. But the new republic has had to emulate the empire in order to emerge itself. Oh, that I think this would have been like a really cool way. And then just, you don't even have to say like one side's won or whatever. Just end it there, right? And that's what I would have loved that, man. Like, you know, bring the Sith back, but make them the thing that actually stabilizes the balance, right? If we're going to make it this whole dialectical balance thing and this unity of a contradiction that's going on for all of eternity or something, which is resolved in that destruction. Like, if we're going to sublate it, right? Like, let's sublate it, but let's bring the Sith back as a force for good in many ways. Like, you could imagine, like, I don't know, like the character that's having this, who's going to rise and essentially establish this empire or this like new empire, is having like visions of Darth Revan and stuff like that. I would love that stuff. But no, what we get was fucking Rey Skywalker. Why do we get Rey? Like, we need to throw them in the bin. I don't know why it can't just be just thrown in the bin. The prequels were great. I actually love the prequels, right? I have no problem with the prequels. It's just the sequels. The sequels need to be thrown away. Gone. Should never be. As far as I'm concerned, there are 6 main Star Wars movies, right? And that's it. Anakin Skywalker was the coolest character in the movies. No. Sorry. No. If anything, like, I like Anakin, right? I do actually, like, and I actually think he was a really good character, and I think he had to be a moody dickhead for it to make sense. But it's like, and it's the relationship between Obi-Wan and Anakin, right? As being like brothers, as like an elder brother and a younger brother, and their dad has died. It's so perfect, man. So you want Star Wars, the phenomenology of spirit. That's exactly what I want. Star Wars over Harry Potter every time. Like I'm not even... I love Harry Potter. The books, the movies, kind of... Like, I'm sorry to say this, that like, because I like the books, and I've got such an affinity for the books now, because of audiobooks, and Stephen Fry reading them, I can't watch the film and not be a little bit annoyed. So who was the coolest character then? Mace Windu's pretty cool, man. I really like Mace Windu. Take a seat, young Skywalker. He's too dangerous to be left alive. How you doing, man? I think we're having a good time. We're having a good time. I've been watching. Did anyone see Dust? Is it Dusty Slayer? Is that his name? So I watched the original Netflix one, like the comedians, and most of them were shit except for Dusty. And now he's got his own Netflix show, or like comedy act. That was really good. That was really good stand up. I haven't seen Rebels and Ahsoka. Actually, I'm terrible for that. But I have seen the Clone Wars. I haven't seen Rebels, but I heard Rebels was actually pretty good. Cyberpunk over steampunk, but I do love steampunk. Nah, man, stand-up comedy's for everyone. Like, if you can't appreciate stand-up comedy, then you're lacking in your life. You can't just give people like, oh yeah, like happiness is for boomers. That's what you're saying, really. Probably right. It's probably true. Now I think of it, that's the economy, right? Patrice O'Neill. Which one was Patrice O'Neill? Oh, I think I saw his. Do you have like a elephant in the room? I think I've seen that. I mightn't have. I might have seen clips of that on like various YouTube shorts. And I think that's where I think I've seen this man's face from, but I'm not sure. I used to watch way more comedians. I used to love what's he called? He's like a Canadian comedian. I can't remember his name now. I want to say it's I used to really love Craig Campbell. I used to really love Craig Campbell. I used to really like him. Um and then it was like I want to say it's like is it was like I'm trying to remember their names now, man. You should make a video on how you meal prep as a vegan. Yeah, I'll show you how my girlfriend makes all my food. Uh, George Carlin. Yeah, I know a lot of people like George Carlin, man. Okay, I'm gonna take. Oh yeah, the Bo Burnham thing. Dudism. Right, right. Okay, guys. Actually, I'm gonna quickly be right back. But you drop some questions in chat, and if anyone wants to call in, they're welcome to. I'll be right back. I'm back, everyone. How are you doing? Endo, if I was to... I think that the problem is that the copyright strike that I would immediately receive on my channel would prevent me from doing that. Also, if anyone does have video suggestions, you're welcome to send them in via the Discord on video request. So if you do want to send a link, you can do it there. And if you want to call in, you can do it via the Discord. And if you have any questions, drop them into the side of the chat and I'll do my best to answer them. Dairy's really easy to switch out. You just swap it for like a plant-based milk, and then if it's like actual like cheese or something, it depends on what you're trying to achieve with your meals, whether you want to swap it out like to taste like cheese or taste cheesy but be healthy. Are you looking for, and what kind of cheese and stuff? But I can give you some advice if you'd want, if you're asking for some specifics. BK, what you want us to review some Bernardo Castro? Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo. Oh, no, 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 no. Well, sourdough bread's no problem, man. You can get sourdough bread, but if you want like a, you can get vegan cheeses. If you want in like a specific cheese, like. So you want like a really mild vegan cheese. Where do you live? I do listen to metal. I do love metal. It was like this guy, I don't think I'll get copyrighted for this, right? But this was, I thought this was like a genuine, like, this is what I want from like a dialectic. Really, this is dialectical. Like, this counts, right? What is it? I got sent this off me.
Hello.
Off one of my friends who, well, it's actually the guy who is a PhD in philosophy professor. I thought this was class. I'm going to stop it there just in case. So do check that out. It's System of a Down from India, and it's by Andre Antunes. But I'm going to stop that there just in case. Just in case. And please, Andre, if you do see this lowly video, please don't copyright strike me. It is fire, man. It's so good. You could be careful with all like sort of fancy breads, but like most of the time, like almost exclusively here, if it's bread that's not got milk in.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Eve's back. Are you there, Eve?
I'm here.
I'm very sorry that we accidentally hung up on you.
Okay.
And thank you for being patient. What did you have for us?
How you doing?
So this is you're just atheist because you want to sin, and it seems to be the atheist experience.
So y'all don't believe in God, so y'all don't believe in anything.
No, that's not true.
No.
Well, God's everything, so if you don't believe in Him, then you believe in nothing.
Oh, okay, so you're defining God as everything.
Well, God made everything. Like, how can you walk outside and look at the trees in the sky and be like, there's no God? The Big Bang didn't make the trees.
And can we turn that up a little bit? I'm having a problem hearing it. Okay, so I'm kind of confused because you've said God made everything, and then you've said God is everything, and now you want us to look at trees, and that's evidence of God.
Well, yeah, the Big Bang didn't make the trees. How did the trees get here?
Acorns, seeds.
Well, what about those, and what about before that and before that?
Right, and if you look at the genetic code for life on this planet, the evidence points to the fact that there is sometime way back in our history a common ancestor, that life is this divergent pattern, a self-replicating divergent pattern that is evolved over time.
I think this is where, like, it's okay now. Explain why this self-replication is happening, why it must happen, why there are these mechanisms which allow natural selection. Well, why this mechanism of natural selection exists. You're telling us what exists. Sure, I agree. Natural selection, so on, like evolution by natural selection, really gene replication. Sure. Why?
Through natural selection. That's where the evidence points.
Okay, so all those chemicals just got together and randomly created life. So if we get a whole bunch of chemicals together,
no,
then it's going to create life again, which they've never done.
No, that's not.
Well, I mean, actually, kind of. I mean, that's the idea. But I mean, even if you did do that, like, it would still not have any real, like, the idea is the primordial soup and the conditions necessary to create amino acids and
What anybody's actually saying. If your objection is that life can't come from non-life, now you're talking about abiogenesis, which some people do and don't include in evolution, but we're not just talking about simple happenstance. The original creation, formation of life, may have been the rough equivalent of happenstance, but that doesn't mean you can just throw a bunch of chemicals together and get life. But what we can do in a laboratory is demonstrate that it's possible for life, the building blocks of life, amino acids, to come from non-living material. And yes, it's a bunch of chemicals in an atmosphere, apply electricity, you get amino acids. That doesn't tell us exactly how life did form on Earth in the past. But what it does do, it tells us that life can come from non-life.
Okay, well, so you don't see God in anything. You don't see God out in the world. Everything's designed for us, like the banana's designed for us. It fits in the hand. It fits in your mouth.
It fits in your butt. Do you think
Not
that's
in mine, maybe in yours.
Do you think that was the intended purpose? Do you realize that the bananas that you eat, the bananas that you're looking at, are actually cultivated plants created by humans that don't exist in the wild? They can't reproduce on their own?
I mean, bananas exist in the wild, man. Like, I know what he's saying about the specific kind of banana, but bananas exist in the wild. What he's really saying is that you get the monocrop of bananas because of the way in which they can't actually reproduce by themselves. I mean, is he talking about genetically modified crops? Or is he just talking about, like, bananas? Because bananas exist in the wild. I really want to drive that one home to everyone. Bananas do actually exist in the wild. I promise you, we did not make bananas.
Do you realize that? God didn't make the bananas you eat. We did.
Well, that's not true. I mean, that's actually that's not true.
Whatever. Oh, so you can make a banana appear in your hand right this minute?
No, but I can make something that looks like a banana appear.
I have. Oh God, I have seen wild bananas, and it's not completely different. Like what we've done is essentially, you actually, because they're not true to seed. So like it's not just bananas, it's like avocados as well. Like so you have to graft from the plant. So what you do is you have to plant like 10,000 varieties of banana. And like one in every 10,000. I think it's one in every 10,000 avocados actually. I'm not sure about bananas. It's like one in every 10,000 plants are actually edible in the sense that it tastes nice. All of them are edible, but they don't taste nice. You're telling me if I was to ask Plato about the form banana, he wouldn't include yellow? Absolutely. Absolutely. You never include a color. Plato would be the worst to ask. You're like, all of this physicality is an accident. But like, but no, bananas, like for example, banana flavor. I mean, you can see this banana flavored sweets and stuff. Actually, they taste like bananas that don't exist anymore because most of them were wiped out by a blight. So like these bananas like banana flavor, like that artificial banana flavor, that tastes like bananas that have went extinct, because they were a monocrop of bananas, all from basically all had almost, well, an identical genetic structure, because it's not reproduction, well, like through normal reproduction, we actually have to sort of perpetuate an entire crop of bananas. So yeah. But yeah, that's bananas. But here's Matt Dillahunty being a bit weird.
The bananas you eat, we did.
Whatever. Oh, so you can make a banana appear in your hand right this minute?
No, but I can make something that looks like a banana appear in my hand.
See, you're just atheist because y'all want to sin all the time.
That's it. You got it.
Pretty much. I'm a big fan of sin, I have to tell you.
We just decided this whole sin thing, it's for us, so pshaw.
Well, okay. At least you're honest about it, so go and sin. I'm starting to get hungry talking about bananas. Bye.
Bye.
That was a great video. I don't know what just happened there, but that was great.
That was a fun one.
I love it. Go and sin some more. That's going to be my end.
Yep.
Go ye therefore unto all the world and preach the banana. I mean, come on. I don't even think Eve was for real.
How could you possibly think that?
I like to think more of humanity than some of the kind of stereotypical crap that we get from time to time. I'm not convinced that Eve was legit.
Oh, come on, Matt. You don't really think that there is somebody out there who would just call us to do something sarcastic like that? I mean, there are enough dumb people out there.
I don't know.
I mean, to be fair on her, right? To be fair on her, okay. You know, like our arguments were very naive, but I think she had an intuition in which she's trying to say, like, why, like, it just give us an explanation as to why it's all like this. Like, as if this mechanistic account isn't able to tell me why. It's able to tell me what, but not why. It's not even given it can't give reasons and justifications for its own being, such that the mechanism itself is explained by that can provide sufficient reasons for its own existence. Like, why is this happening? So I mean, it's all accidental. I think you've got to be. I think the idea. If you were to actually affirm that it's all accidental, then you shouldn't do science. Like, if you just genuinely believe, oh, it's all accident, then you shouldn't do science, because that's not what science is about. And to be fair, I will say that I do think a lot of people I think that it's amazing how, I think in general, whether you are religious or non-religious, whatever it is, ideologically, right? I think people manage to justify to themselves a lot. I think science has a metaphysical foundation and an epistemology such that truth exists. I think science affirms truth, and it can't affirm absurdity, because if it's all accidental, then it's absurd, right? Unless you can say there is a fundamental substance which gives meaning to these accidents. So, like, you have to affirm a real substance, a real truth, for science to function. If you just make an arbitrary claim and say it's an accident, it's all an accident, then science breaks down because it's arbitrary. Essentially, there is no universal relation between causes, such that you can give essentially a sufficient reason for the existence of objects. To say it's accidental is itself the same metaphysical statement, it seems. It does, and what it also implies is that there's something other than accidents, right? Like, in order to say that there is an accident, you'd be able to differentiate accident between intention, such that you can say that there is an actually deliberated, rational, purposeful reality, right? That it relates to some sort of rational truth, some sort of end goal, from which it can be made sense of in relation to, right? God needs accidental contingent properties or you run into modal collapse. Isn't this like, I'm pretty sure Danny from Philosophy Talk tries to say this in the sense that I don't see how this would work. Do you want to explain it, Endor? I think you run into modal collapse if it was about, like, I can see how this would work if our contingency, like, so if you accept the PSR, then God's properties explain X, then they are necessary, then X is necessary as well. Well, no. That would imply that our essence is one with the divine essence. The relation between us and God is separate between God's relation to us. So, like, the difference is that you're implying a metaphysical reciprocity there that shows that our existence is necessary to God when it's not. And you don't need to affirm that with the PSR. I think Mario would probably say something like our relationship to God, and not, to sort of relate this to Aquinas and stuff, that our relationship to God is real, his relation to us is virtual. Yeah, I mean, it's whether, like, remember when we're talking about God doing something, I mean, we're happy to say that God is only ever fundamentally constructing himself, and his relation to us is such that, he could choose to not actualize or actualize. I think that the point is that you wanted to say God couldn't have libertarian free will because he must always abide by his essence. And so you end up with this point of like, okay, so if God's knowledge is causative and God is only ever knowing himself in relation to his essence, then his essence must imply our existence. Only so much as it implies that we're the best of all possible worlds, right? But that doesn't mean that we even have to exist as the best of all possible worlds, because our existence is contingent, because there is a greater good that already exists, which is his own divine nature. So our existence adds nothing to God, whereas his existence is the bedrock of of what we are. I think when you look at like creation as to why did God create? It's not about why did God create as much as because God, in one respect, because it's more about what must God create, and I think that's the way that your argument needs to work. Could God create another possible world? Because God's always going to create in accordance with his divine essence, right? That's the thing. So God is going to manifest the best of all possible worlds because that's what he believes that, or what would be rational to do in relation to his own divine essence, which is his freedom, by the way, because that's the point of self-actualization. Now, from a perspective of libertarian free will, you'd want to say, well, that's not free. He couldn't have done otherwise. Well, he could do otherwise. He just wouldn't because it would be irrational to, so he'd be defying himself. So the issue is that how you're going to view freedom there, because you're probably viewing freedom as being uncaused rather than self-caused. So it's actually to make the best of all possible worlds would always be the free process in which God actually performs and engages with creation, which is why he did, or does. It's whether God's nature is tied to the nature of this world. And I think that's the important thing. It's to reflect that God's nature is always independent, such that he always creates himself. God's creation of us is secondary from that nature, which already pre-existed creation, right? That it was already complete, and that he wasn't, because you're thinking creation as a linear moment or progression, which goes on for infinity. God isn't he's an unchanged whole, which never changes. So it's like there's no reason to think of him as not already having completed himself beyond any particularity from which he then makes manifest as separate to himself in essence. So in the existence of any contingent being, it wouldn't be necessary to the existence of God, regardless of whatever contingent being it is. Whether he made the worst of all possible worlds or whether he made the best or any world in between, it wouldn't have any it wouldn't have any impact upon God's relation to himself. All that it would show is that all that we could really argue from this is that God would always make the best of all possible worlds in order to essentially be himself. But that doesn't mean that he couldn't, that just means that he wouldn't. Shadow, it goes pretty good. I think it's going quite nicely. I agree. If he's already complete, then the way he is the only way he could be. Yes. A Trinitarian relationship between three logical moments of himself. 100%. And also, it doesn't even, the thing is, it doesn't even make sense to say could as much or anything like that in relation to God, because he's the fulfillment of potential. He's that which is perfectly actual and unchanging. So it's like his relationship is that which must necessarily exist in this way for all time. Not even for all time, but beyond time, eternally. Send that through, Shadow. I'll do that one today. I haven't done that. I keep saying I'll do it, so I'll do that. Send that again on Discord. I think hell is the eternal frustration of the wicked will, or the everlasting frustration of the wicked will. Yeah, I probably will give up something. I mean, I've already gave up alcohol so far. I've been trying to give that up. I don't know. Maybe I'll give up the non-alcoholic beer and just take the final plunge. Hell is actually England. Nah, England's based. I love England. I love Lacan. I think Lacan's a really interesting author. I think that I think that he's basically a mix of Hegel and Freud primarily, with a little bit of Marx, I guess.
I'm gonna give you
Better help.
This simple yet brilliant trick to heat your home in 90 seconds will save thousands of pounds on your
debate.
Thousands of pounds on your debate.
Oh, we're live. Okay.
I think an infinite causal regress entails a contradiction because it can't establish a principle, such that the principle is not established within the unity of a whole, such that it always expounds upon a being which makes manifest the causal sequence. So the reason that we would be looking towards an infinite progression, either towards an end or towards a beginning, either way, is essentially because of an inability for us to account for the unity of the system, and that the unity of the system requires that there has to be an explanation which makes the causal sequence occur the way it does. Which is why I don't believe in an infinite regress of causes. Not in a, like, you know, you could imagine, let's say, like a infinitely divisible time or an infinitely divisible space in some respect, but only so much as that the relationship between space and time is already defined and understandable and knowable, such that it is a concrete unity which is being divided. That you know, so yeah, I don't believe in an infinite regress. I don't think that it's possible, or rather that it doesn't give an explanatory power to a causal mechanism. If you bottom it out at there's an infinite regress and that's why causation works the way it does, it doesn't work. A bad infinity, yes. Exactly, reflective journey. God, I love Hegel, man. This video is 2 hours. Yeah, but it won't be 2 hours long because it'll be like a Q&A. So when it gets to Q&A, we'll... Because there's Q&A, certainly. So I'm thinking Q&A will be at least the last 30 minutes. So it's an hour and a half. We're going to give it a go. And I said that I would review this a while ago. So we're reviewing Does God Exist? Trent Horn versus Ben Watkins. Let's even change the stream title because that sounds nice. So, bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the jungle, no, 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 no. Got any primary thoughts and predictions? Well, Ben, I know, is a Hegelian. I'm trying to remember what the arguments that he used against me were when we had a debate. What were the arguments? He's a Hegelian atheist, I know. We'll bring him round eventually. I know that God has made the image of man. I know it's a fire back, but he even said he sided with the young theists. He actually sides with the young Hegelians, so he's like a young Hegelian, and I'm an old Hegelian. An atheist Hegelian, so a Marxist, pretty much, or like the foundations of Marxism. He kind of accepted that as well, so I don't think he would be offended by that. It's a sort of like Feuerbach. Will you debate a YEC? YEC? Okay, you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this? Young Earth creationist. Oh God. I mean, I would, I guess. Okay.
Welcome to the Capturing Christianity CCV1 debate on God's existence. And you can hear my voice is kind of going. I've got some cough drops. I'm going to have cough drops like the whole night. And so please just don't mind that. I will be opening rappers. I'll try to keep my talking to a minimum so you don't have to hear my raspy voice. But I want to go ahead and welcome up Phil Talon. Is he here? There he is, Phil. He is one of our sponsors from HBU, and he has a couple things that he wants to say to kick us off, and then we'll go ahead and get started directly into the debate. You already have a microphone? Yeah, we've got a video. Yeah, just tell them what you need.
Yeah, roll that video.
I'm Phil Talon, Dean of the School of Christian Thought here at HBU. I've written some books, have a family, and I want to help prepare you for ministry. Ministry is a marathon. It's a long obedience in the same direction. And you can't run a marathon without training first. You need to know your Bible well to empower your preaching. You need to grow deeper in your faith, and you need supervised hands-on ministry experience. Our BA to MDiv program is designed for undergraduates who'll come in as freshmen and leave 5 years later with a Master's of Divinity. And here's the thing. Normally, a BA and an MDiv will take you at least 8 years, if not more. But here at HBU, in an intense 5 years, you'll complete a Bachelor's in Christianity.
I don't know what's going on.
And a Master's that's focused on preparing you to serve full-time. You'll study with our team of Bible scholars and church leaders who will challenge and guide you. And you'll do it in a cost-effective way. If you want to find out more, follow the link below.
That was the best and the worst thing I've ever seen. That was awesome.
I made that video because I was trying to be as cool as Cameron Bertuzzi, and that was silly because it's not possible. And I'm happy to fail that. So I'm Phil Talon. I'm Dean of the School of Christian Thought at HBU, and we're very happy to be here and to help to sponsor this wonderful conference. If you're interested in finding out more and going further in your education, if you've got someone who's thinking about coming to HBU for undergrad or grad, we'd love to talk to you. We've got a table over by the book stall, and someone will be there all weekend. Her name is Sydney, and you can talk to her. So if you're thinking about if you're an undergrad thinking about coming and studying, perhaps pursuing this BA to MDiv, or if you're interested in our graduate programs in divinity or in apologetics, we have courses available here.
I very much appreciate that they're doing that, but unfortunately...
So you can have a seat just as I'll just kind of let everyone know what we're going to do tonight. It's on your handout, so 15-minute openings, 7-minute first rebuttal. This is super weird. I need to stop. I have never participated in a live debate, so this is really cool for me. I'm moderating it, obviously, but I don't know. This is pretty cool. This is cool. Okay, weirdness out of the way. All right, 15-minute opening, 7-minute first rebuttal. I'm going to be timing this on my phone. 5-minute second rebuttal, 30-minute moderated dialogue. I'll try to keep my talking again to a minimum. Then we're going to do 30 minutes of Q&A. We're going to set up microphones here and here. I'll let you know where to go if you want to ask a question. And then 5-minute closings. So that's going to be the format of the debate. And we're debating the topic, does God exist? So in the affirmative is Trent Horn. Let's go ahead and just have you come on up here.
Get our microphone. Okay, can you hear me now? All right. And before we get started, yes, Cameron, I'm sorry that you have a cough. I still have shingles in my left eye. Ben, if you want to disclose your medical history, you're free to do that in your opening. Right. Let's see. And then let me get this over here. All right. Well, thank you so much, Cameron, and thank you, Ben. Thank you so much for being here as well. We can all agree, at least, it's nice to finally do this kind of stuff in person. So let me start by saying that God is not a being in the universe. What I'm arguing for tonight, I'm arguing for that God just is unlimited being itself. God is not something that we locate with scientific tools, because God is not composed of matter and energy. Neither is God located within time and space. That doesn't mean the game's over, though, because philosophers know lots of things could exist or do exist beyond the reach of science. This includes minds, numbers, propositions, free will, and objective moral truths. In fact, I listened to an interview that Ben did recently where he defends the existence of objective moral truths, or moral realism, and I felt a common bond in hearing him make this case. For example, the philosopher Dan Barras says that moral realism is no better than theism, because neither can be proven scientifically. The atheistic philosopher J.L. Mackie, in fact, said of moral facts, they are unlikely to have arisen in the ordinary course of events without an all-powerful God to create them. So I feel for Ben that no scientific fact proves moral realism, just like no scientific fact proves theism. Instead, you have to guide people's intuitions towards the only conclusion that makes sense of the world around us. So let me offer some observations of the world around us based on our strongest intuitions and show you how they point towards God as the ultimate cause of the world. First, I'll offer what has been called the argument from motion or change. It goes like this.
So I actually think this is a solid start, like saying, like the divine essence isn't necessarily exhausted in natural world. I don't know whether I would say that means that God isn't here. I would say that God is here, but that not in his, but that it's he's not limited to this realm, maybe. But I don't know, like I think that's solid so far. I like it. It's sort of explicating the differences between, a matter of empirical and I think he should have made clear that, science, when he's saying it's science, I think that he's went too far and he said that science in the sense that it's empirical. He should have just said empirical observation will not lead to God. That maybe, but even then I think that even begs the question. I think that obviously if he's going to make an argument from motion and change, he's actually saying that there is a way to derive from natural reason a proof for the existence of God. So I think really what he's saying is that we cannot observe God in his totality, or he's holistically, would be fair. But I think that so far so good. I don't think he's doing anything really bad. Yeah, I think obviously Mackie is very cringe. J.L. Mackie is really cringe and a terrible philosopher. Yeah.
One, change exists.
Oh, and Hound, let's never, I don't think we should ever do that. James Lindsay makes us want to die. Please no.
Two, change involves the actualization of a potential. This could be intrinsic change like growth or extrinsic change like movement. But whatever it is, change is the result of a thing's potential being actualized, such as liquid water's potential to be solid when it's actualized by cold air. 3, no potential can actualize itself. 4, any change is caused by something actual. The point here is that no potential X can become an actual Y on its own any more than water could just freeze itself or a train car could propel itself. Instead, something like a freezer or a locomotive must actualize the potential for change in these objects. 5, anything that is changing has its potential for existence actualized by something else. And 6, there can't be an infinite chain of actualizers. So the impossibility of such an infinite series is explained by the philosopher Garrigou-Lagrange, who once wrote, "To do away with a supreme cause is to claim that, as someone has said, a brush will paint by itself, provided it has a very long handle." In his discussion of St. Thomas Aquinas, who this argument is based on, the atheist J.H. Sobel writes, "I am persuaded by it that sustaining causes could not go on to infinity." What this means is that causes which are concurrent with each other cannot be infinite, because if there were, there would be no cause at all. This series of...
Yeah, this is also, I mean, you can think of, I think it's made most clear in the, in a principle of sufficient reason, where you'd have to be able to give a reason ad infinitum such that the reason for another being's existence is the reason for another being's existence, which is a reason for another being's existence, which implies at the end that there is no reason at all. All you're doing is essentially creating all you're doing is moving outward or from without the rational explanation as to the existence of anything. And Kant is actually going to say that this not only this undermines causation itself. So I think he's right on that.
Causes would be like an infinitely long train of boxcars without a locomotive. Such a train, even infinitely long, would have no motion to it, unless you added a car that gives motion to the train without receiving motion from anything else. 7, therefore, there must be a first actualizer. 8, this first actualizer could not have any potential, and so it must be an unactualized actualizer, or that which is pure act. Since an infinite regress of concurrent causes is impossible, the first cause must not rely on anything else to actualize its own potential to exist. In that respect, it must be pure existence or pure actuality itself. Moreover, this cause could not have any other potentialities, because like everything else we observe, what the cause does follows from what it is. And what it is at its most basic level is existence or actuality itself. To say this first actualizer has perfect existence, but another part of it doesn't exist, or it only exists potentially, would be a contradiction. 9, if something is pure act, it would be God. 10, therefore, God exists. All right, so why should we believe something with pure act has the classical divine attributes? For example, we know if it's pure act, there could only be one purely actual actualizer. If there was more than one, in order to distinguish them, each actualizer would lack something the other had. But this would cause each of them to have potentials, which they can't have if they're...
This is just Thomas Aquinas, by the way. This is a cosmological argument.
...purely actual. Also, if there was more than one purely actual being, they would have to exist in a common framework that's more fundamental than either of them. And so neither could be pure actuality. In addition, change only happens when potential is reduced to actual. But this final cause is just pure actuality. So as a result, it can't change. And because time is how we measure change, it follows the cause cannot be subject to time. So it must be timeless. We also know that matter is always changing, at least on the atomic and subatomic levels. And so this cause can't be composed of matter.
So far, this is actually quite a good exposition of essentially the 5 proofs. This is actually not too bad.
Cause must also be
of essentially of Aquinas' cosmological argument.
Unlimited, because a limit would entail a potential which the thing in question could never actualize. That means the cause's causal power couldn't be limited. It couldn't have a potential for action that it couldn't actualize. So if the cause is unlimited in power, it would be all-powerful. This cause also can't go out of existence, because going from existing to not existing is a temporal and changeable process, and this cause is timeless and changeless. In fact, in being pure actuality, this cause would have no potential for non-existence, so it couldn't fail to exist. So this argument shows there's one unlimited, purely actual cause that exists beyond time and space. That's expected on theism, but very surprising on atheism. Also keep in mind there are only two kinds of entities that exist: concrete ones, like two toy blocks, and abstract ones, like the number 2 or the shape of a cube. But unlike concrete objects, abstract objects like numbers and shapes don't have causal power. So the cause of the universe can't be an abstract object like a number that is causally effete. Instead, it has to be some kind of concrete object. But the cause is also an immaterial concrete object. And the only immaterial causal realities we know of are the intentions of an agent. So the cause must be personal rather than impersonal. Another clue that points to God is the fact that the universe came into existence in the finite past from a state of nothingness. One reason to think the universe began in this manner is because causal chains that terminate in an effect in the present cannot be infinite into the past. This can be seen in a thought experiment called Hilbert's Hotel. If the past were infinite, then a builder could construct one room of a hotel every year. I'll bring up my little builders here. Note some of them wear masks. So the builder could construct one room of a hotel every year in the past that also produces an immortal guest who lives in that room. And by today, if the past were infinite, the hotel would have an infinite number of rooms that are fully occupied. But while you can have things like infinite numbers, infinite sets, and imaginary numbers in the abstract realm of mathematics, you can't have these things in the real world. The mathematicians Edward Kasner and James Newman write, "The infinite certainly does not exist in the same sense that we say there are fish in the sea. Existence in the mathematical sense is wholly different from the existence of objects in the physical world." So, for example, in transfinite arithmetic, subtracting infinite quantities is undefined and prohibited in the same way you can't divide by 0. But at Hilbert's Hotel, nothing stops every guest from checking out, or every guest in the even-numbered rooms from checking out, or every guest after room number 4. But if this happened, then a different amount of guests would remain in the hotel each time, even though an identical amount, or infinite, would have been subtracted each time, which is a mathematical no-no. Guests checking in would also be a problem. Even if the hotel were full, remember, every year a room is built and an immortal guest checks into the room. But even if the hotel were full, you could always accommodate new guests by shifting all the occupants over to the next room. And so this infinitely occupied hotel could accommodate an infinite number of new guests. It would have a sign that says, "No vacancy, room's always ready for you." And it gets worse. Back to my cute construction men. Imagine that as the rooms in Hilbert's Hotel were constructed, each worker received a piece of paper from the worker who built the previous room the previous year. If the paper is blank, the worker writes the number of the room he just constructed on it. But if the paper already has a room number on it, then he just passes that piece of paper on to the guy building next year's room. Now here's the question. What is the number? What number is written on the paper given to the worker building this year's room? There has to be some number written on the paper, because if it were blank, then the worker who built last year's room in 2020 would have written that room number on it. But the paper couldn't have been blank last year, because the guy who built the room in 2019 would have written his room number on it, and so on. If the process continues forever into the past, we have a paradox. There is a piece of paper that arrives in the present that must have some room number on it, but it can't have any particular room number on it. This leads to a simple argument. If an infinite past is possible, then...
Well, I mean, it depends on how you understand the relation. It's not about... Obviously, it's about how it relates to the present, such that the present is defined by its relation to the past, which would be infinitely divisive. I don't believe that that exists, but I mean, obviously, it depends on how we understand how we understand time.
In Hilbert's Hotel,
it could change, but that wouldn't be a problem necessarily. Since there would, and in many ways, it wouldn't necessarily change. Would it change it wouldn't really change its position. It would change its position relative to the position of an ever-increasing process. So that its meaning in the sequence is derived from its position in the process. So, yeah, I mean, I guess its number would change, but then so would all the numbers change, right? Like,
is possible. Hilbert's Hotel is not possible. Therefore, an infinite past is not possible. Moreover, if the past is finite, the universe would have begun to exist from a state of nothing. However, many atheists say they'd believe in God if they saw something like an amputated limb healed through prayer or a limb from nothing. This means they would pick a divine explanation for a limb from nothing rather than no explanation at all. But if our universe came into being from nothing just as inexplicably as a healed, amputated limb...
I mean, we could just say that nothing is incoherent in itself. Like, you know, nothing is essentially goes against the existence of something or anything.
Then atheists should be consistent and conclude the universe has a divine cause as well. Finally, there are features of morality that don't make sense if morality isn't ultimately grounded in the perfectly good God of classical theism. Let me review 3 of those features. Number 1, human equality. In his debate with Dr. Christopher Kaiser on abortion, Ben said that it is not human beings that have equal rights. Instead, only persons have equal rights. And according to him, personhood does not begin in human beings until several weeks after birth. Ben and other philosophers like Peter Singer concede...
Why? The thing is, it's the wrong way around, right? Subjects have rights. You're all wrong.
Infanticide would be permissible under this view, but it might be restricted on prudential grounds. However, even pro-choice philosophers like Jeff McMahon say grounding our equal worth in unequal cognitive abilities causes human equality to, in McMahon's words, rest on distressingly insecure foundations. Equal possession of a human nature explains equal moral worth, however. Now, that leads to another question. Why does having a certain kind of DNA make us more valuable than other animals? That leads to moral feature number 2, human exceptionalism. In his debate with Dr. Kaiser, Ben expressed concerns about speciesism, which is supposed to
because he's clever.
be an evil like racism. Under this...
And it is. And this is where Trent is absolutely... And now, for the dogma. Oh yes, humans are definitely more valuable in every single way, shape or form. Yes, absolutely.
This view, saying one species is more valuable than another in virtue of DNA, would be as bigoted as saying one race of humans is more valuable than another race of humans because of their DNA. But nearly everyone agrees it would be moral to feed a pig to your starving child and monstrous to do the opposite.
I would feed Trent to my starving child. I don't know if that would would that matter? I don't think when we're talking about, let's say, a tragedy, a confliction in the system of needs, such that my needs can't be met without defying the rights and the needs of another. That's a bad thing. No matter what I do, it's a bad outcome. And no matter what I do, it's a just outcome simultaneously, or rather a right outcome. And that's why it's a tragedy, because no matter what I do, I'm wrong. And that shows an institutional issue, such that I'm either conceiving of the situation incorrectly, or more specifically, I'm not essentially able to respect everyone within this institutional environment correctly. So, just to be clear, in the situation, my child is starving and we've crashed. Let's say it's a plane crash, right? And it's me, my child, and Trent on this desert island. I'm sorry, Trent. I'm feeding you to my child. That's what's going down. And I don't think I'm wrong for doing that any more than I'd be wrong for essentially stealing to feed my child. Or anything like that. In reality, it's a breakdown of ethics, This doesn't make it ethically justified. This shows that it's a wrong in and of itself. It's not objectively wrong, Maximo. The only way it would be objectively wrong is if you had a society and a law which meant I could otherwise feed my child. So, like, essentially, like, unless you're able to ground morality outside of the system of needs, which I don't think can be done, then yeah, it's like, and I think even the Christian position would understand that we've essentially entered a state of war. If it's between my child and Trent, it's Trent. So yeah. It doesn't go against the fifth commandment because it's either accept my child's death or Trent's death. I don't think it really does. I think and if it does, then I'm gonna be in a situation where I'm talking to God, be like, look, I did not manifest this situation, which is I don't think that these laws were meant for the desert island. It's not utilitarian thinking. Utilitarian thinking would be essentially say it's based upon consequences alone. I'm saying I cannot simultaneously respect the life of my child and Trent in this situation. It's Trent or it's my child. Or if in another way you could say it's me or Trent, such that we both, our agency, our subjectivity, our patienthood cannot be respected simultaneously. So it's one or the other, and it's the other in this case, right? It's not like if it comes down to it, like self-love is going to trump. If I fell on the side of love for the other, it would be equally as wrong, right? Like if I was to let my child die for the sake of Trent, I think it would be equally as wrong. There's a difference between acting an evil and letting an evil occur. I agree. But there's also the rule of double effect. I don't want to kill Trent. I want to save my child. Right? I have a greater obligation to my child than I do Trent. Allowing my child to die is worse in itself. So I've really got the choice of. And it's also like you can't just say like inaction versus action defines morality, because that's bullshit. I don't think there's very much difference between letting someone drown and holding their head under the water while they drown. If you had the power to resolve it, I'd still convict you of murder. I'm not treating Trent without dignity. Trent has dignity. He just, unfortunately, I can't respect Trent's dignity and my child's dignity in this situation. Child over Trent. That's all I'm saying. I have a greater obligation to my child than I do Trent. I have a greater obligation to myself than I do someone else. And that's just the way it is. Because without that initial point of reflecting your needs into the system of needs and being reflected back, there isn't any code of law. It's anarchy. So in order to actually manifest the necessary prerequisites for me to be able to be an agent and not just a slave, I'm sorry, I have to kill Trent in this scenario. It would be more noble to sacrifice yourself in certain scenarios, I guess, depending upon the scenario. I think for your child, certainly, but I think that's because of the relationship between of the parent and the child, such that the parent is reflected in the child. But I think in terms of two total strangers, no, not necessarily. I would not want to be on a desert island with you, PP. I wouldn't want to be on a desert island with me. 100% not. I'd definitely murder me. What are you talking about? Like, I'm looking at the other guy. I'm like, it's been 2.5 weeks now since we've had food. Right. And I'd just be, look, man, I get really hungry. Like, at the best of times. So, like, nah, man. No. Not doing it. Sorry. But the point I'm really trying to say here is in the concept of tragedy is a breakdown of the ethical structure, right? In a relationship in order to establish an ethical structure such that you can recognize both parties, there are minimum rational requirements such that you can't actually manage to respect one, because no matter what you do in this scenario, you're disrespecting one person or the other. In the case of an animal and a human, we can see certain scenarios in which, yes, I can understand, kill the animal, eat them in order to survive. However, in the ordinary scenario of going to the supermarket and choosing between a plant and an animal, choosing an animal is absolutely abhorrent. You are committing an act of evil. That is necessarily the case. It's not a situation in which your child is starving and you feed the pig to your child, or your child is starving and you feed Trent to your child. It's more like your child is hungry and demanding a McDonald's and you buy them it anyway because you're like, because essentially you don't want to cook the plant-based option, or you don't want to get them the McPlant or something. I don't know. Like it's more about why you're making the choices you are, in the sense that you can actually choose between killing an animal or not killing an animal. And in this case, it's the same as if you made the choice to kill someone, but you didn't have to. It's very different, right? We're assuming the fringes of ethics to the point in which it is breaking down into a tragedy.
Atheism leads to the conclusion that species membership is morally irrelevant. But theism can explain why only...
I mean, no, it doesn't. Let's be honest. Atheism doesn't lead to species membership being morally irrelevant. Like, there are people who will argue for evaluation of... And, they don't have to be... You could be a moral realist from, as he's already recognized, as an atheist who argues for a real species essence taking priority, right? So you'd be like, to respect my species is more important. Like, there are loads of atheists who essentially say this. So, and even vegans, like, vegans are almost always going to save a human before saving an animal of a different species, just because agency over patienthood, usually.
Human animals have intrinsic value. As it has been said before, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Finally, there's number 3. Human evils. By human evils, I mean those acts which aren't just bad like a drought. I'm talking about evils that only humans can commit. A tiger might be a cunning killer, but only humans can be cruel killers who disregard a moral law they ought to follow. Once again, if humans are just another species who act in accord with physical laws, then there is no reason to assume they have moral responsibility, including the responsibility to not commit certain intrinsic evils that are always wrong, no matter what kind of good they might accomplish. Atheism cannot explain why there are some things we must never do, such as actively killing infants who have mild disabilities, even if such an act produced net utility. It also can't...
I mean, I don't know how he can say that after knowing that Ben is a moral realist and Ben is certainly not a utilitarian.
Explain why we are morally responsible for our actions if we do perform these evil acts. However, if God created human beings to freely obey moral laws that reflect our equal intrinsic value, then this makes sense of our moral experience. And God would just be the ultimate standard of goodness, and morality would reflect his perfect nature. The atheistic philosopher Robin Lepoidevin puts it this way: unlike humans, God is a source of moral value. That is, God's goodness in part consists of the fact that he is the basis of ethics. Since it is not trivial that God plays such a role, it cannot be trivial that God is good. In fact, it is highly morally significant because it points to the source of moral obligation. So that's Robin Lepoidevin, who wrote a great atheist introduction to philosophy of religion. Finally, badness or evil are not positive things. They are privations of the good a thing ought to have. But if the cause of the universe has no potential and is pure actuality, then it must be good by definition. That's because it could not lack anything, and so it couldn't be bad in any sense of that word. In fact, when all of these arguments are...
I mean, like, to be fair, you need to bridge the gap between being and goodness such that you can explain how they interrelate before you say goodness simply is, like, that evil is the privation of the good. You have to explain why evil is the privation of good. You can't just go, evil is the privation of good, and that's why God is all good, because he's all actual, because then you've just assumed that evil is the privation of good, right? Like, you kind of have to explain why it is. And I mean, I agree, like, as a Christian, obviously, God is all good because he's all actual, but only insofar you can actually explain why existence and goodness are one in relation of being in essence, right?
Seen as a whole. They form a strong
Self-perfection.
case that there is a changeless, timeless, immaterial, infinite, necessarily existing, all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good cause of the universe, or what most people refer to as God. Thank you.
Okay. So we've gotten through Trent's opening now. What did you guys think? Let us know in chat. I'm going to quickly be right back because I need another beer. Or rather, another not beer. So, reflective journey, you thought it was weak. I don't think it was weak. I think it was a pretty strong opening. I think he did a good job. I certainly do. I think that he explicated many of Aquinas' arguments pretty well. I think there's some things that were obviously not explained, but he's only got so much time, you know, like it's not like he's got all the time in the world. So I think he did a good job with the amount of time that he had. I think that his relationship to animals, I don't know why he brought that up and why he would even relate it to human exceptionalism. And that's not to say that we can't have a greater obligation to humans. It's just a bit silly to sort of say that humans necessarily matter more simply because they are human. I disagree. I don't think that's the case. I don't even think that's the case from a Christian perspective. Our obligations to humans do matter more in one sense, but that's because of our rationality, not because of our species. And I think you got to remember that, you know, Aristotle and Aquinas, they conflate humanity with rationality, such that the rational animal is the human, and that's sort of the way it works. So, you know, we could imagine an alien species, and that we might have an obligation of rationality that is, or agency, which is greater than patienthood in one respect. But I don't think that leads us to reject patienthood. So that was bad. I would absolutely love to debate Trent Shadow. I tried asking him for a debate, like I tried calling them out for a debate, and I got nothing back. It's the same thing with Sargon. I've tried calling him out for a debate because he said that my take on his position on liberalism was completely wrong, and I just get nothing back. You know, tale as old as time, you know. Just got to keep up the pressure.
Check, check. Y'all can hear me, right? Good. Are you ready?
Yes. Gotcha.
Okay. I want to start off tonight by sincerely thanking Cameron Bertuzzi for inviting me to the first Capturing Christianity conference, and Trent Horn for agreeing to have this debate with me on such short notice. I'm looking forward to some exciting and engaging exchanges, and with any luck, we might just be able to resolve some deep disagreements.
There's like so many things. Like, I love you, Ben. I think you're a class dude, right? But you've slipped up so far that you've said date and gay, right? And I'm sorry, but this is now a gay date. That's just how it has to be. I don't make the rules.
Agreements. The focus of my case will center around the concepts of evidence and probability. I will present at least one argument from experience and two arguments that are a priori against Trent's particular classical theist view. But much of what I say will also apply to theism more broadly. I have a good deal to cover, so let's get started. Before I get to my arguments, though, I need to characterize some concepts. I will be defending naturalism, understood as the hypothesis the universe is self-contained or causally closed, such that there are no supernatural causes. Natural reality exhausts causal reality. This conception entails the universe is indifferent towards the nature and condition of sentient life.
It's worth saying that causal closure does not necessarily imply naturalism, and naturalism is actually an argument in order to explain causal closure rather than causal closure being one with naturalism. So you can actually argue for causal closure, and in many ways Trent was arguing for causal closure, but not from a naturalist perspective. But naturalism is an alternative to a theistic explanation in this respect for causal closure.
What I'll call perfect being theism, or sometimes theism for short, is the view there is a perfect and personal being who is the omnipotent, omniscient, and morally perfect creator of the universe. Trent is also a classical theist, so I will understand classical theism as entailing perfect being theism and making at least 4 additional distinctive claims about the nature of God. God is simple, immutable, timeless, and impassible. I want to now characterize the concept of evidence that will be crucial to my case. We can understand evidence as an observation that probabilistically favors the truth of some proposition. According to the law of likelihood, some observation is evidence for hypothesis H1 rather than hypothesis H2, if and only if the likelihood of the observation given H1 is greater than the likelihood of the observation given H2. My broad strategy in the philosophy of religion is to let evidential chips fall where they may, and then proportion our beliefs to the evidence. For my case tonight, I will begin by making an argument from simplicity. I will show naturalism is more coherent and modest than theism, and is thus the more simple explanation. Next, I'll defend a cumulative argument from imperfection, where I show particular facts come together to provide decisive evidence for naturalism over theism. Finally, I will be offering what I call the argument from freedom, where I show there is an internal coherence problem within classical theism. To help illustrate my arguments, we can borrow from Paul Draper and think of both naturalism and theism as being in a race to the finish line, which represents the best explanation on the total evidence. The argument from simplicity claims naturalism starts out ahead in the race before we even consider the evidence because of theism's lower prior probability. The cumulative argument from imperfection claims naturalism outpaces theism with respect to the total evidence. And finally, the argument from freedom claims there are some internal tensions within classical theism that threaten its coherency and thus has the possibility of pushing it out of the race before it even begins. There is a method in epistemology known as inference to the best explanation. Perhaps an inference to the best explanation is the one that is most probable given some observation. There's also a well-known theorem of probability known as Bayes' theorem that allows us to infer that some set of facts is evidence for a hypothesis on our total evidence rather than another using the ratios of likelihood comparisons known as the Bayes factor and the prior probabilities of the hypotheses. This evidential method is known as Bayesianism. However, it is going to require me to say something about the prior probabilities of naturalism and theism. This brings me to my first argument tonight. Naturalism has a higher prior probability than theism because naturalism is simpler. My premise A claims simpler hypotheses have higher prior probabilities because they have fewer ways of being false. Premise B claims simplicity is determined by modesty and coherence because the less modest a hypothesis is, the more ways it has to be false. Additionally, the less coherent a hypothesis is, the more tensions arise, so it also has more ways to be false. Premise C claims naturalism is more modest than theism because naturalism asserts fewer fundamental features of reality. It might be objected that theism is more modest because it is supremely simple. I explicitly reject this claim because it does not consider my premise D, the coherence of classical theism, which is notorious for having problems of coherency. For example, according to the doctrine of analogy, any claim about God we make in personal terms will always be inadequate because God is only analogously personal. These problems of coherency are only made worse when we consider Trent's other theological beliefs cast in personal terms, such as the Trinity being three persons in one, or the idea that an eternal God came into time to suffer and die. I don't really know how Trent squares coming into time with timelessness, nor the death and suffering of Jesus with impassibility and immutability. I argue these problems of coherency count against theism's prior probability. It might be objected these issues of coherency can be resolved by making additional claims, but
I think that you can actually resolve that no problem in relation to God's relationship to time. It's rather that time is defined by God's relationship to it, not the other way around, such that God can enter time, not that time is a necessary component of God.
Doing so comes at the cost of modesty. The classical theist faces a dilemma. In being modest, the classical theist faces a problem of coherency. In being more coherent, the classical theist faces a problem of modesty. Either way, conclusion F follows. Classical theism's prior probability is low. Moving on now from prior probability, how do the evidential chips from experience fall for theism? That brings me to my next argument and my most important one, the argument from imperfection. The imperfections we observe are evidence against theism because the probability of observing them given perfect being theism is zero. We can only confer this probability on this observation if we make assumptions about perfect being theism and perfection more broadly. Those assumptions are given by my premise G. A perfect creator could not create anything less than a perfect universe. If it's conceded that H, the universe, contains imperfection, then conclusion I follows. There is no perfect creator of the universe. We might be tempted to deny G, but that premise is entailed by God's omnipotence and moral perfection. The actions of a perfect being cannot decrease the degree of perfection of the universe as a whole in any possible world. And that claim entails premise G. Premise G, then, is necessarily true. Premise H is the only contingent premise we can deny. Why think the universe contains imperfections such that the universe is worse than it would be? What sort of observation probabilistically counts as evidence against theism? It is to these questions that I now turn. According to the argument from hiddenness, there is an observation that proves there is no perfect being because we can deduce this conclusion from the observation given by premise K. There are some non-resistant non-theists. These are people like me, who no longer believe, or maybe never have ever believed, there is a perfect being. And this lack of belief is not the result of emotional or behavioral opposition towards God. God's perfect love implies he would always be open to a relationship, such that every finite person believes God.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you could be reasoning fallaciously. You might be motivated to reason fallaciously. Like, that's not God's fault. And I think that in terms of, and I'm not really a fan of divine hiddenness. I don't really believe in divine hiddenness. I think he is very easy to find, to be honest.
God exists, unless they are somehow resisting such a belief. Because a belief that God exists is a necessary condition for a...
It could be that you're essentially incorrect. I mean, like, that can happen. Like, people make mistakes. Like, you're finite.
Meaningful relationship. It cannot be the case that we are in a relationship with someone unless we also believe that they exist. Therefore, premise J follows. Perfect being theism implies there are no non-resistant non-theists. Consequently, conclusion L follows. There is no perfect being. How might other observations justify the claim the universe contains imperfections that are evidence against theism? According to evidential arguments from evil, there are observations about evil that show theism is false, all things considered. These observations include general facts about the kinds, amounts, and distributions of evils in the world, and particular facts about evil, like children who suffer from cancer, fawns that die in forest fires, and Holocaust victims who suffer horrendously. Premise M claims God's perfection rules out unjustified evils as imperfections. So why believe premise N that claims there...
The only way you're going to be able to argue this is that you could essentially imagine a greater possible world. That's essentially the sort of Leibnizian point. So you're gonna have to say that you could imagine a world without free will as being better, for one. Which is kind of a prerequisite, really. Or that you could imagine the fundamental logical relations of the world to be superior, such that they wouldn't lead to beings that act and engage in accordance with certain given natures, such that you would try and, let's say, remove predatory animals and stuff like that by default. And I think that ultimately that just comes from a kind of arrogance.
There are such imperfections as unjustified evils. I will argue we can justify premise N using an inductive method and the moral assumption that the world is, on the whole, imperfect unless all its wrong-making properties are sufficiently counterbalanced by right-making properties, both known and unknown. We'll let N be God's allowance of any seemingly unjustified evil or imperfection, R any unknown right-making property, and W any unknown wrong-making property, such that there are only 4 possible outcomes for any particular N. In 3 of these 4 possibilities, N is an unjustified evil, all things considered, because it has wrong-making characteristics that are not counterbalanced by its right-making characteristics. So it is 3 times as likely any particular N is an unjustified evil. Supposing there may be some right-making and wrong-making properties unknown to us, the atheist philosopher Michael Tooley shows the probability all these evils are actually morally justified to allow, all things considered, must be less than 1 over n plus 1. Because n is a very large number, the probability it is morally permissible to allow all these evils is extremely small. Thus, we have inductively justified premise N that there.
But I don't see how the quantity would matter, because this is a qualitative analysis, such that the quantity is derived from the quality, right? So it's like what you're saying is that you have to be able to account for why, like what we're talking about in how we define these evils in the first place, and that those evils are going to be defined in the Christian sense against an absolute substance, right? Such that you can even talk about when you actually Max, I think, really brought this up very nicely in terms of the problem of evil. The problem of evil already presupposes a relationship between good, such that it can be accounted for. So such that it presupposes that evil needs to be purposeful. And in order to actually give an account for positive or negative occurrences such that good or bad is purposeful, you have to give it against the sort of divine essence. So what you're saying is that against the divine essence of God, there would be that if God exists, then this evil is unjustified. But that the thing is that, as we know, if God exists, this evil would necessarily have to be justified. So that's the...
There are probably some unjustified evils, all things considered. Therefore, my conclusion O follows. Theism is probably false, all things considered. How else are evils evidence for imperfections? I claimed at the start I'd be defending naturalism, but so far that hypothesis has been relegated to the sidelines. It's time to bring that hypothesis into the game to see what it has to say about observed evils. Recall, naturalism entails the universe is indifferent to the nature and conditions of sentient life. Using likelihood comparisons, I argue there are at least 3 evolutionary observations about evil that are more likely given naturalism than theism. First, according to what I'll call the evolutionary languishing of sentient beings, for hundreds of millions of years, biological organisms have experienced mostly profound languishing, predation, starvation, and disease. Secondly, 99% of all species that have ever lived are now extinct, and the state of nature is locked in a savage struggle for survival over limited resources. Finally, according to personal tragedy, some lose themselves entirely by coming to believe their lives are, on the whole, no longer worth living. Another interesting point about all these observations is that they are straightforward physical implications of the second law of thermodynamics. According to this law of nature, entropy, or the measure of disorder in the universe, is always increasing because there are more ways for things to be disordered than to be ordered. There are many more ways for animals to suffer than for them to experience pleasure, many ways for life to languish than to flourish, and many more ways for us to experience tragedy than triumph. Naturalism predicts this kind of thermodynamic indifference towards sentient life. However, given Trent's classical theism, these are neither accidental nor unfortunate.
No, I mean that this is how accidents would be defined, such that it actually what is, and this is Aristotle, it's twice as easy to do something good than it is something bad, such that flourishing is defined by a median relationship between 2 opposing states, and this is necessarily compatible with Aristotelian theism.
Fortunate byproducts of an intentionally designed process, but are rather the very clockwork of the process itself. This is the divine means by which God intentionally chose to bring about the goal of finite creatures through his creative act. So God actively employed gratuitous pain, languishing, and tragedy in his providential production of humanity for hundreds of millions of years. This is really surprising. Using these likelihood functions to formulate the Bayes factor and using the prior probabilities from my first argument, we can now formulate a Bayesian argument from evil. This argument is going to argue on our total evidence and claim that evolutionary evils and the previous evils that I also mentioned are evidence for naturalism rather than theism, all things.
In order to give a Bayesian argument, right, like the whole idea of a probabilistic argument has to be based off a deductive foundation, which shows something must necessarily be one way or the other, and so we can use this as evidence in order to support a hypothesis in relation to a real truth. Now, in order to say one way or the other in relation to the existence of nature being essentially compatible or incompatible with a creator or a first cause which made this process be, you're going to have to say, and I think this is kind of the crux of his argument, that this world is more or less perfect, or rather this world is the greatest or is not the greatest of all possible worlds. And in order to say that, he's going to have to propose a mechanism of showing that this is not the greatest of all possible worlds, or that it's incoherent with God's essence. And I don't think you're going to actually be able to do that.
Considered. In my first argument, I had mentioned classical theism faces problems of coherency, affecting its prior probability. Now I want to look at another a priori argument that further challenges its coherency. According to the argument from freedom, God's immutability is incompatible with perfect freedom. Premise S claims God is immutable or purely actual, and premise T claims whatever is purely actual is devoid of any potentialities. Therefore, conclusion U, God is devoid of any potentialities. It's also true by definition that V, a will devoid of any potentialities, is also devoid of any contingencies. Premise W, a will devoid of any contingencies, could not have done otherwise. Premise X, a will that could not have done otherwise, is not perfectly free.
In order to say something is perfectly free, like how do you define freedom if it's not in relation to the actualization of its essence? You're misunderstanding how a Christian would conceive of freedom. You're placing freedom as having the capacity to do otherwise, rather than the capacity to will the self-actualize. It's like, why are you moving one way or the other? You're making the will essentially a arbitrary manifestation of outcome, rather than a defined outcome, a rational outcome in relation to the essence of the being. So God would always manifest himself in the way that he's manifest because he's perfectly free. That's why he is perfectly free, because there is nothing restricting or limiting his will to self-actualize. But there is a defined real being in order, or a defined essence to actualize, right? Yeah, he's calling freedom chaos. This is, I think, this is the result, to be fair, of the post-Reformation consideration of specifically nominalism with Hegel. And I know Ben wants to like Hegel here. Hegel would say that's not freedom. Hegel would say freedom is to do that which is rational. Hegel's not to be uncaused, neither is it to be neither is it to be act in caprice, or to be perfectly it's either to be uncaused or unrestricted, but to be self-caused, which implies a perfect unity of the two. A perfect unity of the two would be an experience of perfect flourishing, a perfect self-actualization. To will oneself perfectly, such that the instance of experience is one with the rational structure of experience, so that the thinking and the thoughts are one. The thinking thing thinking of itself for all of eternity. And that's the idea of God from a Hegelian perspective.
Therefore, conclusion Y.
I'd say even the Christian perspective, really, for the most part.
God is not perfectly free. However, premise Z claims perfect being theism implies that by definition, God is perfectly free. Therefore, conclusion AA follows. The conjunction of perfect being theism and classical theism is impossible. It's important to notice this entire argument is analytic, meaning that all of its premises are true by definition. These pieces of classical theism do not coherently fit well together. In conclusion, I've made at least 3 important claims. First, I argue naturalism has a higher prior probability than theism because it's simpler. I argue this is because naturalism is more modest and coherent than theism. Second, I claim the imperfections in the universe are evidence against theism. I cash this evidential claim out in at least 4 probabilistic ways. Non-resistant non-theists prove theism is false. Particular facts about evils are evidence theism is probably false, all things considered. Evolutionary evils are more likely given naturalism than theism, and facts about evolutionary evils are evidence for naturalism over theism, all things considered. My last claim was an a priori argument about the coherency of Trent's classical theism, where I showed God's immutability is incompatible with his perfect freedom. I think all of these lines of reasoning taken together give us powerful evidential reasons for thinking Trent's classical theism is false, and something like my naturalism is closer to the truth. Thank you.
I like you, Ben. You're wrong, but I like you.
All right, we're going to turn to rebuttals. First rebuttal, 7 minutes. And Trent, whenever you start talking, I will start my timer.
All right.
From there, just a quick reminder, we're going to do first rebuttal, 7 minutes, 5 minutes, second rebuttals, dialogue after that, Q&A after that, and then closings. So 7-minute first rebuttal, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Well, thank you, Ben, for that opening statement. Here are some thoughts. We'll talk about low probability. Ben's definition of naturalism seemed to only be the negation of the supernatural. But any specific explanation is going to have a lower intrinsic probability than the mere negation of an explanation. For example, the intrinsic probability...
Yeah, pretty much. That's a nice way of saying it. In the same respect that it's to presuppose a simpler explanation based upon the negation of the explanation given, that it without really actually justifying itself either, such that it's like I think in the discussion I had with Emerson Green, we're talking about how, you know, he was saying that he could imagine a better world. I'm saying, like, how could you imagine a better world? You would essentially need to understand necessarily the mechanisms of creation, so that you could create a better world. And he's saying that, well, he doesn't have to understand how to build a house in order to understand whether it could, or a better house could or could not exist. Hiya, Maria, nice to see you here. And I said, well, no, I mean, like, there comes to a point in which actually you could do this ad infinitum or ad nauseum, and there'll be a point in which someone who understands home building says, well, no, this structure would simply not stand. It's logically incoherent. It's unable to reconcile itself with itself. And I think that's what you have to do from the naturalistic perspective, unless you can actually prove that there is a better possible world in and of itself. You have to be able to say that you can move outside and either disprove God or disprove the goodness of God in order to reconcile this. I'm pretty good. How are you doing?
Probability Jones killed Smith is lower than the negation that anything else killed Smith. But it doesn't follow that the most probable explanation, therefore, is that no specific thing killed Smith. In the same vein, we shouldn't follow this reasoning and think the most intrinsically probable explanation for the universe is no specific explanation at all. Second, Paul Draper defines naturalism as the physical preceding the mental, and supernaturalism as the mental preceding the physical. Draper then says, naturalism and supernaturalism are equally probable intrinsically because they are equally modest and coherent. So if theism makes supernaturalism more likely because its added facts provide ultimate explanations and are more coherent, then theism's intrinsic probability is not hindered when compared to naturalism. Third, if something obtains in more possible worlds, it has a higher intrinsic probability. For example, the claim there is a cat outside my door is more probable than the claim there is a pink cat outside my door, because the former claim, which includes black and white cats, along with pink ones, obtains in more possible worlds. Now, theism holds that God is necessary, or God exists in every possible world, whereas minimal naturalism makes no such claim about the universe. And so this increases theism's intrinsic probability in relation to naturalism. Also, when it comes to the evidence of sentient life languishing, well, under naturalism, we would...
I mean, that's not how that would work. You couldn't just say, because I'm affirming that this would exist in all possible worlds. Like, you have to say why it exists in all possible worlds. And I mean, I agree that theism can provide an explanation as to why God must exist in all possible worlds. But the naturalist would... and I think this is in general, I think the naturalist would have to affirm some universal structures that exist in all possible worlds, such that they can provide an explanation for the possible worlds, right? And he even said himself that it's a race to explain, really explain reality. Not just this possible world or this actual world.
Expect that there would be no sentient life at all when we hear about the research related to the fine-tuning of the universe. So the existence of a possible world where there is sentient life at all actually points back towards theism. Finally, if simplicity increases probability, then an appeal to the infinite, undivided, and absolutely simple God of classical theism increases theism's intrinsic probability. Also, naturalism is not as simple as Ben makes it out to be, because it must posit things like brute facts and fundamental particles to explain the existence of the universe if it's going to be more than a...
That's true. It's going to have to explain a brute fact, explain either it's going to have to affirm a necessary being such that it is going to emulate the conditions of the divine, and we're just going to argue from that it's God, or he's going to have to say a brute fact, and that's every single debate with between theists and anti-theists. By the way, you're doing a PhD in philosophy. That's amazing and impressive. Oh, thank you. I've done a year of it. I need to wait to hear back whether I'm going back. Hopefully in May, I think they've said. But I've just got to wait back. I've got told that I should be getting in, but I've got to wait. So, but thank you.
Mere negation of the supernatural. So one could argue naturalism is not simpler than theism. Ben gave an argument from imperfection, that if there was a perfect universe, if God is a perfect creator, there would be a perfect universe. To me, a perfect universe is as incoherent as a best possible world. There is no maximum a universe can reach where it becomes perfect or it becomes a best possible world. Ben and I can both tell you what a perfect creator looks like, all-knowing, all-powerful, necessarily exists. But if a perfect world is possible, I would like Ben to tell us what it looks like.
But a best possible world isn't a perfect world. So a best possible world is to say that this is the world which has the necessary transcendental conditions such that it could self-actualize to express its flourishing, right? So that the contingent beings within it have the greatest opportunity for self-actualization for freedom. So that's essentially the basis of free will. So you have to say that this is the best of all possible worlds, I would argue. So there's a difference between perfection and the best of all possible worlds. It's the best, not the most perfect or perfect. There's a difference between for example, if I said this is the best option, it's the best of two evils, for example, that doesn't mean that it's not evil or good, right? I think it has to be the best of all possible worlds in the sense that the conditions which manifest, which are created, are capable and must necessarily teleologically progress towards the kingdom of heaven or the kingdom of ends for a Christian position to be manifest, such that there is a necessary linear progression which can be met within Christian cosmology, such that we are moving towards greater and greater self-actualization.
And then finally, he gave us an argument from evil, because I bet I could think of a more perfect one. An argument.
Well, maths and logic is incredibly difficult, and it is very related to philosophy, 100%. So yeah, hats off to you. But if you're interested in philosophy, then then this should be the place for you.
So let's look at the argument from evil. Very few atheists claim that evil logically disproves God's existence. Paul Draper, who Ben has been drawing from in tonight's opening, says, quote, "Theists face no serious logical problem of evil. As a result, atheistic philosophers try to zero in on particular evils that make God's existence less likely and not illogical. But there are problems with this. First, by narrowing the evils, Ben tacitly acknowledges there could be reasons for some of them, like moral evils are justified by free will. But if we can see God has reasons for some evil..."
But even in general, I think you've already missed the point where he's had to say that there is a separation between evil and good, such that there is an actual good versus an actual evil, and that there is a unity between them. such that makes manifest the possibility or the not just justification, because justification is a secondary point, but of the actual instantiation of of the truth of something being good or evil.
Why shouldn't we presume he has reasons for all of them then? Second, anything God creates will be limited because only God is unlimited. So under theism, we shouldn't be surprised that anything God creates, especially something that is material, will have competing goods and shifting limits among creatures so that certain goods and absence or privation of the good might obtain when they're created. Also, this argument isn't really about hundreds of millions of years of evolution. It's more about whether God is justified in making sentient beings that are prone to decay. And Ben kind of assumed God has no good reasons for this, but I think there's good reasons. Here's a few. One, creating animals that don't feel pain seems as unfeasible as making humans that don't have free will. God can make human puppets that look free, and he can make animal robots that look like they have animal instincts, but if they don't feel pain, they're not really animals. They're not responding in an animal-like way. God chose to allow humans to morally develop in a process that creates unique goods and evils, so God chose animals to biologically develop so that unique goods and evils would exist. Two, the very existence of animals may justify suffering that they endure. For example, most people wouldn't think it wrong for humans to terraform a planet in the solar system and create sentient life, knowing that it will languish. Also, we would be fine to leave the Earth and not destroy it if we wanted to go colonize a new planet. But if humans can create or allow animal suffering to continue because it is good that animals exist, why can't God do the same? Three, if sentient animals have a sense of self, enduring sense, they might be compensated in the afterlife. If they don't have an enduring sense of self over time, this makes the problem of their suffering much less pressing. When it comes to the evil of non-belief, we wanted to go colonize a new planet that they endure. For example, most people wouldn't think it wrong for humans to terraform a planet in the solar system and create sentient life, knowing that it will languish. Also, we would be fine to leave the Earth and not destroy it if we wanted to go colonize a new planet. But if humans can create or allow animal suffering to continue because it is good that animals exist, why can't God do the same? Three, if sentient animals have a sense of self, enduring sense, they might be compensated in the afterlife. If they don't have an enduring sense of self over time, this makes the problem of their suffering much less pressing. When it comes to the evil of non-belief,
I'm just wondering why it makes the problem of that suffering less pressing when he means enduring sense of self. I mean, their experience of themselves. Like, unless they don't have a self. A sense of self is different to having a self, right? And I think this is the thing that usually people conflate time and time again. It's very annoying to see that it's like, look, self-awareness and having a self, not the same thing.
Belief in God. Just as God gives us a long leash when it comes to making moral mistakes, even grave ones, so that we can have certain goods like free will, the theist would say it makes sense that God gives us a long leash to make epistemic mistakes, so that certain goods could obtain, like freely choosing God. But if God can bring greater goods from evil, then that evil can be justified. And in fact, I don't think it'd be obvious everyone believes God exists. I think consciousness and free will and temporal becoming are obvious, but there's many philosophers who don't believe those things exist. So if God were as obvious as those things, people still might not believe in him. Finally, probabilistic arguments, they're misleading because you got to have all the background knowledge, not just the things that make things less likely, but all the stuff that makes it even more likely. A 600-pound person is probably not an athlete, but if they're a world-class sumo wrestler, oh, now you've changed all the background knowledge to reach a different conclusion. Finally, when it comes to free will, Ben's argument is ambiguous. When he says God is devoid of potentialities, classical theists agree God has no passive potentiality. He can have active potentiality. Nothing affects God, but God can refrain from affecting other things, like letting the dinosaurs have another million years. Finally, premise W says a will devoid of any contingencies could not have done otherwise. This is a fallacy of accident because it compares the divine will to the human will. Human wills are in time and limited and have to do discursive reasoning. God is timeless and all-knowing and does not have to process things in the same way, so we would not expect God's will to achieve different results to have any kind of intrinsic contingency. So I think I've shown Ben's arguments do not prove God doesn't exist. And in my next rebuttal, I will answer Ben's objections to my case for God. Thank you.
Thank you, Trent, for that first rebuttal. You ready? Trent makes a cumulative case for classical theism with an argument from motion, supported by arguments for causal finitism and a moral argument. I will respond to these considerations in order. I'll start with the argument for motion. First, Trent's argument makes a crucial assumption. He assumes the existence of some substance at time t presupposes the concurrent actualization of its potential for its existence. Let's call this the sustaining causation thesis. I believe naturalists have no good reason to accept this. First, we can follow J.H. Sobel, who Trent quoted earlier tonight, in pointing out that there is no justification for thinking that something is being moved from potential to actual with respect to its existence. Change is evident to the senses, but a concurrent actualization of something's existence is by no means evident to the senses. Yet the existence of such a per se chain is precisely what Trent's argument needs to succeed. The thesis of existential inertia can account for all the data that Trent appeals to. Second, Trent's argument relies on the distinction between essence and existence. Trent is assuming existence is not an intrinsic feature of a thing's essence. A naturalist can simply reject this assumption on the grounds of metaphysical simplicity. We can say that 1, the universe does not contain non-existent essences, and 2, existence can be an intrinsic feature of all essences. This is a simpler model that offers a rebutting defeater to Trent's assumption. The second objection I want to mention we can call the quantifier shift fallacy. Even granting Trent's assumptions, it does not follow that there is a single, unique, unactualized actualizer. Just as it does not follow there's a single, unique counselor for all students from the fact that for each such student, he or she has a counselor, it likewise does not follow there's a first cause of all per se chains from the fact that for each such chain, it has a single, unactualized actualizer. Even if things have per se efficient causes, there is no obvious reasons why all things must have the same first per se efficient cause. Let's now turn to Trent's second cosmological argument, his argument from causal finitude. By asking a series of questions, Trent infers the
But I thought Ben was arguing from causal closure, and you'll lose causal closure if they don't have the same first cause. That's the whole point of causal closure, right?
divine attributes of the God of classical theism. For the sake of time, let's suppose the universe really is past finite. Does this get us to classical theism? I will argue it does not. First, Trent asks whether the cause of the universe can change or is temporal. If God begins to be related to creation, then God changes. This follows from the doctrine of creation ex nihilo. If God changes, then he is neither immutable nor timeless. Therefore, the doctrine of creation ex nihilo implies God is neither immutable nor timeless.
That assumes that we have a real relation to God, or rather that God has a real relation to us, such that his essence is defined in relation to our contingency, which it's not. It's the other way around.
This is an undercutting defeater to Trent's point. Next, Trent also asks if the cause of the universe is limited. I think this is the best place to mention the bane of all cosmological and even teleological arguments, including the prior argument from motion. According to what I'll call the gap problem, neither of these arguments give us any moral information. These arguments cannot undercut, even in principle, an argument from evil and imperfection. So long as that argument is still on the table and we have reasons to think those arguments are sound, Trent's arguments cannot succeed. Thirdly, Trent asks, is the cause of the universe necessary? I doubt this. A necessary cause of the universe leads to modal collapse. If X is caused by something necessary...
Again, the only way that you're going to be able to work that out is to say that the universe itself is the only possible universe, that all truths are necessarily possible, but then you'd have to say that the contingency of the universe is that the necessary being is defined by the contingency of the beings that it produces, which is not the case. It can be whole, and necessarily must be whole prior to creation, in order for it to be a necessary first cause, such that it defines us. It's the first and last cause of the contingent, and of itself. But the contingent has no relation to it in a real sense.
Then that necessary cause entails X. However, a necessary cause will entail other necessities. This leads to modal fatalism, and Trent's causal finituism can't bridge the gap between contingency and necessity. Trent also asks if the cause of the universe is personal. Trent rules out a material cause for the universe, but all known mental activity has a physical basis in material brains. This provides inductive support for the view there are no mental changes without any material changes. That claim is an undercutting defeater for inferring a personal mind that is the cause of the universe. Also, consider my prior arguments from hiddenness and evil here. Finally, Trent asks if the cause of the universe is good. Even if we suppose the universe is finite and has a cause, the arguments from evil and imperfection are rebutting defeaters for inferring a good cause of the universe. Again, here we see the gap problem. Now I want to say something about Trent's moral arguments. I'm an atheist and a moral realist. My view implies basic moral truths are necessary truths, meaning they are true in all possible worlds. It's impossible pain is in itself good, or that persons do not have intrinsic value. Basic moral truths are true in all possible worlds, so they are not evidence for either naturalism or theism. This claim is a rebutting defeater for all of Trent's moral arguments. But I want to also say something about my moral view. So I believe that some things matter in a moral sense because there are reasons for everyone to care about them. Some reasons are also moral reasons because they are stronger than any other competing reasons we may have. Truths about moral reasons do not have any ontologically weighty implications, meaning they do not imply the existence of anything other than themselves, because basic moral truths are irreducibly normative, meaning they cannot be restated in purely non-normative terms.
Waximus with saying, what about the pain of exercise? That'll be justified in relation to the exercise itself. So what he's saying is that pain itself is not a good in and of itself and could not be. And so there are necessary moral truths which are derived from, there are certain necessary conditions that must be applied to all universes to explain anything moral, is what he's saying. So like pain, for example, pain and pleasure are derived from specific conditions or specific moral truths.
This gives me all the conceptual framework I need to affirm things like moral values. Justice requires us to treat similar cases alike. Prudence requires we have equal concern for all parts of our lives, and benevolence requires us to treat the good of any other as much as their own. This also helps me understand moral wrongness or moral responsibilities. An act is morally wrong when it would be disallowed by a principle that would make things go impartially best, by a principle everyone could rationally will, or by a principle no one could reasonably reject. This also gives me the conceptual resources to distinguish between moral agents and moral patients. Moral patients are sentient creatures that can be the benefactor of a moral obligation, but they do not themselves have moral obligations. Only moral agents have obligations. So this explains the special duty that we have to humans that we don't have to other non-human animals, because those other non-human animals are moral patients rather than moral agents. How am I for time?
You're just out.
I planned that perfect. That's what a perfect world looks like.
We're now going to turn to 5-minute second rebuttals, starting with Trent. When you're ready, I'll start my timer.
How could it be perfect when more goods are about to be added to it? Well, let's look at Ben's criticisms for my case for the existence of God. He took aim at the argument from motion
that was
saying
top
you
tier
don't need an
nerd jokes,
actualizer
man.
for a thing's continuing existence because things could just have
Best nerd jokes, 10 out of 10.
Existential inertia. Well, there's tons of problems with this. First, existential inertia is not well studied. It doesn't tell us if an ultimate theory is true. Rather, our ultimate theories tell us whether existential inertia is true or not. Paul Audi, in one of the few recent treatments on existential inertia, says it would be most likely to exist if change were simply an illusion. But the second law of thermodynamics, that things tend towards decay, and the fact that you can know a thing's essence apart from its existence counts against the view that objects possess a tendency to exist that doesn't need to be actualized. And finally, using existential inertia against theism argues in a circle by claiming objects merely have a property of continuing existence, and that property exists because of the object whose very existence is invoked to explain it. There's a circular relationship between the substance and the property of existential inertia. And yeah, I would say no, existence and essence are distinct, because I can talk to my son about the essence of horses, unicorns, and triceratops, but telling him the essence of those things will not tell him horses do exist, unicorns never exist, and triceratops once existed. He said my argument committed the quantifier shift fallacy by saying, all chains of a single actualizer, so there's just a single actualizer for every chain. That's like saying every wife has a husband, so one husband has every wife. Good luck, buddy. But I didn't say that. I said my argument shows an actualizer. There just cannot be an infinitely long causal chain. They're not possible, just like you can't have the infinitely long chain of boxcars. So if the infinite chain is not possible, then only the finite chain is possible, and that would include the chain of things like past events, or the chain of concurrent actualizers that it ends in pure actuality. Let's talk about the argument from the...
I think I'd prefer Hegel's point of saying that in order to say something is infinite in a temporal sense, what I'm really doing is adding one. And so what I'm doing is, and actually it might be Thomas Aquinas I think says this, which is just to say that, it is Thomas Aquinas, is to say that in order for me to give an example of something that's infinite, what I'm actually doing is just adding one. So I'm saying it's 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. And that is essentially a chain of interrelated things. But those things are themselves only understood in relation to a whole, which they participate in.
Finite past. Notice that Ben basically conceded the argument can work to show the past is finite. It just doesn't give us theism. But I don't think his arguments here are successful.
Oh, I disagree. Maria. I think everyone has the opportunity to obtain a belief in God. It's a gift through God's grace, but that grace is given by a reason, such that we are capable of discovering God through the application of our reason.
Successful. He says, well, if God creates something from nothing, then God changes. No, that's an extrinsic change. I have a 6-year-old son. One day, he might become taller than me. If he does that, he will change. But when I become shorter than him when that happens, I don't change. It's an extrinsic change. When God creates the world, he doesn't have to move his will. He doesn't have to exercise power units. When God creates the world, the only thing that changes is the world when it comes into existence. He also said that causal finitism can't show that God is perfectly good. I agree with that, but I think the argument from motion can, because goodness and badness are fundamentally about possessing being and privations of being. I have a bad eye because it's missing the color it should have in it and the proper...
Hi Mario, we're watching Does God Exist? Trent Horn versus Ben Watkins, and I've got to say Trent is actually winning. I do think.
Fluids in here shouldn't be where they are. A bad tree is missing its leaves, it doesn't have water. A bad person might be missing the virtues of justice and charity and things like that. So if goodness and badness are about possessing or lacking being, then if there is a being that just possesses all actuality and existence, it can't be bad in either the non-moral or the moral sense of the word. He said that if God is necessary to exist, that entails modal collapse. He's using an operator shift fallacy with the word necessary. And I'll show you where that happens. Try this argument. Let's imagine the sun necessarily shined. It just always shined in every possible world. Necessarily, the sun shines. Sunlight is identical to moonlight. Necessarily, moonlight shines. No, that doesn't follow, because the sun could shine before the moon ever came into existence. Just because God's existence is necessary, it doesn't follow that he cannot will the existence of contingent things. Also, by talking about creation of things, he made a fallacy of accident. All mental activity is physical, so we can't have a non-physical creator. Well, as far as we know, all mental activity is carbon-based. But that doesn't mean we couldn't have silicone-based mental activity by other creatures in the universe, or maybe artificial intelligence. When it comes to the moral argument, I would say here, Ben either has to invoke moral Platonism and the idea that these moral truths inexplicably exist out there and bind us, but also which ones do we pick? If they're out there, do we pick the truth of the golden rule, treat others how you want to be treated, or the other golden rule, he who has the gold makes the rules? What makes one true and the other false? What determines that if the statements are just out there? Finally, he said a line I thought was interesting. He said, human equality.
The only reason I know that is Aladdin. You know the golden rule, don't you? He who has the gold makes the rules. It's like when Jafar's dressed up and he's trying to convince Aladdin to go to the Cave of Wonders.
Equality just exists in every possible world. But Ben can correct us. If his view is that infants do not possess the right to life, then I would say it doesn't even exist for him in this world, this possible actual world. So that's my time, and we'll keep the discussion going. Thank you all.
In my opening speech, I made three important claims. First, we saw how naturalism has a higher prior probability than theism because naturalism is simpler than theism. Second, we saw how imperfections are evidence against theism. Finally, we saw how, given classical theism, God's immutability is incompatible with perfect freedom. But what about Trent's case? In my second rebuttal, I laid out several problems for Trent's cosmological arguments. The most devastating of those objections was the gap problem. There is an evidential gap between uncaused cause and perfect being. Neither of these arguments can, in principle, undercut my arguments from evil and imperfection. Trent attempts to fill this gap with his moral reasoning. I provided a rebutting defeater for all these moral arguments by laying out my robustly objectivist view of metaethics. But Trent has also introduced another form of moral reasoning. Trent tries to avoid my argument from imperfection by appealing to the privation theory of evil. I want to argue this view is deeply mistaken. First, even if we concede evil is a privation of goodness and God does not create evil itself, then we must still explain why God allows privation evils to exist. We still have a problem of the missing good. The problem of evil cannot be so easily defined away. Second, the philosopher David Hume famously argued there is a fundamental distinction between how the world is and how the world ought to be. According to Hume,
you can't argue for an is-or distinction, man. Like, wait, what? Like, you're a Hegelian.
Hume's is-ought gap. Is and ought statements are two ways of characterizing the world that could not be the same because they are in different, non-overlapping categories of truth. There's a sharp distinction or unbridgeable gap between claims about how things are and how they ought to be. Ought facts, if true, cannot state...
I don't know how, but wait a minute. Ben cannot argue for this as a Hegelian because what is rational is what is actual. That's the whole point of Hegelianism. If you reject that, that's Marx. This feels like how would that even make sense? Even... So I was going to say this is Marxism, but I don't even know if Marxism is compatible with a Humean is-ought gap.
Ought truths. Third, if goodness and being are identical, then claiming something is good only states that this thing exists. Such claims, if true, would state trivial facts that could not help us make better decisions, nor to act rightly in any substantive moral sense. Morality, given the privation theory, would be trivial. So let's call this the triviality objection. Finally, this just is not a plausible account of evil because the privation theory is unable to account for certain paradigmatic evils. For example, we cannot reduce the evil of pain and depression to the privation of pleasure or some other feeling. Pain is a distinct phenomenological experience that is positively evil rather than merely not good. The only thing evil about pain on the privation view is that we are not currently in it. Because pain, insofar as it actually does exist, is good for us, and God wills it for us. It's only evil insofar as it lacks something. The evil of pain and depression would be morally indistinguishable from the blank unconsciousness of an oyster.
That's not true. It would indicate a problem with flourishing. So it's a symptom, it's not an explanation of something wrong in itself. But, I mean, I would go so far as to say that, you know, he's making the same mistake that I think a lot of Catholics, or rather a lot of Christians make, which is to simply say that the experience of flourishing and flourishing are two different things, which as a Hegelian we would deny, because we would say that the experience and the thing are the same because it's all thought, right? So, like, it's kind of weird that he would do that. Like, you could be an idealist Christian.
These implications, I think, are very hard to believe, and I want to give an argument against them now, an argument I'll call the agony argument. We all have decisive reasons to want to avoid future pain, like depression. The privation view of evil implies we have no such reasons. Therefore, the privation view of evil is false. How am I for time?
Oh, you're good. A minute and a half.
Minute and a half. So I want to say something about a perfect world. So Trent objected to my argument from imperfection by saying that it's not possible that there is a best possible world. I didn't claim that God would build the best possible world. I claimed that he would build a best possible world. I will concede that we can constantly add good things to a world infinitely. So there may not be the case that there is the best possible world.
But you can't do that as a Hegelian, again, because quantity is defined in relation to quality, and the quality defines essentially what it means for something to actually be itself. So in the sense, like, when I talk about an identity, like, unless I engage in a bad infinite of, like, the whole point of what Hegel says is that the determinateness of quality implies the indeterminacy of quantity, in which it abstracts itself from quality. But in reality, there is the quanta, or the quantum, which is the real quantity, such it actually is grounded in reality and is not just a rejection of quality. So if we were to say that there is rather than just sort of abstract an aspect of quality such that we can gain in quantity, such that we can talk about sort of abstract numbers, in order to give them meaning, we have to return once again back to a relationship between quality and quantity, such that I can say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of something. Otherwise, it's abstract, and you're just playing with logical relations and not actually explaining how things work, or even how quantity works in and of itself, right? That's kind of Hegel's point.
God would create a best possible world. Is what a perfect world would look like. Christian theists are already committed to this possibility if they believe.
I don't think he is no longer a Hegelian, unless he wasn't a Hegelian when he did this. When is this? This is 2 years ago, and I debated him not long ago. So maybe he wasn't a Hegelian when he did this.
In a place called heaven. Heaven is a place where there is no significant freedom, but in which all of the greatest goods are realizable. So my argument is that if there were to be a world created by a perfect creator, it would look something like heaven. This kind of softball is one of Trent's favorite objections. It's called the "why not heaven now" objection. And I'll go ahead and yield any remaining time. Or how much do I have?
20 seconds.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll yield any more time than I have. Thank you so much.
So normally I can just look at the live chat and like see how the audience is enjoying it. What do you guys think? Like, so what's unique about this debate is that, and we're going to get to the dialogue soon, trust me. But what's unique about this is that they exchanged opening statements. So I mean, that's why you can probably tell, like, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of content, a lot of substance. And it's because sort of working together so that we could make, the idea is king here. So let's get into the dialogue. As I was listening to you guys both, I feel like there's maybe two big things that we could try to discuss in this 30 minutes. The first thing might be the gap problem, because it seemed like you were kind of like willing to go at least, a certain way, a certain amount, but then you've got this gap problem. So maybe we could just discuss the gap problem and then turn to the problem of evil for the second half of it. Sound good? So let's start with the gap problem. Why don't you just start?
Yes, yep. So to remind everyone what the gap problem is, arguments like cosmological arguments and teleological arguments don't give us any moral information about the uncaused cause or the intelligent designer of the universe. And so even if we were to concede these arguments in their entirety and claim that, yes, there is an intelligent designer, an uncaused cause, those could not even in principle undercut something like an argument from evil. Naturalism would still have the hypothesis of indifference. Now, naturalism might be false on that view because there might be this disembodied mind that's incompatible with naturalism, but the gap problem says there's no reason to believe that this
but it would obviously matter a great deal because it implies the conditions of reality such that the issue is an epistemic, the real gap is the epistemic gap in which you can give the conditions of what would be greater or worse in relation to the actualization of a possible world via substance, such that you could actualize a world better or worse, right? Like, you have to be a world builder yourself in order to answer this question.
Being is anything other than indifferent to sentient life. That's the gap problem summarized.
Yeah, well, I guess then what's interesting to me is to the objection that, well, we haven't discovered all of God's attributes. So it's like, hey, you've got 8 out of the 10 divine attributes, but you haven't made your full case. That doesn't seem as compelling to me, because then if I compare, here's 8 attributes of a cause we wouldn't expect on naturalism. So then it would seem to me that while maybe you haven't gotten all the way to theism, you've dealt some body blows to naturalism then. If there is, and especially depending on how we define it, because I wasn't sold totally by your definition that it's, naturalism is a closed causal system.
Can I jump in here?
Sorry.
The 8 that you were talking about, what are those 8?
I just threw a number out there. Yeah,
just give me a concrete.
Let's say it is immutable, necessary, timeless, immaterial, but so far Ben has just said, we don't know if it's good. And my other thought on that is, I do believe that the argument from change.
You have to first acknowledge, and this is this is true. In order to be able to say something is evil in the first place, you have to acknowledge goodness, which means you can have to be able to give an explanation or rationality for what is good and how goodness is understood. And I mean, it's clear that from Ben's case, obviously him taking pain to be negative in and of itself, it seems, because that's the only way that he's going to be able to do it, is to say that there is an actual or non-natural evil or something like that, or good or evil, such that I'm not actually sure how he's going to be able to give an explanation for this, because obviously he's affirming a Humean relation between is and ought, such that being an essence or split, that's going to cause problems just in general. I'm just wondering how he's going to define goodness, and I would love to see Trent ask that. When you're saying something, there's a problem of evil in relation to the Christian perspective. Well, how do you define goodness such that this metaphysical account doesn't resolve this problem of evil, right?
Does show that this being is good, it can't possibly be bad. And so Ben, you said, I don't buy the privation theory of evil, and I don't buy your criticisms of the privation theory of evil. So that's just going to happen.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at some of the objections there. With pain, for example, I would say that pain is you can describe it as an evil, but sometimes it's a good. Some people choose to run marathons. I don't get it. But apparently, like if I said to a runner, hey, here's a pill, if you run this marathon in Boston, you'll finish and you won't feel any fatigue or soreness whatsoever. I think many runners would not choose that because there is a good in what's being endured in the pain.
I don't know about that.
Now, you might say, well, okay, is there going to be pain in heaven because it's good? No, because I think some goods, when God creates the world, they exist because they are kind of tied to evils. Like, I agree you won't have certain goods related to pain in heaven, just like you won't have certain goods like forgiveness or compassion in heaven, because there won't be suffering or moral wrongdoing. So I guess those are some thoughts there. If you want to throw thoughts back, that's fine too.
Yeah, so I'm not so sure that I'm dealing blows to naturalism by just supposing that your arguments are successful. So I am skeptical of a priori arguments against the existence of a past eternal series of events. I don't think that I think that project of a priori arguments that try to rule that out is just not going to be a successful project. But I think that's largely because of my views about mathematics and Cantorian set theory. However, I don't really have a lot of time to unpack all of those difficult concepts tonight, so I just supposed that but I don't think that deals any blows to my naturalism.
Well, could you give us the definition of naturalism again? Because in your slide, it was essentially a closed causal system.
And that natural reality exhausts causal reality. So I don't think that this is...
But it's hard for me because the term's in the definition. You see, like, naturalism is a closed causal natural reality.
So that we can say that that causal reality only consists of natural causes. So naturalism is obviously incompatible with supernaturalism. And so this is one way of cashing out that incompatibility. And
would you be willing to go with, well, Draper's definition was naturalism is the view the physical precedes the mental, and supernaturalism is the view that the mental precedes the physical. Would you be, would you be willing to go with
that? I would certainly work with that. I think that's a good working definition that can be modified if needed.
Well, I think that's helpful as well because it gets us out of the circularity problem. But then, if I have an argument that establishes the ultimate cause of reality is immaterial.
But then I don't know if Ben is still a Hegelian, if Ben was a Hegelian when he wrote this, but then you wouldn't be, obviously you would say idealism is true, but then he affirms a lot of like young Hegelian stuff. So I guess like in my debate with him, I guess this did cause problems when we were talking, because I'm like, well, wait, how would you even relate this to Hegelianism? It's
for example, that would seem to make more sense under the supernatural.
I'm betting my left ball he can't give a satisfying definition of nature.
Natural view than the natural view, though. Do you see how it would?
Well, sure. I think that evidential chips could fall in favor of that. I certainly concede that point. What I would want to say is that the way the evidential chips fall favors naturalism over theism on the total evidence. And so that's the purpose of the Bayesian.
Yes.
Inference. Can I just say that I loved your little racing analogy?
Really?
That's all I want to say.
I tried to make it as accessible as possible. So I also would like to. So I take your argument for motion to be a demonstration. This is going back to the gap problem. Sorry to help everyone follow along. And so I think that it's significant to say that for cosmological arguments, how do we solve the gap problem? You have to appeal to the privation theory of good to help make that demonstration.
And I will say that he is appealing to that rather than establishing the metaphysical basis from which privation is then derived. The whole point of the argument is to establish the metaphysical necessity such that we can gain an understanding of goodness. It's to essentially account for a metaphysic of morals, if you will.
Privation, evil is a privation of good.
Of good. I'm sorry, yes, thank you for the correction. You have to appeal to that view, though, to complete this demonstration. Do I have that right?
Well, I think that when we are, I don't think I'm appealing to it. I think I'm trying to make a basic understanding of what it means for things to exist and what it means for them to be good. And I think goodness ultimately has a teleological or end-oriented nature into its definition that would then relate to being. Under classical Thomism, being and goodness are convertible. And I think it does explain with the examples I gave. I would be curious how you would explain, without using privation or being, what the terms like good and bad or good and evil refer to.
Now we're where the debate needs to be. Okay. Right. Okay. This is where it needs to be. This is what I've been waiting for. Okay.
Absolutely. So I think that good and bad are reason-implying terms. So I mentioned in, I believe it was my second rebuttal, or it might have been my first rebuttal, I can't remember, but where I characterized my moral view, saying that these are reason-implying and irreducibly normative. So I don't believe that morality is necessarily teleological, but I do believe that moral properties like goodness and badness are normative.
What about the
But how are you going to argue for a non-relativistic, like what you're going to end up is a kind of moral relativism derived from something like a phenomenalism? Like you're going to get like a Wittgensteinian account of goodness, which is the rules of the game, and it's never actually going to adhere to reality because it's derived from a normativity rather than a relationship to reality, unless you're saying that the normative necessarily reflects reality, in which case it's the same thing as saying, which is what Hegel would say, which is the same thing as saying there is a real good that we're trying to understand and know, and that these terms reflect the epistemological basis, or rather the metaphysical basis of epistemology, which is what Hegel's going to say is self-recognition or self-actualization, such that you are recognizing that you are a being, recognizing another being, right? So that like it forms a relationship between you and another, such that you recognize what you are and seek in your expressions and attempt to actualize yourself, so you're perceiving your nature.
non-moral sense of good and bad?
Absolutely. So I think those are reason implying too. So I think that contradicting yourself is bad, but maybe not in a moral sense. I think that we should, ought, or must care about evidence or the conclusions of sound arguments. This is not.
But I don't know why. I don't know how that would be a non-moral, and I don't know why you would even make the distinction in terms of, like, I'm not actually sure what. Like it just seems to be a bit arbitrary.
Non-moral rationality. So I think one of the advantages of my view is that this reason-implying sense of normativity can apply both to moral normativity and non-moral normativity. So I have a greater scope of explanation.
So you're saying something is good if it has reasons for it, and just bad if it doesn't have reasons?
Yeah, so I think that the nature of what it's like to be burnt or whipped gives everyone decisive reasons to not want to be in such future states. Mm-hmm. If something is good, then that means that we have some reason to care about it for its own sake. Now, that doesn't mean that these things can't come in conflict with each other, or that certain things can't be used instrumentally.
But then we would have to find a way to decide if the reasons themselves are good or bad reasons. Because we might have reasons, for example, to take fetuses that are not persons and genetically engineer them so they have a desire to be slaves and serve us. And so it would seem to me that under your view, if they're not persons, we can't be harming them, they don't have intentions, and we have reasons for doing something like this. But I would think under my view that has more of a teleological view of understanding what a nature is, ordered towards possessing a certain being, would make more sense under that view than just kind of a broad appeal to reasons in general as to why that would be wrong.
Well, so I think that the central task of moral philosophy is understanding.
I agree, Shadow.
These reason relations. So I think that the fundamental question of moral philosophy is, what ought I do? Well, so that ought implies, or I think, a reason. And so what do I have most reason to do? What would make things go impartially best?
Does that ought imply that there exists a categorical imperative?
But how how could you ought imply a reason unless there is an actual foundation from which is you can be right or wrong against, right? Like you can't imply that you can't have a reason for doing X if the difference between X and Y is arbitrary, right? Like you can't justify an action if all the outcomes are essentially equal.
You ought to do good and avoid evil. That is a fundamental bedrock of the system.
Yeah, so I cash it out in terms, so I have a view in metaethics and normative ethics in which a lot of normative theories seem to be in tension with each other. I deny that tension. I think that all of these moral views are climbing the same mountain from different sides. So I think that we can think like consequentialists and say that we have reason to act in ways that would make things go impartially best. I think we can think like Kantians and say that we have reason to treat people in ways that they could rationally will. And I think like a contractualist sometimes in thinking that we should act for reasons in which no one.
But I would say that there is also.
Yeah, but none of them are metaphysically compatible, right?
So there is a categorical imperative, not in the sense of a hypothetical imperative, which that's easy to get without theism. If you want X, do Y. I'm talking about that people seem to universally recognize that there is just, you must do X. And I would say that makes more sense under a view of moral obligation imposed by an authority. Even in what you're saying here, I think that description of morality implies the categorical imperative. You ought to figure out how to climb the mountain and not be the nihilist who just sits on the beach and watches Rick and Morty or something like that. Now, I like Rick and Morty, okay, but it is a show that defends nihilism. So for me, I would find it hard under your view to get these kind of categorical imperatives, these universal oughts, things like that, without making them, just their reasons that have their own imperative force, even though they don't have real existence.
Well, so again, I think that they're necessary truths. So I think that they're true in all possible worlds. I mentioned that I don't think that pain is good, intrinsically good, in itself good in any possible world.
Well, but it can be good under circumstances.
Instrumentally. It might be instrumental in achieving some higher order good, but it is never in itself good. What it's like to be burnt or whipped is never intrinsically good.
Okay, so pain apart from anything else would
the nature of pain. So I'm an objectivist, so I find the normative value in the object, not in a subject.
So what is it that makes pain bad? Is it only that?
But how can you find the normative value? Wait, he's an objectivist, so he finds the normative value in an object, but then you're going to have to claim that there is a good or a bad object in and of itself. Like, I'm not sure how this is cashing out. Such that it has to be motivating, right, in itself. And and the object really has to be, so the object has to contain us, right? I mean, that's the idea of Hegelianism in this respect.
That we don't want it, or that there's something about it that, like, there's an absence of good, an absence of something is in pain. Normally that's a sign that an organism is lacking something it needs to properly function.
So it's the nature of pain. So the concept of a reason is difficult to characterize because we cannot helpfully define it using other terms. It's irreducible. So one helpful way, equivalent way of thinking about it is something, we have a reason to do something if this something counts in favor of us responding to it in some way. So pain has a nature, the nature of what it's like to be burnt or whipped counts in favor of us responding to it negatively.
I mean, yes, but now you're actually saying that there is a real nature, right? Like, I agree there's a real nature, but that real nature would define the normative, not the normative define the nature. Right? Like, that's kind of the point.
Negatively, of not wanting to be in such a state.
Right, and I agree with you. That's why with my moral argument, I didn't make some kind of broad argument, like, you can't have objective moral values without God. I was narrowing in on very specific things that I don't think your moral realism will have.
I don't think he's an objectivist like Ayn Rand. I think he's just meaning he's a moral objectivist.
Have to bite the bullet on. So did I?
And I think that he's probably in the Hegelian sense making that the normative is nature, but that But I mean, the whole point of Hegel is to say that, like, yeah, sure, but only in the sense that it is a reflection of a completed dialectic, and not that this position in the dialectic is not nature in itself, but rather that nature is actualizing itself, such that the movement is explained from beginning to end. So it is a teleological argument. That's why he has to argue for a being of absolute knowing in the end, where it's like retrocausative, such that it makes everything be in the unity of history, right? And like, you can't, like, there has to be something which is necessarily complete and good in itself for Hegel's position to actually hold, such that the dialectic is necessarily complete, in the same way that that Aristotle would say that we are being drawn towards a perfect being, or the same way that Thomas Aquinas would say that, you know, the existence of something which is absolutely good, of the Unmover provides the final cause. Hegel still needs that relation between final cause. It's a teleology, and that's why he says that mechanism and teleology are part of the same thing. So Trent's whole position here is to argue for a real teleology, such that a privation is bad in and of itself, and that explains, like, a privation of existence is bad, such that it explains how a being's flourishing and frustration in relation to an actual nature which exists, which defines the limits of its existence. And the limits of its existence are defined in relation to the limits of the whole and the limits of existence itself, right? So that its being is related to other beings and defined in relation to other beings, such that its reasons can be essentially defined as a contingent being. And what he's essentially argued is that from the argument from motion is that in order to do that, and I mean, he's used the argument from motion, so if you were to do the same thing with the principle of sufficient reason, that the reason for that being's existence, including the teleology, requires that there is a being which is necessarily perfectly complete, such that its reason makes your reason your reason possible, and that essentially establishes the chain of causal for causal closure. Now Ben's arguing for causal closure, right? But then he kind of went off the rails with that one. He seems to now be arguing for a real normativity that exists in nature, so like a real nature essentially, but then denying teleology and privation. Well, like, look at it this way, right? What's the difference in saying if what is rational is what is actual, then doing what is irrational would be to unactualized or improperly actualize yourself, such that it leaves open potential that would have otherwise been actualized, and so runs against your perfection, and so would be wrong. It's the same thing. It's just, it doesn't make sense for him to reject the privation argument if he's saying what is rational is actual, if what is normative is actual. Because the reason you would say that it is essentially wrong is because you're not doing that which is right. And that which is right is what defines what you are, because it's that which is. So if that which is the same as that which is right, just see the issue here. It doesn't seem to make sense unless he's saying there are specific normative objects, and those normative objects define good. Maybe. But I don't know how you would cash that out. It's going to have to be a brute fact. And I think Trent sort of preempted that one. And obviously a brute fact is just an incoherent nonsense in itself, just an arbitrary line to draw in the sand, where you're just like, oh, I guess it's just a brute fact. So I don't understand how he's managing to cash out goodness here. Is anyone else finding the same difficulties?
Characterize your view on bioethics and personhood and rights. I don't think I mischaracterized it, that you don't believe in human rights, you believe in person rights.
Yes, so I think that if we're talking about something that has a right, like a serious right to continued existence, I think that's a right that something like a person is going to have. And so I don't think that being a human being is a sufficient condition for being a person. So I think that there are many other types of things that might be able to meet the criteria of being a person. You mentioned earlier the possibility of a synthetic mind. So synthetic minds in the future may well be persons.
I agree that not all persons are human, but I do believe that all human beings are persons.
So that raises
that's
the
separate
question. Yeah, fair enough.
But what I will
we're
say
getting
this,
deep in another topic.
Well, let me ask you another question though. Could someone hold naturalism and the view that all biological human beings are persons and have intrinsic value?
Yes.
Can you have that unnatural? Now, I guess, well, here's the thing. You can believe anything on any view. Can you consistently hold it? Because I would say, what is it that makes the case that under naturalism, this particular organism that has certain DNA has a property like intrinsic value, beyond just all of us agreeing that it does?
So I very much concede that a naturalist could be pro-life. So I want to, without getting too deep, too far off topic here, to say that the abortion debate is very controversial. It's a very difficult question. The reason why it persists in the way it does is because there are arguments on both sides. And so I think that there are naturalists who are pro-life, maybe for prudential reasons, maybe for purely political reasons.
I'm asking for philosophical reasons.
Yeah, I'm with you. They would have to defend in how the moral commitments that they had, how that was consistent with their metaphysical naturalist beliefs. And so it's a difficult ethical question and then a further difficult metaphysical question to answer.
Right, and so that's why what I would put forward for people to consider would be, one could maybe make an argument like, if naturalism is...
Brute facts are just like, look, like, how do you define a brute fact? Like, essentially it comes to a point of saying that what it essentially is to argue to the point in which your system reaches bedrock, and rather than explain the system as to why it must necessarily be, you say that reality must necessarily reflect your system. That's the problem with brute facts.
Is true, the biological human equality thesis is false. But if modus tollens, someone believed it was true, that biological human beings both have intrinsic value and they equally possess it in virtue of their species membership, and other species don't have this. And if you think that is more likely to be true than naturalism, then down goes naturalism if you run that path. So that's
sure,
why
one man's modus ponens is another man's modus tollens.
Let's
surely concede that.
Can we leave that there and then move to problem of evil? Do you feel comfortable with that?
As long as you are, I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, yeah, let's discuss that. We're right at about the 15-minute mark. So, yeah, problem of evil, and I'll let you start again and just kind of remind us what your argument is.
I'll go ahead and recharacterize for the audience, kind of give a brief summary of what it was. So I started with the idea of an argument from imperfection, that if we're starting with the concept of a perfect being wouldn't create anything less than a perfect world. Were there any reasons for thinking that...
That implies that a perfect being, if like it misses the point that a world is necessarily contingent versus a perfect being, which is perfectly simple. If a world is a composite, it can't be identical to the being, which means it can't be perfect.
There are imperfections in the world, such that the world is not as good as it could be. And so I laid out a cumulative case for that. They used 4 different probabilistic...
The reason that would be a problem in general, right, is if you think of it like this: if a world is defined by its contingency, and a contingency is defined by its imperfection, then the point would be to say that this argument would say that because the world exists, or a world exists, God could not exist. That would be the argument, that because... now that is a separate argument, but like it's just a bit wild, isn't it? It's essentially to say that if God is perfect, and so you would create a perfect world in order to be perfectly moral. But to create a perfect world would essentially be to create a non-contingent contingent world. Like, you can see the problem there. You're asking God to perpetuate a contradiction, which is logically impossible. So you could say God would create the best of all possible worlds. That wouldn't be a perfect world. Or that would be a world raised to its own perfection, which is defined by its own limits. And that would be fine. But if you define perfection in the sense against actuality, it would be impossible, right? Like you would say there would be no possible world that could exist.
So the first one tried to prove that there are these such imperfections. I appealed to the argument from divine hiddenness because my observation that I'm a non-resistant non-theist entails that there is no perfect being. So that is one way in which I can probabilistically prove that there is no God. The second one was an evidential argument from evil that used an inductive method that focused on particular facts about evil, that said these facts are probably an unjustified evil, and an unjustified evil would be an imperfection that's incompatible.
It's even to say that like it depends on how he understands knowledge. I think there's having knowledge and then there's having awareness of the knowledge you have, right? I'm going to do the old Lacanian trick where it's like I think that in many ways for your capacity to use reason, you're already implied a very thin notion of the existence of God, and that's truth. And so you do have access to God, you do believe in God, you just don't know you believe in God. So you do already have the knowledge of God. And I would argue against divine hiddenness. So I
with a perfect being.
don't know why.
And then the final two used likelihood judgments about evolutionary evils to then culminate in a Bayesian argument that gave us an argument for naturalism over theism, all things considered.
So Trent, would you like to try to tackle all four of those, or would you want to just focus in on one for this time?
Jump around, and if I don't want to be, we could have a dialogue. I don't need to do like separate rebuttals or things like that. So I have a few questions on some of these. Well, Ben, would a perfect creator create an imperfect world?
That's not Lacanian, that's Augustine. Well, look, right, I'm getting it from Lacan. So I'm not saying who has ownership of it, right? But like I'm just saying that's where I got it from. So
world that becomes perfect.
Why?
Because it may be the case that only certain kinds of, if you were to create a perfect world, there are certain goods that would not obtain. And I alluded to this earlier, that you would have certain goods. You might have moral goods like forgiveness, which can't exist without betrayal, courage, which can't exist without danger, compassion, which can't exist without suffering. So it may be the case a perfect creator will make a world, like I was just watching Back to the Future on the plane coming over here. Marty, you need...
I like how he clapped.
Right. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite movies ever.
And, you know, Doc Brown always says to Marty, you got to think fourth dimensionally. And I think sometimes with the problem of evil, we fail to think fourth dimensionally. We think of the world as a snapshot the way it is right now, but the world, for especially many scientists, philosophers, is a four-dimensional block. And so what if the perfect world is one that you have perfection, but part of the block is imperfect, and it goes from imperfect to perfect, so you have all the goods of perfection, and then some goods in the imperfect part you don't have in the perfect part. Why couldn't a perfect creator do that?
Because wouldn't it be better on the whole if it just didn't have those imperfections to begin with? You wouldn't have significant freedom, but you would still realize the greatest goods possible in heaven. God is an infinitely good being. If I'm in heaven...
No, like that implies that like overcoming limit, like I would argue that the greatest, like in the same way that Irenaeus would argue that the greatest triumph requires the greatest adversity, or the greatest achievement is spawned from the greatest adversity. You can say the exact opposite. Like it necessarily must be like that.
In the presence of God, that's the greatest realizable good. That's a perfect world.
Right, but the term perfect world, that's my problem, is that it doesn't seem to be analogous to perfect creator. Like the great...
But even in the sense, like what I'm really saying there as well, is that if God is actualizing himself to be perfect, and this was my argument against like a Muslim in chat like it was Ahmed, who was arguing against the incarnation. If God being able to die and overcome it is greater than God being unable to die. If you were to say that God didn't have to die in the beginning, it's like, sure, but when we understand what death is as essentially setting of one's own limits and taking ownership of one's own limits at the point so that God can actually die yet exist, so he can define the limits of his being, of his particularity, then we are saying that God is omnipotent. And that's what's defined in omnipotence, such that God defines himself.
Making properties that God has, I can conceive of their upper maximum. Like, God knows all truths, can do all logically possible things. But then if I think of a perfect world that has all goods, but then the problem is, like I brought up, there are certain goods that become competing, like goods like forgiveness, compassion. I think animals are good. I like animals. You know, I don't want them as pets, but like I enjoy seeing them once in a while. That's why I probably hold the Thomist view. There are no pets in heaven. Any children watching, in heaven you will be perfectly happy. So if you need your pet there, he will be there, but you won't need him.
Sounds like a perfect world.
So that would be.
Nah, man, there's definitely dogs in heaven. I don't know how you'd even reconcile yourself with that.
My response to that perfect world gets hard to define. Well, on hiddenness, your tone seemed to change a bit from saying divine hiddenness makes God unlikely. I thought you said it proved he didn't exist.
I did.
That's a big one. My goodness.
So it's an observation that entails the conclusion.
So your claim is that it is logically impossible for there to be a world with God and people who do not believe in God.
Correct. If I am a non-resistant non-theist, it would be logically impossible for there to be.
You're saying God could have no good reasons whatsoever to allow non-belief?
No, he would always be open to relationship. He would be perfectly loving.
No, he'd have to be open to relationship, but that doesn't mean that he would not be allowed non-belief, because then you're arguing against your own freedom, which is what I said before. You'd have to basically entail that your freedom would have to be rejected, that your free reason, your choices to self-actualize would have to be rejected, which means that you wouldn't be able to fix, you wouldn't have the choice to fix your belief. So in relation to the fixation of belief, you wouldn't be rational, or rather, you wouldn't be your own being, your own free reason, if you couldn't choose how to fix your belief. All dogs do go to heaven, 100%. Like, that is necessarily the case. Right, I'm going to quickly bear it back because I need a drink. Whew, it is cold. The Pope said dogs go to heaven. I hope he did. And reason certainly does tell us that dogs go to heaven. None of this bullshit anthropocentrism. Okay. How are you doing, guys? What are you thinking of this so far? I had to go and put on this overshirt because it's just too cold. Newcastle being Newcastle. You see why I wanted you to talk about this non-resistant non-belief? It's been something like men like him, Alex O'Connor, and others have been using for years now to say it's proof against God. Yeah, it does seem strange to say non-resistant non-belief. I don't like it. It's just it's a weird doctrine to try and hold, to say like as almost as if it's God's fault that they don't know him. That's what they're trying to say, isn't it? Really, which I think is quite ludicrous.
So a great analogy here is a perfectly loving parent. A perfectly loving parent would ensure that nothing he or she did would put relationship out of reach of their child. God would be for us like a light that always remained on unless we were to close our eyes.
But he is, and that's exact. You've just gave the analogy of what I'm going to say you're doing. Like I don't know what you. It's like actually, yeah, you're ignoring the truth. But it's even like how you understand. Like it's the light which makes all other objects visible in the first place, right, man? You're just not acknowledging the source.
And I am concerned about that analogy. There is a movie that I saw recently. My wife is always like, read all these philosophy books. Where do you have time to watch movies? Where do you have time to watch movies all the time? It was called Beautiful Boy with Steve Carell, and I forget the other actor. It was based on a memoir about a father and his drug-addicted son. And actually, at one point, his son moves back home, steals from them, keeps his drug habit going. He goes, and then he says, "Dad, can I come home?" And Dad says, "No, you can't, because you haven't changed at all." And he really shuts him out. And that cutting off of the relationship actually forces the son to really take stock of his life and change things. So I'm concerned about the parent analogy there. Also, for me, it's just an odd view of the logical problem, because I think you ran an evidential argument from evil, and most philosophers agree that the existence of evil in God are not logically contradictory, because God could have good reasons for...
Why can't debates happen in the UK, man? Like, I'm never going to get to these in-person debates, like, ever, because even if I do manage to make a name for myself, I'm going to have to fly all the way out bloody United States of America before I can actually participate.
Tolerating evil. For me, the ignorance of God is just another kind of evil. So I don't see why they're...
I'm going to have to invite Ben on again. I might just message Ben after this and just be like, "Hey, man, why?
I don't see how it's logically impossible for God to have good reasons to tolerate that kind of evil. And the reason I give is this, so moral evils are not logically contradictory because God allows us free will to make moral mistakes.
And the thing is that like it's worth mentioning that it's not like from the Christian perspective, it's not that God allows us to have free will and that we could exist without free will, or that it's just a gift that we're given. It's rather that what we are is free because we are our own rational beings, such that we're talking about whether God would make us or not like a kind of arbitrary, like, do we have some sort of arbitrary characteristic or not?
I don't see why you can't extend the thesis to say...
I had a debate with Ben Watkins. I've already had one.
God gives us free will to make epistemic mistakes, so that we're free to develop as creatures without God holding our neurons the whole way. I don't see why you can't just shift the argument from evil in that direction.
Right. So I dissent from sort of a popular opinion in the philosophy of religion that I don't think that logical arguments from evil or a logical argument from hiddenness are dead. J.L. Mackie defends one, J.H. Sobel defends one, Michael Tooley defends one, Graham Oppy defends one. I think they're still very much alive and kicking. And I think that you appealed to the free will theodicy, perhaps a free will defense. So I don't think that is a sufficient theodicy. My favorite theodicy is the soul-building theodicy, as Cameron knows. But so like when we look at non-resistant non-theists, something like an isolated non-theist.
But if your favorite theodicy is the soul-building theodicy, you'd see that this contravenes the soul-building theodicy such that, like, he has to allow you to make your mistakes, right? Like, you have to be able to reason freely.
In what way does the free will theodicy help us here? In what way is an isolated non-theist using their free will to just never come into contact with the concept of a perfect being? Or perhaps someone like a lifelong seeker, someone who looks for God their entire life, uses their free will, but still never finds that.
I don't understand how they're not finding God. Like, what do they mean by finding God as well?
But here's what I would say, especially when it comes to evils that humans endure. If God exists and he were to love human beings, we might ask, what should God give human beings to show that he loves them? And I might say, well, how about infinite happiness? Happiness that is infinite in nature. So it seems to me if God does do that after we die, then any negative experience we have in this life, when it is added to the infinite amount of happiness we can be compensated with, we will still overall be given that which a loving God would give people. Now, I'm not saying that justifies God doing any willy-nilly thing to us, but that helps things to become sensible so that conjoined with that is the idea, well, does God have good reasons for allowing non-belief? And then the other problem I have with the divine hiddenness argument is, well, it seems like the vast majority of human beings, God has not been hidden to them. It's more of a relatively recent phenomena that it seems like nearly everyone has come to recognize that there is a God. I'm not
That's
saying
an interesting
that's a proof.
claim because Christianity, human civilization predates perfect being theism by thousands of years.
Right, but I think that most people, even many neuroscientists and others, see that human beings have a natural religious sense that I don't think can be purely explained by something like evolutionary biology.
So this is one way, so everyone could have...
Man, you don't need to say it's a religious sense. You could say it's the transcendental foundations of knowledge itself, such that that divine hiddenness is overcome by our capacity to reason, by that God has made himself rationally applicable to us.
A properly
Knowable.
functioning sensus divinitatis. So everyone could have that inner awareness of God, and God could keep that epistemic distance from us, much like a perfectly loving parent could still ensure their child that they are still there and want to love them while still giving them distance to make.
And I guess what I was looking at.
Let me just jump in real quick. Hold your thought. Justin, can we get the microphones down? We're about to head to Q&A in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, and so just my thoughts on the divine hiddenness argument is it's another form of it's just a form of the argument from evil. And so, one, we have to understand our epistemic humility. Just because I can't see a good reason doesn't mean that it's not there. So it's like if I look at who's seen the real Mona Lisa? Who's ever seen the real one? Yeah, it's like this big.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So you have to get really close to it in the Louvre.
If you can, when I was there was like a huge crowd of.
This is news to me. I had no idea that Mona Lisa was that small.
It's tiny.
And don't worry, if it's crowded, you can go to the Pompidou and look at a tire. That's the Museum of Modern Art in Paris. It's terrible. But if I went up to it, I'm like, this is a crummy painting. But if I'm only looking at a tiny part of it, then I'm not able to see the whole picture. Much like, so I think that's something with the problem of evil one would have to look at. Then when it comes to the problem of divine hiddenness, look, if there are these reasons, I can think of even other reasons. Like, what are some goods God might want to obtain? I'm not saying I even have to prove the goods exist. I think the fact that we know God can tolerate some goods, we can incorporate it here. But some goods I can think of might be the good, for example, of sharing the knowledge of God with other people. I think that evangelism itself, that interpersonal dynamic is a particular kind of good. the good of being able to approach God, and even when you know, like, oh, I could just rationalize it all away because I don't want to believe. I'm not saying you're doing
That's
this.
fair.
But the ability to be able to freely approach. So each of these reasons may not explain all of the evils, but they give us confidence there are those reasons. Like, for example, when I drive down the road, the highway, I drove you here, and we skirted some red lights when we were trying to get here. You know,
it's not as bad as that. Just he made it sound.
Yeah. Oh, you were fine. But if there was a police officer in my rearview mirror, I'm not going to say, "Wait a minute. The duty I have to other drivers implores me to obey all of these speed limits." It would be the lurking over my shoulder. And so, if God made Himself obvious, that might take away the good of following Him apart from Daddy's looking over your shoulder right now. I'm saying that's one possible reason, and I think people wrap their heads around that.
So we've got about 2 more minutes. I just want to let you guys know, you can go ahead and start lining up questions over here for Ben, questions over here for Trent.
So
wow, look at
you
this.
said something about...
Ben, look at this.
Oh, I thought you said we had 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, we have 2 minutes, but I was just showing you the line, like everybody shot over to your microphone.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying to go up to the podium to answer questions.
You have 30 seconds. That was 10 seconds ago. You now have 15 seconds.
So you said something about the perfection of God being different from the perfection of the world. And so I wanted to see how you responded to the distinction between quantity and quality. So it seems like when we're talking about the perfection of God...
Okay, so now he has the Hegelian point, but that as I mentioned before, this should go against his argument so far.
We're talking about the quantity of he can do all things.
But the quality defines the quantity. That's the whole point of the Hegelian position, such that they are intermediated, but the quantity is the truth of the quality, which then finds itself as the quantity finds the quality is found through the truth of the quantity. The opposing states, which are actually united in their equal mutual determinacy.
Can know all things. But when we're talking about the perfection of the world, we're talking about the quality of the world, aren't we? We're talking about the maximum quality that something has. So to use another analogy, we could think of a perfect craftsman creating a perfect craft. Obviously, the perfect craftsman is going to be different from the perfect craft, but we would still expect the craft to be maximum
And what I would say, though, is when we talk about God, because God does not have an essence, God is radically distinct from us, all language is going to be analogical. I'm not equivocating on perfection or being, but we're always going to speak about God in an analogous way. Like how I say, I see you right now, and I see what you're saying. That's the use of the word see in a different though related sense, and I think perfection will apply to God in that analogous way. Second, when it comes to like I understand like a perfect trumpet. I used to play the trumpet. If I was smart, I would have picked the guitar. But in any case, so the perfect trumpet will have the right oiling. It'll meet at a certain end. But
I played the saxophone, man. I need to pick the saxophone back up.
World is just too vague of a thing in that regard. And also, well, let's take I think this is part.
Yeah, prime matter doesn't exist. Mario, we would agree there, right?
Its problem or example. Like, which is a more perfect world? One that has X number of people at 100% happiness, or 2X number of people at 99% happiness.
Yeah, the repugnant
conclusion.
Yeah.
And so it seems like, now of course you could say, well, God can make infinite X at infinite happiness, and I would say there's still some goods left. But with world, it's just more amorphous of a concept than like a perfect
So
ball
if we
or
use
something.
the conclusion from the repugnant conclusion, that would pretty much refute theism right now, because the world isn't infinitely full of oysters.
Oh, is that what your philosophy professor said? Or is that what Parfit said?
Yeah, that would.
My professor said that the repugnant conclusion leads to a world of infinite people who eat raw potatoes and listen to music. And if you take one of those things away, they'll kill themselves.
I think he just described hell, right?
That's bleak. That is bleak. Give hands. I think just. There we go.
All right, so I'm really only standing up because I need to stand up. All right, the way we're going to do this is we're going to start with questions over here. We're going to do 2-minute answer, 1-minute counter response, okay? And we'll just alternate back and forth as long as we can go. And yeah, that's it for about 30 minutes, okay?
Yeah, but when you say it exists, I just see it as like that which is infinitely particularized. It's limit without being, right? So it doesn't exist. It exists in the sense that it is a bad infinite, and it necessarily falls out of itself.
Sit back down.
Hang on. Hold it up here.
Oh, and try to keep it to 1 sentence.
Oh man, I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I'll be quick, I promise. So, Trent, in the opening, you said that you compared the materialization of an arm to the materialization of the universe, and you suggested that the weight and the value of witnessing that could be identical to the theoretical transformation of the universe that we haven't witnessed and is completely theoretical. So can you explain that or elaborate on that and tell me why I would use that in my sort of search for God and how that could
So what was that?
You explained universe could that of an opening you said that you compared the materialization of an arm to the materialization of the universe, and you suggested that the weight and the value of witnessing that could be identical to the theoretical transformation of the universe that we haven't witnessed and is completely theoretical. So can you explain that or elaborate on that and tell me why I would use that in my sort of search for God and how that could be something that I put into my equation for that?
Yes, so I have tied that in as an argument from, if the universe came to be from nothing, what would that entail? And I've asked many atheists, what would it take to prove that God exists to you? I think it's a question many atheists have a very difficult time answering. Like, under what circumstances would you believe that God exists? Now, some philosophically informed atheists, I think like Ben would say, a sound argument that leads to a conclusion, which would be nice. Many others don't have that. Many of them will say, well, a miracle. And my option is, well, why a miracle? What do you mean? And I picked healing of an amputated limb, but many other kinds of miracle claims are often, whether it's God written in the stars or knowledge I should not normally have. If I were to say to an atheist, well, why do you believe that God caused that? Maybe that effect or that knowledge just came from nothing instead of God. Because any proposed miracle, I could say, well, it just came from nothing. But if they say, well, no, I wouldn't buy that option, I would take miracle in this rare case because things don't come from nothing, then if we do have a case of something coming from nothing, then I just think they should carry that same intuition over, essentially. I would say if you believe in the lesser miracle, you should believe in the greater miracle, if that makes sense.
Ben?
So I defect from a lot of my atheist peers in saying this, but I think that there are evidential chips that fall in favor of theism. I don't subscribe to the dogmatic claim that there just is no evidence for theism. And so I think one of those chips that falls in favor of theism is a religious experience. Thank you. And so atheists often get asked, what sort of consideration could change your mind? What sort of evidential chip could fall in favor of theism such that you would change your mind? And I think my answer to that would be a cogent religious experience. If I were to have a cogent religious experience, I think that's the evidential chip that would outweigh something like the argument from evil. And I think that atheists should be more willing to reflect and think about ways in which their minds could be changed.
It's good. 54 seconds. Nice.
Thanks.
All right, Gordon, take it away.
Hey, this question is for both. Hypothetically speaking, what would you say to the dyslexic atheist who lies awake at night thinking if dog exists? I'll see myself out.
I would say there's very little cost in believing that dogs exist, and that when you're aware of them, your life might be more improved, either to seek them out or to avoid them. So I would give Horn's wager. Well, I generally believe animals don't go to heaven. I know there's some evidence to the contrary, philosophical arguments, and some, perhaps we could think of them as documentaries about all dogs going to heaven. I don't know. So.
I have 5 cats, so I don't know how to answer this question.
Cats don't have souls.
Yeah.
Get out.
Well, it's disputed among theologians.
Ben, get out.
Yeah.
I'm serious. All right, over here.
Trent, I am worried about the validity of your argument from motion, particularly with premise 8. You conclude that from this argument from motion that you get unactualized act, but then that same premise you go on to say otherwise known as purely actual actualizer. I think that is a non sequitur to go from an unactualized act to pure act. There's nothing incoherent about having an unactualized actualizer which still has potencies. How would you respond to this?
Yeah, so what I would say is that the argument entails also that one thing that is actualized in a series is the potential to exist at any moment in that series.
Yeah, man, animals go to heaven.
And so that would lead to a cause that is at least purely actual when it comes to existence itself. And so if it actualizes existence and everything else in the chain, if its own existence has to be actualized in any way, then it cannot explain the entire chain. It must at least be purely actual when it comes to its own existence. And so in my opening, I said that existence is the most deepest metaphysical fact about something. And so if it doesn't lack anything in existence, it seems contradictory to me that it would have potentials in other kinds of areas, maybe other powers or operations or properties. I would also say if it had pure existence but potential when it comes to activity or operations, that would entail that this cause has distinct parts, and so something would be actualizing its unity to keep its parts together. And so it really wouldn't serve to be the final foundation for all of existence. So I would say that its being pure existence explains why it has no other potentialities and how it could not have other parts of it that are not actualized, because this being can't have any parts at all if it's the most fundamental explanation of reality. That's how I would answer that.
Ben, any thoughts?
Yeah, so I will appeal again to kind of how these pieces don't really seem to fit well together, that we have a problem of coherency here. So my understanding of classical theism, which I'll surely concede Trent's understanding.
To be fair, I actually think that Ben ended up trying to debate me on classical theism, and then when I argued for a panentheism, he was like, I can't debate this. So to give Ben his credit, I do think that Ben he may be assuming more about classical theism than is justified, but when I said that there was a relationship, when I made concrete our relationship to God, then he sort of was like, okay. He's like, are you a classical theist? I was like, no. And then he's just like, I was like, I'm a panentheist. And then it just sort of fell away.
Understanding is much deeper than mine. But my understanding of classical theism is that God has no potentials. So distinguishing between active and passive potentials doesn't really help us. God doesn't have any properties. So appealing to something like Cambridge changes. We want to say that God doesn't have any properties, but he has these Cambridge properties where he can change extrinsically. Oh, God is immutable, he can't change, but he can change extrinsically. I think that these cause problems of coherence.
I mean, this is what he argued with me, and I think that there is a point to be made here. And this is one of the reasons why I think panentheism's true, since obviously... But I mean, it depends on how you understand the divine essence, right? And I think this is why when we've discussed this, Mario, obviously we'll talk, I think we'll use different words, but we're basically agreed on a kind of real virtual distinction between, let's say, like God's essence is not changed by our existence, yet our existence is dependent upon him. But it's and I think this is the kind of thing of how he takes God's relation to us to be and how it functions.
That these pieces don't fit well together, and that I would just want to mention that as a supporting claim for my claim that the prior probability of classical theism is low.
Thank you both.
57 seconds, Ben. Good job. I'm really amazed. You're doing good.
I'm just as surprised as you are.
Tim.
Alrighty, perfect. All right, what's up? All right, Ben. So
What's up?
I would love to see or hear your answer to this. I've been musing over this for a little bit. I want to go to your understanding of naturalism that you presented, that the sum total of causal events is simply just natural reality. So all of causal reality is natural reality. I want to step back and ask you a question about the whole thing about cause in the first place. So what about that naturalistic picture actually gives you kind of an epistemic prediction or derivation to think that any natural entity, causal entity, given that we're operating under powers, would actually allow you to epistemically predict that those entities would actually have causal powers? Because it seems that on theism...
Yeah, but we are virtually right in the sense that, like, our limit exists in God. Like, in the way that we were talking about it before, in even relation to Plotinus. I always say his name weird. Like, the one isn't defined by the many is defined by the one, such that the one exists the many exist in the one, kind of, but do not add or subtract anything to the definition of the one, such that it is beyond the sum of all contingent beings, yet all contingent beings derive their meaning from that one. That I think implies panentheism.
There's a property or something playing a metaphysical priority here that would allow you to epistemically predict that it does have causal powers. But what about, on your view, allows us to actually have that benefit that would, I guess, put itself on par with theism, that we go, okay, yeah, these entities do have causal powers. It seems that, though, theism would have the leg up on that, since you look at perfection on perfect being theism, and you can just derive that, oh yeah, causal powers. But I don't see how on any naturalistic foundation we'd have that, unless you just add that to the hypothesis. But simplicity cost, in theism, simplicity gain. What's your response to that?
So I'm not sure I understand the question in what you mean by things having causal powers. So I think that one of the observations, it's a datum that we've both conceded tonight, that there is causation, that there is something like change in the world. And so how I relate that to naturalism, and when I characterize it, is I appealed to a causal closure thesis. So the idea that something like the conservation of mass and energy.
But I don't understand how he brings it back to a causal closure, but he said it doesn't have to be derived from a single unified principle.
It's just what is at bottom. There is nothing that comes in, that reaches into the world to cause. Now, you said something interesting about theism would give us this kind of causal, some reason to think that there's, causation in the world. Well, theism is plagued by what is known as the interaction problem. So it's this idea that if God is non-physical and the world is physical, how does God reach out and causally affect the world? So I think I would push back that theism explains some feature of causation in the natural world better than naturalism.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, and I guess my reply would just be, I don't think that the great divider in reality is physical and mental or physical and non-physical. I would say the great divider would be being and non-being, and how things participate in being or not. Now, when it comes to the existence of causation itself, I think I would agree. The existence of mere causation could probably go either way between naturalism and theism, but the existence of finite causal chains that require ultimate explanation, the existence of mental causation that affects the physical world, that if human agents are able to make physical causation be rooted ultimately in mental causation, which was part of my argument for moral responsibility in my opening, when a lot of these the nature of causal regularity that effects always proceed from causes in regular ways, I think causation simpliciter, probably equal in either view, but various elements of causation, I think we favor theism.
Time. Yeah, 3 seconds over.
I'm not as good. We lose and the price is right. Went over, Bob.
All right,
Drew.
next for Trent.
Hey, it's great to see both of you all in person. I just had a question regarding, you said that divine hiddenness, you see it's sort of like the problem of evil and that the free will defense applies to both. I'm just wondering if you could clarify more on that, because it seems that some people, they're not exactly free to be able to form these beliefs, having belief in God. It seems that there's a sort of lack of control there comparatively to like a decision of doing evil. So, thanks.
Right, so my view is that the problem of divine hiddenness is a subset of the larger problem of evil. So I don't think it should be treated as being dramatically different than the problem of evil. And the problem of evil is just, if God is all good, why does he allow certain evils to exist? And the classical theist answer for that, which by the way, I would also say if this is an evidential argument, if you run demonstrable proofs, then the evidential argument evaporates. So if God exists, if unjustifiable evils exist, God does not exist, unjustifiable evils exist, therefore God doesn't exist, you can run it backwards and just say, well, God exists, so there are no unjustifiable evils. And that'd be running
Yeah, the Leibnizian argument.
from one of the other proofs. But so with divine hiddenness, you might say, well, okay, Trent, but I agree that free will is not going to explain every kind of...
This is why you have to presuppose that you know how to, you know that in one respect that you know God doesn't exist, or you know that this is not the best of all possible worlds.
evil involved in lack of belief, just like free will does not explain every kind of physical evil humans or sentient creatures might undergo. In that case, there might be other reasons that divine hiddenness or non-belief occurs. But my point is that if God exists and he's all-powerful, then we have good reasons to believe that God can always bring a greater good from any evil that exists. And so this argument, the burden is not on me to show these good reasons exist. The burden is on an atheist, because it's an atheistic argument, to show there could not possibly be these good reasons. But if we already have good reason to believe God exists, I don't think atheists can meet that burden.
So I would agree that the argument from hiddenness can be understood as a variation of the problem of evil. But instead of dealing with like the practical domain, it deals with the epistemic domain. So if there's a problem with the way in which people believe in the world, in which knowledge obtains in the world. But there's also an important way in which the argument from hiddenness is distinct from the argument from evil. The argument from hiddenness doesn't make use of any moral claims. So it starts from the conception of perfect love and asks what the entailments are of perfect love. And so one of those entailments I want to argue tonight is that God is always open to relationship. And that's where I gave the analogy of God being like a light that would always remain on. And
it's not to say that the Holocaust was justified, Waximus. It'd be more to say that free will was justified, and free will and the possibility of the Holocaust, or the possible actualization of the Holocaust, which is the same saying as the possibility of the Holocaust, existed so long as free will was justified. So a world without free will is better than a world with free will is better than a world without free will, and thus it is justified that the Holocaust could happen. It doesn't justify those actions, it justifies the possibility of those actions actually happening.
we must be resisting seeing that light by closing our eyes.
You're cheating. You looked over and saw it.
I did. I didn't want to. You caught me.
All right, next for Ben.
I was just looking at you, Kim.
I know you were looking at this.
So I have a counter argument. Well, I have a counter argument that's about as long as Tim's question to Ben Watkins' imperfection argument. So premise one: God does not have to create the most perfect world. perfect being theism implies libertarian free will or some compatibilistic free will. We can discuss that. Premise 2, God only has to create a world that is more perfect than the most imperfect world. Premise 3, we are not in the most imperfect world. Therefore, we are in a world that can be created by a perfect being. And BTW subscribe to Wolves Doe Apologetics since, you're around here.
So I would start off by asking the question, why would a perfect creator create anything less than a perfect world? That doesn't seem to follow if we assume that God is omnipotent and morally perfect. So if we assume that God is omnipotent, he is not constrained by anything other than logical limitations. So he can do anything of which the description is coherent. And if he's morally perfect, then he's going to do what he's going to make the world go impartially best. He's going to treat everyone in ways they could always rationally consent, and he would never act in ways that were unjustifiable to others or in ways that someone could reasonably reject. And so when I think you reflect seriously on the moral implications of this, your first premise there seemed to be that God would create less than a perfect world. And so I would want to press on that and say, but why? It would be, if such a being existed that didn't do that, it would obviously be greater than that being. And so if we're starting with the concept of God that is wholly worthy of our worship, it's going to be the greatest possible being.
It doesn't have to be a perfect world, it just has to be the best world.
And it seems like your first premise just denies.
And yes, because of free will, but then that implies that the best world... See, this is why the best world implies... If the best world implies free will, then the best world implies... causal actors besides God, which define its goodness, right? Or really, actually, would it? I don't know. I think regardless, it would mean that it was still the best of all possible worlds. So it would still be good. So it would still be defined as good in and of itself. But I mean, in general, like if we look at it, a being's goodness is determined against its limits of its being. So if it's determined against the limits of its being, then how would we mark a distinction between worlds such that one world is better in the first place? It would be the world which allows for the maximization of the greatest maximization of flourishing of the beings which it contains, right? That would be the only way that we could do it. And then you would say that world necessarily requires free will, because free will allows for the greatest flourishing possible.
That God is the greatest possible being. Because God could create a world in which everyone freely chooses right.
How could God have created a world in which everyone freely chooses right? Okay, that doesn't make sense. How can you freely choose if he has already chosen what you will choose?
Such a world could look like heaven.
Am I allowed a counter, or is it? No, it's well.
No, we're sorry.
Yeah,
we gotta get a response from him, and then we got to move
yeah,
on.
And so I think this is going to go back to the central question of what does it mean for something to be a perfect world? You brought about qualitative or quantitative things. It seemed like what I gleaned from your definition of a perfect world is just one that is free from pain, for example. Because one could argue if God simply just makes it's him and an electron orbiting a nucleus of an atom, is that a perfect world? Well, it certainly doesn't have pain, doesn't have any bad things, but it's also lacking a lot of good things too. So I would say that if he's the perfect being, when God creates, you're right, he doesn't do logical contradictions, but I would also say he doesn't do ontological contradictions. So God won't create a world where I am safely courageous, a world where I am forcibly loving other people. So just to get those kinds of goods without
Can someone explain to me, like, because as a Hegelian, when you say logical contradiction and then you say there's a difference between metaphysical contradiction, I'm just wondering how you manage to make the separation there. Like, logic is real, right? Like, if for a Christian, logic is real, so like logical contradiction and metaphysical contradiction are the same. I mean, I guess if it just means like a sort of detached, like formal contradiction.
About evils connected to them. So yeah, so I don't think it's a feasible term, just a perfect world, John. I think God just has an obligation to make a good world.
Time. All right. Next, Jeremy.
All right, for Trent. I'd like to dig into divine hiddenness as well. So I think that someone can look at a certain body of evidence and come to the conclusion that God does not exist.
Yeah, I know the analytics site to do that. Like it's like like sort of detached meanings, like a formal contradiction. But I just don't think I don't even think that's a meaningful way to do philosophy, right? Like, to be entirely honest, like, I'm not sure what that is if it's not a perverse philosophy. It's just playing with words. You know, like, it's the same as maths. It's the same as a detached maths. It's like, yeah, you're playing with numbers now. I hope you're having a good time. What do I mean by that? Logic is real? In the sense that there is a real identity, that identity, the way that identity relates to itself forms the laws of possibility and actuality and necessity, like necessarily. These are the laws of thought. This is the laws of reason. So what is rational is actual. God is a fiction. Sorry to break it to you, but you've been indoctrinated. You hear that, lads? You know, we're being indoctrinated. Oh no. What? How have I been indoctrinated? Heroin.
Or perhaps agnostic is a tenable position to hold, and be reasonable in that efforts, so not far out in left field. So I'm not looking at Ben and thinking he's completely crazy necessarily, but I was wondering if you agree with that assessment, and then
Wait, what assessment? That people can look at evidence and reach different conclusions?
And reach a conclusion that God does not exist in a reasonable manner. And then does that circumstance decrease the probability that God exists?
I mean, people could look at evidence and reach an irrational conclusion, right? Like it's about the fixation of belief. It's whether they've taken the time to take ownership of their rational faculties such that they are expressing their freedom. I'm passing by. I like how you think you've refuted it. I'm passing by refuting God-believing cultists. Where's the refutation, man? Come on. Give us the refutation of God. Come on. I'm waiting for it.
Well, I think that people can in general be reasonable individuals, but if they reach a false conclusion, they will have made some error in their reasoning along the way. I don't think it is not possible to only grasp true premises and perfectly reason and then end up at a false conclusion. But just because someone might err in their reasoning, it doesn't mean that they are some kind of an unreasonable person.
They're welcome to join the Discord.
So
It's in the description.
Before, that if God allows us moral freedom to develop as beings, he might also allow us epistemic freedom. He might give us freedom to pursue goods. He also gives us freedom to pursue truths. Because you might say, well, if God makes his existence obvious, maybe he should make other truths obvious to us. Why should we have to learn any truths? Maybe God wants us to go through the goodness of learning those truths on our own. And then finally, I would say that these kinds of arguments, once again, if you have a proof like the argument from motion or something, or even
I mean, the whole argument from soul building is to say that we've been given the capacity to better ourselves and essentially build upon our God-given rational faculties such that we can heighten ourselves to new and better horizons, right? Like that's the point, and that's what it means to be free, to self-actualize to a greater and greater extent, to go beyond our given nature and make it our own.
The argument from morality, you would just get to the conclusion, well, God does exist, and then there must be some reason he does not make his existence obvious, but if he is fully good, he will compensate those who have not come.
Which God, though? The Bible one? Yes, the only God that's coherent. Yeah, that one. The Christian God.
To know his existence in this life. And then there's more on the parent analogy, but I don't want to overstep my time. You got 30 seconds. Okay. Yeah, I would just say, look, when we speak of God, we cannot speak of him.
Well, I think our existence is only possible via an imperfection such that we are separate from God. That's the necessary prerequisite for free will. Don't have to take one of these theodicies by themselves.
Univocally, as being the exact same as a human parent, for example. So there are many things that I do when I treat...
But heroin, it's not only in me head, though. Like, you know what I dislike about like that way of arguing is just how stupid it is, right? It's like, I don't mind people disagreeing. I don't mind people like coming to different conclusions, right? That's what philosophy is about. Like, people use their own free reason to come to different conclusions. It's when people don't use that free reason and yet still come to conclusions that I get annoyed. Like, you don't even know what I believe, why I believe it, or anything like that. But you're like, it's all in your head, right? Like, it's like, get a grip, man. Like, I'm sorry, but this chat is too advanced for you, right? If you're here and that's your argument, you need to go to like the young Earth creationists and shit. This chat is beyond you.
My own children, for example, like adults, we treat adult children far differently than infant children. So it doesn't mean just because a parent of an infant child will treat their child one way, doesn't mean they'll treat an adult child the same way. So there are going to be differences, and then ultimately when we apply that to God, who is all-knowing, he is able to achieve goods with his power and knowledge that we're not aware of.
So I want to say that I agree that we can disagree about what the evidence has. We can have apparent reason to be atheists, and we can have apparent reason to be theists. And this kind of shows how the problem of divine hiddenness shades into the problem of widespread religious disagreement. I mentioned earlier how I thought that religious experiences was an evidential chip that fell in favor of theism. But the idea that there's this widespread disagreement, there's multiple different kinds of incompatible religious experience, is surprising given theism. If we're conceiving of a God that cares about us and what we believe and predicates something like our salvation on what we believe, I think that widespread disagreement is surprising.
Thank you both. Next question for Ben.
Yeah. See, I don't think it should be just surprising, considering you think reason works dialectically, and so the disagreement is the movement towards the perfection of truth. For a Hegelian, anyway, come on, man. I feel like we're being metaphysically formed. We endure trials and tribulations. We score stronger and we die, and God gets the energy that we worked for. I think you only get the energy that you worked for. God is complete veggie. What you're working toward is your own perfection, not God's. God is already perfect. What you're actually doing is making yourself as you should be, right? And God has given you the opportunity to do that. He's given you a nature, and he's giving you the possibility of salvation. It's your choice as to whether you save yourself. And he's making that possible for you. I don't think it's that you'd have to say that God needed to create. I don't think you have to say God needed to create. Hit like on the stream. Yeah. Do that thing that I'm supposed to tell you to do.
Yeah, it's fantastic discussion, guys. It was great. You knew I was coming for you, Ben. So if there's a problem of...
Like, there's a difference between saying that God would want to, in accordance with his nature for his name's sake, right, will the existence of a created being. Then to say that God would have to create us as we are. Or God would have to create. It's rather to say that it's a difference between like a want and a need. I would go so far as to say, or rather even that like God would always want to do the best thing in when he's self-actualizing, and that might involve a creation. But I don't think it is necessary to his being that he does create. It's to say that he creates. I don't think that a human can obtain godhood. Powerful stuff. Oh, thank you very much for the donation, man. Really appreciate that. A want implies something lacking. Maybe I'm right for making that. Maybe I'm attributed in like an anthropocentric quality to God. I think that God would always have himself, but then he'd always will himself and have himself simultaneously. Because I don't think that a want implies a process of self-actualization, such that if it was...
Veggie Sheba super chatted £3.93. Powerful stuff, Ty.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for the donation. So yeah, like essentially, I guess the way I would say it is that so God, if God wills himself, and if God was to will himself, self-actualize, such that God's will is always in reference to his own being, and God is perfect and complete, then God would always be the sort of perfect dialectical mediation of his own will, such that he has willed himself perfectly. Now, I think it's fair to say that God wouldn't have to create any specific kind of contingent being in order to will himself perfectly, other than the fact that God, in his self-actualization, and the fact that he could actualize any specific contingent being, would actualize contingent beings which could flourish or perfect themselves. And that would be in relation to the fact that in order to be himself, he would always have to manifest reality to be the best of all possible worlds. I have no problem with that. But does he need to create in the first place? It seems to say that he obviously wouldn't have any needs, so he's already perfect. That being said, his relation to himself is such that he already contains all of the virtual distinctions of contingent beings that could possibly be. So he has already overcome all of the possible... He's already overcome all of particularity, such that he is the absolute unity of universality, particularity in spirit, right? So you have this trinary relationship between a perfect God which contains particularity. Or contingency is a relationship between his universality, or rather universality and particularity, his being made virtually manifest. But his relation to us I mean, Hegel's going to probably say something like, this is the process in which God reclaims his particularity. Which is why he assumes humanity into his divine essence, right? So, he doesn't need creation to know himself. I don't think he does, Maximo. I think that he needs particularity as a logical moment to know himself. That's the Son, right? So the Father and the Son need each other. And the Son can be an incarnation of any form of particularity or any singularity, such that it is assumed within the Father, or rather assumed within Godhood, right, in the divine essence, right? And that's what it means for the Son to be the particular, such that he actually represents the limits of God's being. No, I don't think that the Son needs to incarnate. I think that it's implicit in the Son that the Son can be incarnate, or the Son is defined by the capacity to be incarnate, Maximo. Not as a human as well. Like, remember, like, obviously the Son has to exist as the limits or the person of particularity of the perfect. It would have to be the perfect expression of God's will, right? That's what he would have to be. The essence of God. You know what I hate, Ivan? Is like, you didn't give an argument against the Trinity. You didn't give an argument against religion. You just say things, which means you're dumb. You see how that works? PP has been defeated. I'm in a situation where I'm trying to work something out. I mean, I think this is some quite, like, I know there weren't arguments. Like, I can see that. I said you didn't give a justification as to why you said them. Like, it's a statement. I'm assuming, unless you're saying it's not truth apt, in which case, what is it, an expression? Which makes more sense. I think you are being a bit emotionally expressive. Oh, you can't read Nietzsche and then just say, like, oh, Nietzsche. You follow Nietzsche's philosophy. You truly follow that. I'll follow Christianity and we'll see which one comes out the best. All right. See how it goes. You do that. Okay. Camus over Nietzsche. I will actually give you that, Waximus, 100%. Camus over Nietzsche, 100%. Okay. Right. I'm just trying to work this out. I think we need Paint. I think we need Microsoft Paint. Okay. Right. Actually, it makes more sense to use a triangle. Right. So, right, we have the Trinity. Let's just put... Oh, that's very thin. Charlie, come on. Let's say just put God here. God. Actually, I'm gonna do the right thing. And I'm gonna... Can I not? Wait a minute. There we go. Okay. Oh, nope, definitely don't want to do that one. That's the wrong symbol. Okay. Wait, why is that? Oh, fuck. Paint. Okay. Right, that's what I was trying to do, right? Right. So we'll have the Father. We'll have the Son. So we'll have the Son. Father. Spirit. Right. And this is God. Right. Wiggly line. Right. God is dead has been reduced to a bumper sticker. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, and then we'll have contingent creation. Right. Such that, yeah, we'll have the divine essence. So, if this is particularity, P, this is universality, and then this is individuality. Right? And these are logical moments, self-sustained. Self-sustained, or rather mutually sustaining logical moments. That's what yeah. Okay, so this is allness, thisness, or limitation. And then this is a unity of the two. So all of this. So in his allness is existence or being. Right. Actuality. In his thisness is potency. Or rather, is essence. And then his spirit, he is his... Well, it's the unity of being in essence, so it would be his substance, right? Like, but it's... He's... Would it be the substance? It would be the substance, wouldn't it? Yes. Right. Okay. Now that's messy as shit. But then we've got an idea of what the Trinity is. Now here we have me, you, and everyone else. Right? May as well call him Bob. Why not? It's always Bob in it. So now we'll have Bob. Why did God make Bob? That's what we need to work out. That's the mission for today, for right now. Why did God make Bob? So God, being allness, is being. Being inverted is essence, which is any possibility or the potency of the being. Right? Now that is going to be a direct reflection of this. So this is any possibility or any possible being which God, or the limits of God's existence, which is essentially allness. Ivan, man, you're unbearable. The thing is that even the sentence, 3 persons being God, sounds like 3 gods to me. Well, no, because there wouldn't be God. You've just said a singular. I've said 3 persons being gods. That sounds like polytheism. But even grammatically, you've just said 3 persons being God. That implies a unity in a singular. That can't sound like polytheism because it sounds like a unity in a singular. 1 God, 3 persons. You've just said it in this. Okay. Like, okay. So, right. So we have being, essence, and substance. Okay, so the essence is essentially the self-reflected limit of the substance of the being, right? So so in the sense of with the Father, it defines it's the reflection of the Father away from himself. Now, Hegel's going to say that's absolute particularity. So if we've got universality as a kind of abstract, right? Now, it would only be abstract if it didn't have it wasn't linked to its opposition, which is particularity. We have a relationship between 2 logical moments of self-relation in which the existence, or rather that which is totally self-defined and self-caused, right? That would be like by the principle of sufficient reason, we could say that it's a being which contains the reason for all of its existence, such that it contains that this being contains its universality, its quality, and its quantitative relation, or its being and its limit. Such that it can, you could think about this even geometrically, I suppose. One second, we're going to have to kill Bob. Bye, Bob. We could even think this, I suppose, geometrically, where it's the relationship of the surface area and the volume, I think, in some respects. Is that the right way of looking at it? No, because the surface area and... No, I should be looking at this if I'm doing like Euclidean geometry. I should be thinking about this in relation to the points. So it'd be like the unity. So we have the unity between the points. We have the points united. And then we have what is being united. Right? I think that makes sense. Such that equality, so the quality of being, its existence, right, or existence, implies a quantitative relationship. You know, how can it be? What defines it? Like, the modes of its existence. The mode of its existence. The way in which it can be, yeah, its limitation. And the relationship between the two defines its logical relation. Does this make sense to people? I'll never forget Bob. Bob's coming back, don't worry. Bob has an immortal soul here. So... Not really. Okay. So... I mean, okay. Let's think of it like this, right? If we affirm the PSR then God is that being which contains all of its, essentially the reason for its existence, right? It nothing outside of itself can essentially explain its existence. And we can argue from that, and the way that we do argue from that in general, in terms of all cosmological arguments, is from our experience. So what we say is, like, when we observe ontology, is that essentially we can see a causal mechanism, which, or not even just a causal mechanism, but essentially a rational mechanism which explains the existence of given objects. Right? So what Hegel wants to say is that from the moment of experience, you can derive, and this isn't just Hegel, in many ways this is also, I think this is drivable through logic, but this is also through, in Kant as well. In order to say we have a thing, or any given thing, like a specific, let's say like a number of things like these, right? We have to imply a unity between them, right? And that would be this, right? A collective unity. I think we all agree with that, right? In order to say that there is more than one object, we have to be able to say that there is a difference between these objects, right? So if we're saying there's a difference between these objects, we've implied a universality. Now, for Kant, that universality is implicit, but for Hegel, that universality is essentially just, if we remove... Can you make this bigger on here or not? Oh, that's so shit. Okay, if we remove all the particularity or singularities in existence, we're left with this. Now, this is just empty, contentless experience, but it's experience, right? And that's just what Kant would call the noumena, while that's what Hegel would say Kant is actually referring to the noumena, and that Kant is wrong by saying the unconditioned experience is essentially unknowable. Hegel's going to say it's actually the first thing that we do know. It's basic, and it's essentially just pure quality, right? It's an abstract, infinite quality. Now that abstract, infinite quality is going to be, in many ways, referential to what is a very familiar argument given by Descartes. Now, Descartes argues that essentially, if we abstract all of the conditions of experience away, you are going to be left with what he thinks is the cogito. But more than that, he actually kind of breaks it down more, and it's actually just going to be a thinking thing. It's going to be pure thought. And so Hegel is going to say that this is going to be a pure idea. Right? So what we end up with is essentially the conditions which make manifest possible reality. It's experience. So we have pure idea. Yeah, this isn't even the Trinity yet. This is just absolute idealism. This is right what I'm talking about right now is specifically Hegel. You probably do need meds to engage with religious people. I suggest maybe something like Adderall or, Concerta or something. It might help you out. Okay, so we got pure idea. So the negation of the pure idea, its absolute destruction, would be essentially nothingness, right? Now, in reality, nothingness can't exist, but what can exist is the possible expressions of idea, right? How can these ideas be manifest? How can I limit and demarcate individual aspects or beings within ideas or individual ideas, such that I can then make like little ideas, like loads of little ideas, right? And if I make these ideas to the point in which I go to the point of like nominalism, or what nominalists want, and this is the whole point of kind of like Hegel's rejection of nominalism, I'll get rid of these. I'll get rid of the boundary conditions. Right? So where I start saying, like, actually, there isn't a universal experience. There's only particulars within experience, right? Now we've moved from a kind of exaggerated pure idea to very, very specific conditions of being, right? Where it's like infinitely particularized, right? And this, you'll find that it can be broken down more, so more and more, and then there's going to be like smaller and smaller ways to particularize, right? So, you know, you can have like, so you might have one idea and then, or one particular, and then that particular is actually made up of various other particulars, and then, you know, and ad infinitum, right? So it's infinitely divisible. And the thing is, once it's infinitely divisible, it hits a hard limit. And that hard limit is nothingness, right? There is nothing there to be devised anymore. It's pure abstract quantity. So you have determinateness, right, as being, that which determines all possible qualities, then reflects itself absolutely to the point of indeterminate. Right? And you have the relationship between quality and quantity. And so you have the possibility of numbers. Right? So kind of, yeah, we're kind of like set theory. So now you have the possibility of numbers. Now, what defines the ways that numbers actually relate and such that we can actually give a real meaning of it, obviously if you go to the abstract, nothing, but like arbitrary choice. But if you talk about what actually exists, how these beings interrelate, what actually defines it was the original truth of the quality. So this is determines I spelled determine right. I think it's ES, isn't it? Determines. This is where me dyspraxia is kicking in. I think I forgot the R. Did I forget the T? Where? No, that's dirt. Determines. Okay. Damn it. Damn it, Lewis. Like, I know it looks wrong, but I can't tell you why it's wrong. Like, I'm looking at the word, like, I know that I'm being an idiot here. Okay. Right. So, good quality is essentially deterministic, right? And it determines the quantitative relation, which is self-relation. So, if we could see this as, right, like, you know, determines what possibly actually exists, and the way these interrelate, blah, 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 right, is the truth of the quality. So the relationship between quality and quantity is essentially truth, the truth of the being. Do we understand that? Have I explained that well enough? Now that indicates, really, right, a substance. An irreducible relationship between two extremes which define each other, such that the quality can only know itself through the quantity, and the quantity can only know itself through the quality, but all we're really talking about is quality begetting quantity in order to know itself. I understand, but I'm fairly read on German idealism. Determinants. Damn it. I'm trying to think of how I can break this down into a sort of simpler way. Right. Okay. Okay, so we have X. Right. Or at least that's the idea. How are we going to say that we have X or any identity at all? Right. Now, in order to have truth, right, there has to be some form of X, right? There has to be an idea. There has to be some sort of truth, right, that actually corresponds with an identity that we can know. Okay, so we have X. What a possible identity, right? Now, in order to say something is an identity, what we have to say is that it is essentially equal to itself, right? So we have to say that it is self-equal. Now, if an identity is self-equal, then if we were to have, let's say, if we can imagine this just as the circle, if this, from our perspective of, let's say, like if we were to clear our mind from all possible conditions, right, like all specific beings, and look towards what you know, sort of cogito, as, you know, maybe Descartes would say, this falls to the truth of experience, which is what Hegel's going to say is the truth of the self. Not necessarily our self, but the truth of the self, right? It is the idea, the experience. Now, in order for this experience to know itself, right, so for you to have any specific identity of any object, you're going to have to give the conditions, right, which make this knowable to itself. Do you see what I mean? So, if this is essentially immediate being, or experiences of the here and now, well, immediate being is only understood in relation to all of the other moments of experience. Right? So that might be, you might think of that like this. And so actually, best way to do it is probably it's actually probably just to draw them, which is annoying. Ugh, I hate paint. Don't, like, there's no reason for these to be equal anyway. Why not? Okay. So we have being in its immediacy, which is essentially your experience of being, the universality of being, right? And then we have being in its mediacy. So this is just, when we talk about the immediate, really all we're talking about is pure quality. This is just experience, right? But like that doesn't, like, in order for me to say that there is an experience, I have to be able to say that there are things being experienced, right? So for me to actually even be able to say that this identity exists, or any specific identity exists, I have to be able to give boundary conditions which outline what it is, right? So that is quantity. Or limitation, or see, they're both experience, but this is a quantitative experience. So we'll just put like, so it's experience on the same side. Why not? We'll just put experience as well. So they're both made of experience. It's the same truth, right? So the truth of the one, right, defined by the truth of the many. But the truth of the one determines, essentially, the quantitative relationship of the many. Does that make sense? This is mutually reflective, or it has a mutual reciprocity, such that the quality, which can only be understood through a quantity, a limitation, the quantity can only be understood by a quality, an actual existence, a concrete existence, right? I do. Look, man, if you want a smart pod, you invest in the stream, right? I don't have a smart pod, so you're getting Microsoft Paint, right? That's all I can do. The relation is true inversely. So, right, yes. Right, you're seeing the point. So, if we bring this back to the Trinity, right? That's the horizontal rather than vertical. Okay. And we understand these points to be logical moments of being itself, that which makes all being possibly be, such that it gives an indication of any existence whatsoever that you can speak of and engage with all of this. Quantity experience is essentially like experience of quantities would be the experience of like particular things. So if I was to say, this is a can, right? It's not all of my experience. It's a limitation of my experience to the point in which I look at and I see a specific individuated object, right? Now, there's a truth that's going to become more apparent here. So my experience of quantity is is a limiting force of quality. It's not something in itself such that it's not begotten. It's only relevant. It only exists in relation to experience or consciousness or the quality that pre-existed it, right? Such that it makes this possibly be. Now, it's not as if there's one possible, quantitative relationship in my experience. There's many. There's actually nigh on infinite, right? And you can go smaller and smaller, such that these relationships is just particularizing, which is essentially limitation. You can limit your experience almost infinitely, but you hit a point in which it's purely abstract. Now, it's defined in relation to that pure abstraction. So in one sense, you have pure quality, right? Now, pure quality, as we've seen, contains nothing in experience, because you can't draw distinctions between objects. It has no limit. Now, pure quantity, right, has only limitation, but has no being itself. So, on one sense, you can't have truth because there are no defined parameters from which it can be said to be itself. And the other side, you can't have truth because there's nothing, you have the defined parameters, but they don't apply to anything. Does that make sense? So, the only way that they can exist is in this dyadic relationship in which you gain an object. So in the quantitative-qualitative relationship, you gain an object. So when I say this is a can, right, I'm not just remarking upon a quantity. In order to even say that this is a can, I've already said that there is a unity of quantity and quality. The quality being its canness, its its being, and the the quality being its form, and the can.
Foresight super chatted £5. Love your work, PP. Here's a humble SmartPad fund offering. God wills it. Ha ha ha. Grin 07.
Deus Vault. Okay, thanks very much, man. I appreciate it. So what we gain is a quality and a quantity united. Now, a member of a species. So like what we get is a unity between opposites, one implying an abstract quality, simply a being, and the other implying a quantity, a form, right? Actually, in many ways, I'm saying this the wrong way around, right? This is the form, right? And this is the being. Or rather, this is the essence, just make the E bigger. There we go. This is the essence and this is the being. So we have the quality and we have the quantity. And that really only means that we have its allness and its thisness, right? We have the immediacy of being, that which cannot be denied and fundamentally forms the foundation of all identity, right? Which is essentially self-sameness. And then we have essence, limitation, difference, that which marks defining features which make identity possible. When we unify them together, we gain objectivity, we gain or identity. Okay, now we have a specific identity. So what Hegel's doing really is to say that the identity is just this relationship. When I say X is X, what I'm actually saying is that there is a unity between its identity and its difference, right? So in order to say that this is one in itself, right, I have identity, which is its self-sameness. I have its difference. Oh. It's the weirdest D, but there we go. Its difference. This is always necessarily equal to that, such that when we talk about identity and difference, they're actually the same thing. And this has always been a unity of opposites which are self-identical. And that's logic. So that's how essentially we're gaining this knowledge of any identity. Now, what the principle of sufficient reason does is to say, right, but identities can only explain themselves, or identities are either contingent, right, or necessary. A contingent or a contingent identity cannot offer an explanation for its own existence, right? The only identity that could offer an explanation for its own existence would be a necessary being, which is essentially the saying that which must exist, right? So what we're saying is existence itself in its universality, that which has no other reason beyond it, must, and you can think of it like this, right? If you've got various variance objects, right? In a qualitative relation, they all define each other, right? If there's one by itself, it's defined by a lack of something else. If it's defined in relation, if there's two, right? It's because there's two ones. The limits of each other. Now, you can even think of it like this, right? What am I even saying? If I say 1 plus 1 equals 2, right? 2 what? Am I just talking... Like, in terms of pure quantity, it's 2 nothing, right? Because it's just an abstraction. But when I actually talk about objects, if I take, two physical beings, am I talking about 2 glass bottles? Because if I talk about 2 glass bottles, then this can isn't adding anything, and it's not part of the 2. So in order for me to be able to say there is a unity there, I'm saying that there is a quality uniting them, right? That makes an explanation for this unifying force, which is addition. Right? Now, any being which is defined by its relation to something else, such that it can, if I was to add it to something else, I gain something new, or rather that this 3, let's say that's defined by its relationship between 2 and 1, right? I mean, this is abstract quantity, so it's probably not the best way of doing it. If if I say that there is a car is a composite of its parts, which includes an engine, wheels, motor, whatever, then we can see that there is a explanation of the being which is not integral or reducible to that being itself. Okay? It's the sum of its parts. Yeah, exactly. So, a composite being, it's kind of like, for something to be what it, and this is the whole thing of why, you can't have a perfectly, the whole thing about what about the perfect conceivable island, and it's like the rejection of a perfect conceivable island as being, it's supposed to be a rejection of the ontological argument. Well, why doesn't the most perfect island exist? And it's because it's a composite, such that it isn't existence. Its existence is not necessary. So the way that you argue for, essentially a divine simplicity, which kind of leads you to this principle of sufficient reason, because that's what it's arguing for. It's back to a divine simplicity, a point in which it is purely actual, is to say that if this is actual, that its actuality is either internally actualized, such that it contains the essence of its own existence, or contains its sufficient reason for its existence, or it doesn't, right? So if something else comes along and modifies it, or can modify it, right, then it has potential which it has not actualized, which means it cannot contain the reason for its own existence, right? So in order to define objects in relation to each other, you've already had to say this object, when you give it an identity, if you remember the equivalence of identity and difference, self-sameness is the same as difference, such to say that it is not. So by saying that it is not, and then you would say something like, it is not Y. So that to say X is X is also to say that X is not Y, right? So what we need in order for this to essentially be an absolutely complete and stable whole, which is perfectly self-caused, is a being which contains the reasons for all other beings, right? Their quantitative relations, its own quantitative relation. So all possible quantitative relations, or all possible essences, all possible forms of limitation. So if it is pure quality, or that pure determinateness of what we referenced before, pure universality, then when it's limited, it defines all others, but nothing else defines it. Does this make sense? Good. Okay. If this makes sense, then what we have is essentially all the possibilities of limitation, or its essence, right? Its unifying principle, its being. The unification of the two is its substance. Now, that That, my friends, is also this. Being's the Father, the essence is the Son, the substance is the Holy Spirit. Now, why do Catholics say that being and essence form the Spirit? Because it's a it's a relationship of mutual reciprocity in which the truth of the being is proven via the Son, and it's permanently reflected. So you gain the limit, so you gain the quality that something exists, so something exists, or just existence. You gain the truth, that which can exist, and you gain the unity of the two. Or you could even say, like, actually, it would probably be existence. You could say, you gain the essence, which would be that which can exist. Or potential, right? So actual, potential, and then you have this, which would be truth. And if the truth is this constant reflection, then you get what's... If you could imagine that you have a person here, right, you could have God in his infinite abstraction, necessarily, right, implies, so we're going to anthropomorphize God. I'm pretty sure this isn't going to be blasphemy. I'm going to draw a face for God here. So we have person one. Actually, we're just going to put person. We'll try and not be blasphemous. So we have person one of the Trinity, which is the Father. He's instantly going to have to beget an other in order to know himself, because he needs to define his self-relation. So in order to know himself, he has to know himself as he can be perfectly self-related, right? Which means he needs to beget all the possible limitations of his existence simultaneously, but only actualize the greatest. Right? So all possibility actualized simultaneously as himself. Right? So we get person two. Okay, so person one, because it's determinate. This is implicit, by the way. He doesn't have to actually act to do this. It's necessary for him to exist. So in order to exist, it is begotten that there is another person that can perceive his existence so that he can be said to exist. It's a logical necessity, right? But he's person one because he defines, right, the quality or the experience, the actual experience, which is being reflected. Now, person two, he necessarily requires the prior existence, logically prior, not temporally prior, the prior existence of person one, because this is quantity, which is an indeterminacy, or rather a determinate indeterminacy, which you could probably put. All right, that's a bloody mess. So we're just gonna put, so it gets an indeterminacy, right? It's all possibility. So think of this in pure logic. What is possible already implies what is actual, and what is actual implies what is possible. Now you can see that's a relationship of mutual reciprocity. So you might think, well, wait a minute, Lewis. Why must there be a third person? This implies that there should be two people, right? Rather than three. Because what we have is a relationship between essentially the quantity relationship and then quantity or quality relationship, and then quality reflects itself to perceive itself as quantity, as all possibility. Why must it be a trinary relationship? Because in order for quality and quantity to be made intelligible to each other, they have to unite such that they can perceive. So quality perceives its own. Quality perceives its quality and its quantity, and quantity perceives its quality and its quantity. They are already united, though, yes. But only this relationship is the immanent unity. That's the truth of it, Endo. This isn't something which happened. It's something which never ceased. It's something which always necessarily existed for all time. And so they're co-eternal. That's the truth of it. And that's the truth of the Trinity. Okay, does everyone... The Son did exist before he was born, according to Christian teaching, Yaks. We say the Son existed. We said this. Catholics will say, like Christians will say, the Son existed at the point in the beginning, which is like in the beginning there was the Son. We'll say there was the truth. We absolutely will say that, Ivan. No, the Son did exist as... You see, this is the thing. You're looking at creation as the creation of God. That's not right. Because what the principle of sufficient reason is teaching us, right, is if we take this, right, and we just shrink this down, right, this actually forms the basis... Because it's actually one unified whole, right? Remember that it's one unified substance. So this, I'll draw a little ring around it. If I can. That's going to really piss me off. Okay, I think that did it. So this forms, it's not the best ring. This forms the basis, right, of everything else. So the principle of sufficient reason argues that there is a being, which is the first cause, right? Which makes all other beings be. Such that all of these beings, in order for them to be, this being already existed. So in order for me to explain the truth of contingent being one, like at the beginning of the universe, there already was God. Okay. Endo, I'm happy to debate your nominalism. I think nominalism doesn't work. But that obviously, this is going to entail a rejection of nominalism, yes. Okay, so in order for me to say that any specific being exists, I've already affirmed this, which is really truth. Absolute truth. That there can be a logical relation between something and itself. Does that make sense? I mean, yes, a tautology in one respect. I mean, in the sense that it is necessarily true. So it's like, it is a relationship between essence and itself. But a tautology in like a real sense that like, is something that is necessarily true. So... But it forms the basis of tautology, right? Like, in the sense that it, like, tautology forms the basis of truth as identity.
Epic Ninjally super chatted £15 and 75 pence. Given our previous convos, and the fact that I mostly got the critique of pure reason pretty well, you think I could jump straight into the science of logic? Also, everyone donate so we can prove philosophers can pay rent.
Thank you very much for the donation. I'm not sure why that didn't go onto the chat goal there. I think that it might be because it's from the super chat, but thank you very much. Epic, that's really appreciated. I do actually think you could jump straight to the science of logic from the critique of pure reason. It might help to read some Fichte or some Schelling, but it's not necessary. I wouldn't say it was necessary. I think you could jump straight to the science of logic, no problem. But thank you very much, Epic. I really appreciate the donation, man. Okay, so has everyone got that? So that what we have is a being which contains both the quality and quantity of its self-relation, such that it has three parts, or three logical moments, which unite the substance, right? Three persons, which unite the substance, right? I've got a TikTok, I just haven't got 1,000 followers on it or anything to debate people. So why Christianity and not deism? Do you believe Jesus physically rose from the dead? Well, one, that comes with the interpretation of Scripture anyway, but it's rather the truth of Scripture, I think, is affirming essentially this, which is the truth of the Nicene Creed, right? Which is the Trinity. So that's why Christianity. Because Ivan, that's actually the only good question you've asked all night. So how can you attribute full divinity to the persons of the Trinity without either compromising monotheism or undermining the claims about the distinctness of the Trinitarian persons? Well, one, because that distinctness is defined in relation to what is a self-determination. In order to be themselves, they relate to themselves to each other, right? So person one is the being of person two, right? Person two is the essence of person one. Person three is the unity of the being and essence of the two, and so is the truth or the substance of person one and two, right? So they have implied a unity between three persons logically of a logical dyad that is implicit, or a logical dialectic implicit in all existence. Yes, Christ has full divinity. He has the same being as the Father. Right? The truth of the Son is found in the Father, and the truth of the Father is found in the Son. Such that the way in which they interrelate is, this is the quality of the Father, this is the quantity, or the determination. So this is determinate. So you could look at it like this. There is the determination. There is the determined. And then there is the determining. I don't know why it's a B. Right? The meaning of the determination is found in the determined. The meaning of the determined is found in the determination. The meaning of them both is determining. Do you see how that works? They're like, what you have to understand is what a person is and what defines personhood in this respect. And personhood isn't defined by their substance, right? If you can think of it this way, like, we're persons who would share the same substance, right? Our personhood isn't defined by our substance. Our personhood is defined by by the interrelation of members of the substance, right? Similar allegorically to the relationship of the Trinity, but in a more perfect sense, such that it is actually the logical moments. They actually represent the perfect self-relations of Yes, I know, Mario, that they're not ontologically distinct. I'm saying it's allegorically similar. Okay. Okay. So now we have the idea of the Trinity. So what we have to work out is, why did God, and this is what this whole thing was about, by the way. I'm going to have to bounce in a minute. Oh, you responded to Ivan. Okay, that's fair enough. So I misunderstood. Okay, so now we have to work out why this sexy thing over here decided to create us. Fairly ugly, not very great. Right. Sorry. And this is where we get back to, right? And he's coming back. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready, guys. Now we get back to Bob. Right? Why did God create Bob? And this is where I was stuck when when we started this. So this is where I was, right? How do we account for Bob? The prodigal son. Yeah, well, the Son can't beget the Father because the Son is the limitation of the quantity of the Father, such that the Son is the determined. So if the quality, in order for me to say there is something quantitatively, there already has to exist something. So existence is the basis of, is ontologically prior to existence, you could imagine, or logically prior to essence, rather. So that's kind of the point. PP, do you think that God can actualize any possible state of affairs? Well, this is the thing. So, what I would want to say, right, is, and we're going to essentially try and account for Bob here, is to say that, is really to say this, right? So, we have to delete this because unfortunately we can't, there's no space. So, Bob will come back, don't worry. Okay, so if we were to have God, right? And God's relation to beings is such that he's not defined in relation to us, but defines us, right? And what is he defining? Well, he's only limiting his own being, since what actually exists necessarily is quantitatively identical to himself. So that which is perfectly simple forms the basis of reality. That's the idea from the argument of sufficient reason, such that all other, essentially, beings gain their truth from this one being, right? It forms the foundation for the relation of all beings, right? So he forms, essentially, the first and last principle, as you could say. The being in essence is always a limitation of this perfect trinary relationship, right? So we all have a sort of similar trinary relationship, right? There we go. Where we have a being, an essence. I'll put essence over there because we read that way. And then we have what Hegel's going to say is the spirit, or like a substance, right? We have the species essence. Right? We have our specific substance. Now, spirit as a whole contains all of this, such that all of these little, what we take to be atomistic particulars, are actually individuals. These singulars, there's absolutely loads of them, right? Now, there's ones that are identical with one another in the sense that they might have different beings, but they share the same essence. Or rather, they share the same substance, right? Such that they have essentially been actualized differently, right? They're different potencies of the same being, if you will, right? So they share the same substance. So, Ivan's coping in chat. I'm sorry, guys. Are you cool with Ivan being there, or is it like, I know he's probably gone? And I think the funny thing is he's saying it violates the law of identity, when in reality, Hegel's actually establishing the law of identity. That's the point, as essentially the foundational principle of thought. So, anyway, so you have these identities, whether you can say, like, these are two of the same thing. They contain some external, if you will, or mediating property, right? That's the sort of substance, right? So everything contains this, essentially, this trinary relation. Now, what Hegel wants to say, and I think what Hegel's right for saying, is like, okay, so if we have this absolutely simple being, which contains essentially the truth of all possible being, because it is being itself, right? So it's allness, so it's being itself, and everything else is derived from it. So it's the truth of all possible being. It is truth. if it's the truth of all possible being, or necessary, as a necessary being, it contains all possibility, and so can actualize, it relates to reality in such a way as to make it possible. Now, our question is, because Bob is in here, right? There's Bob. There he is. Hey. Okay, so Bob is in here. Right. What am I? Right, there's Bob having an existential crisis. So we have Bob. Bob is smaller than I remember, yes. So we have the absolute truth. We limit the absolute truth, and we have contingent truths. Truths which can't explain themselves, but can be explained in relation to this absolute truth. Now, the question is, why does the absolute truth make these contingent truths at all? Right, so that's essentially where we're at. And the sort of the worry that was sort of brought up in chat is, well, if God must make us, essentially, then it makes us part of his divine essence, which essentially makes all truths necessary, right? Which means that this stream was fun, PP. Just I have absolute copium. Oh yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. So that makes all truths necessary. Now, Hegel's going to say all truths are necessary in a sort of trivial sense, that for them to be true, it's necessary that they have to be true, which means they did happen. So everything that previously happened did actually have to happen. The question is, and it's did this have to happen in the way it did? Right? Such that our actions, our freedom, is accounted for. Now, I think that it's fair to say that, and moreover, right, so there's the problem of free will there. But what we have to also account for is essentially, do we change any of this? So I would say that this is defined in its self-relation, such that this forms the bedrock of this, right? So if I remove this, yeah, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. No, nothing's happening. Yeah, nothing happened, right? Such that if God wanted to unmake reality, quote unquote, it wouldn't have ever been made in the first place because it's atemporal. So the truth is that which always and must, it is an unchanging reality, regardless of what you do or what actually happens external to it, or rather external to the conditions of itself. Now, if we say that this is internal to it, are we implying that it's part of its divine essence? Now, I don't think so. I'm just saying that it's part of its being, right? In the sense that it shares its given being by this. So it defines this, but is not mutually defined by this, right? But it does leave the question as to why God created us in the first place. And could God have chosen to create something else? So why universe 1? Why not universe 98, right? Or universe 42? Let's make it cool. So why not universe 42, right? So why that one? Why this logical relation, right? Because that's all the universe is. The universe is essentially just a relation between particular objects from which we combine into a unified whole, which contains all of the truth of all contingent being. So why universe 42? And why not universe 39 or universe 69, right? So why universe 42 and not universe 69? That's what we've got to work out here. So, I mean, Leibniz wants to say that God created a universe in order to express essentially his own nature. So it's like, it must be true that God created the universe in accordance with his own nature, right? So if God created anything or did anything, he has to do it in accordance with his own nature. That's sort of necessary, right? And if God's nature is to be all good, then this must just be the best of all possible universes. But it doesn't tell us that why God in his nature would choose to create. Now, it doesn't mean that it's essential to God's nature to create. Or does it? Because if God is purely actual and he's never changed, then his creation of the universe, right, either always happened or never happened, right, in accordance with himself. So how he relates to himself and how he's self-actualized has necessarily defined the universe. Now, I think that's fine, because what we've said there is that the universe, in reality, is defined in relation to the divine nature. Right? Why this universe? Because God would always choose it. Why does God always choose it? Because it's the best one. Now, I don't think there's a problem there. But some people would say, well, hey, wait a minute. There is a problem there. One, you're either making us part of your divine essence. This is a necessary truth. All the things that have to go on here are always necessarily going to happen, such that there's no separation, right, between our essence and the divine essence. That would cause a problem, right? Because then that just makes us God. Now, I think in one sense, it does make us God, in the sense that we are defined through a virtual relation, that our truth can be made known, such that Bob here, make Bob a little bit bigger because he was a little bit small last time. Right? Bob is now a Christian, actually. We'll make him, we'll give him a big hat. Right. How do we give a big Christian hat? Right, he's a bishop or some shit, I don't know. Okay. So Bob's having a blast. He's devoted his life to God. And Bob, after overcoming his existential crisis, has chosen to define his relationship to all other beings and so himself, but is given the possibility of doing that through this. Right? But Bob's not done anything to this, because Bob's whole life, everything that Bob thinks, thought, whatever he wants to do is known in the instantaneous moment of creation, right? That is the universe and God's relation to the universe. The simultaneity of the permanent now, right? Now you're saying like, so this is necessitarianism. Yes, in one sense it is. Like, I will actually affirm a kind, but my point in terms of necessitarianism is that it's not to say that the universe or that God being a creator wasn't necessary. It is in a trivial sense. And it's not to say that what has happened wasn't necessary. It is in a causal sense, trivial sense. But could we have done otherwise? That's the real contention, Endo. One, could God have done otherwise? Right? And could we have done otherwise? Now, God... but he managed to... turn that up. Now, God already knows how all of this is going to turn out. So when he actualizes the universe, he actualizes, right? He actualizes, right, the beginning. It's a terrible omega. And the end. Right? He knows it as a universal, as a whole, as a simultaneity of its reality, right? That's what he knows it as a completed set. And he chooses, when he chooses to actualize that, he's chosen to actualize persons who are free in themselves. So we have Bob, whose essence is to do what the hell he wants in relation to his own reason, which means he's self-actualizing, right, to some degree. That he can actualize, right, who he's going to become at each moment of his life. Now, he didn't make himself such that he doesn't define who he was when he started. He defines who he was in the end. Right? Now, that's what free will is. Now, if in that free will, we are to do something that God does not approve of, how would God manifest and essentially, it's predeterminism. You might say like, well, predeterminism. How does God resolve that? And the way I like to think of it is, I once had a spider. I was trying to put a spider on a door, so he was in like essentially a precarious situation, so I moved him. And it was just this little spider. And every time the spider tried to, the spider was trying to run at me fingers. Every time it tried to run at me fingers, I simply turned the paper. The spider actually continued running the same way, but the paper beneath its feet was turning. No, I'm not arguing for Calvinism. I do actually think that it's compatible with free will. I'm actually arguing for the same thing, that free will and predeterminism are compatible. So what you have is essentially a predetermined outcome in the sense of the universe itself. The universe itself will, despite whatever we do, always turn out the way in which God intends it, right? Such that it defined, that its limits, its ends is defined by God, right? Our actions, however, can be purely our own. We can run any way in which we want, and that's fine, because God has made it so that we have a free reason, that we can rationalize for ourselves, that we can fix our beliefs. Now, that means that there are, and the way that Tolkien describes this in the Silmarillion, I really like. If you imagine there is a tune of creation, a melody of creation, and evil, right, is a corruption of that melody. It's overpowering it. It's like a bassy, heavy notes that seem to take away from the melody that was being played. The way that God resolves that isn't to simply stop the evil. It's to allow the evil, yet play something finer and more delicate above it, and so overcome and resolve the evil into a greater end, right? And so this is how I think that the problem of evil is essentially resolved, such in relation to free will, such that, yeah, God creates jazz, 100%. Well, no, but God creates essentially a rational, enjoyable melody that is better than the evil melody. It's built upon it. I know you might hate this, Mario, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Now, how might essentially God do this? I think that we can see that God has essentially made manifest the possibility of self-actualization, such that we can, and like if you look at something like Lord of the Rings in this, that people can be called to do good, that he offers us the possibility of salvation, that despite our fallenness, our propensity to do evil, which defines our freedom in many ways, right? Having essentially the capacity of how good and evil defines our agency, which is our freedom, we have the ability to build into something higher and flourish. So we are offered salvation. That's the salvation in Christ, right? And that's essentially the idea of a unity in heaven, explicate the truth of this world in relation to a supernatural truth, right? The truth of your being is made manifest in the possibility of your actual permanent flourishing. I like to think I'm a Catholic, Endo. I don't know, maybe I'm not. Right. So, in this case, did God have to make Universe 42? Well, if Universe 42 is defined by Bob, because it has to be, because Bob's doing things, right? Then God defines it only so much as God makes Bob. But God doesn't necessarily perform all of the... He provides the efficient cause, the first cause, and the final cause. The middle is defined by us, as much as it's defined by him. And that's what gives the capacity for free will. Now, that, I think, means that, in many ways, that there are certain preconditions that really don't exist inside the universe, which I think necessitarium implies, which I think there is the unity of the first cause and the unity of the last cause, but not the truth of the universe. The truth of the universe is not implied by God's creation. It's only the truth of the conditions of the first and the conditions of the last are implied by God's creation. Everything else is indeterminate, or rather is a mixture of determinacy and indeterminacy, such that it allows for free will. And Bob. Does that make sense? So this doesn't feel... It's Universe 42, the one where I got a girlfriend. I like that. So M says, this doesn't feel like the best of all possible worlds. Now, I see why that may worry you, right? Like, how is this the best of all possible worlds? What makes this the best? Yeah? So what makes the universe the best of all possible worlds? The conditions that pre-existed it. That's all. The conditions that make the universe the best of all possible worlds are the conditions which mark its being the universe. And that's why, in relation to the arguments where it's like, well, wait a minute, are there other possible worlds? Are there, how do we know that there is not another possible world which is better, or another possible world which is worse, and or something that, this is not a worse one that's being actualized? Obviously, we would have to have a knowledge of essentially world actualization, which is why Trent, in his debate with Ben, basically said, well, you can turn this on its head. In order for you to say that there could be a better possible world, like, I would already say that this is the best of all possible worlds, and there are no better possible worlds. So yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Or saying it, Max. That all of this really defines the relation of all worlds. I would say, like, in the sense that the conditions, the boundary conditions of creation, define what it means for a world to be. And for a world to be means for it to be the best of all possible worlds, such as that all possible worlds are defined in relation to the actual world which is made real. It's not one world in another, remember, it's the concept. Remember, like, what Leibniz is even doing here is to say these are monads, these are self-contained units of reason. So it's the reason for its existence which gives it meaning. So the meaning of the world, such that it is made actual, implies that it is made, I mean, even in terms of, like, when we look at actuality, existence, and perfection, and such that for something to be itself, it has to, like, in order to be itself, it actually is a form of perfection, right? Like, but so, like, when we look at the way in which actualization actually is, actualization, it's not like a potential exists. The actual contains the potential, but the potential doesn't contain the actual, right? Such that's why, like, the Father and the Son, like, the Father begets the Son in one respect, right? Because the limits, what defines the relationship, the begetting, if you will, the formal precondition, is the quality. Now, the quality of a world, right, is found and understood in a teleological sense in the best possible world. In the same way that Aquinas and Aristotle are going to say that the quality of a being is in relation to its ends, its final cause, such that the first cause is made manifest, and then we gain the truth of the being, and that is in the and that is the truth that was initially present, so that the first cause is proven in the last cause, right? You'll get a girlfriend in heaven. There are no girlfriends in heaven. Yea to the Philoque. 100% the Philoque. I think that the Philoque is the only way the Trinity makes sense, if I'm honest. Because I think if you renegade, and this is the sort of last point, so, like, why the Philoque and not, like, the Eastern Trinity, right? The Orthodox Trinity. So if we actually, it's a triangle. So let's make it so that we have the Father, we have the Son, we'll have the Spirit, right? Father moves through the Son to the Spirit and produces the Spirit, right? Pretty sure this is the such that the Father, the Son, and the Father actually begets both the Son and the Holy Spirit. Right? That's the Orthodox Trinity. So think about this in pure logical relation. What do we have? So we have the quality begets the quantity and the unity of the two. So we could say that as the substance or whatever. Or the idea, as Hegel would actually call it, right? Right? Or we could say it as the being, the essence, and the substance. I really need to go off, by the way, guys. I don't know why I've managed to... I don't know why I'm staying on. I think it's just I got manic. Okay, like... I started describing the Trinity, and here I am. Okay. So, the being is causing the essence, right? Not just not well, causing is a strong word. Would the Orthodox use causing? I don't know if that would be true for the Orthodox. Let's see if I can find a good. Yeah, I'll keep this one up. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. I'm probably gonna edit it down and I don't know if I should keep it up or take it down. I don't know. I'll probably keep it up. Right. So the Orthodox Trinity is the Father is being, the Son is the essence, and well, the Father is being, and the Father begets the Son and the Holy Spirit, right? So that is not the same as the Catholic Trinity. You might be like, how is that not the same, right? Because surely you said, Lewis, well, the being is what determines, is the first, and then the second and the third, such that the truth of the first is in the second and the third, right? The difference is essentially this, and this is what I think the Orthodox Trinity truly does. It does this. Because it gives total monarchical exposition of truth to the Father, right? All of the truth is derived from the Father, right? The Father contains necessarily his own limit, the Son, and so his own substance, right? Or as though the spirit of his own existence, his own identity, right? Such that it forms a severance, right? Such that this truth, such that the truth of this already existed here, necessarily. That's what it's saying. And the truth of this already existed here, necessarily, and is made manifest by the Father. Now you might be like, well, why is that a problem? Well, I think the problem arrives like this. And the reason why the Catholic Trinity, I think, makes more sense is because if we have a qualitative relation, or being, so we have being, which is qualitative, right? Identity, self-relation, so identity. Identity implies otherness, or quantity, or difference. If the truth of this, right, such that this being is not eternally, it does not eternally beget another person who defines it, right, so that it contains all of its truth, entirely, then what we've done is we've made abstract quality truth. Right? Well, what's abstract quality? What was abstract quality? Well, abstract quality was empty experience. Right? In order for us to say that there is, I think, an actual truth, we have to say there is an equal, that the being and the essence are equal, which means that there is a reciprocity there. What is that reciprocity? The reciprocity is, this is the limitation, this defines it in its otherness, its difference, its quantity. This defines its quantity, its identity. It's a mutual self-relation. Because otherwise, what you get is a very top-down, you get the being, you get the Son, or the essence, or you get the Father. You could look at it like this. I've said these terms enough. So you get the Father, you get the Son, and then you get the Spirit, such that this is derived all from here, right? Which means the truth of this is only ever this. It's only ever the Father. All you ever really needed was the Father. Why are we even beating around the bush here when in reality, the Father, in order to define himself to be separable, so what marks the difference between the Father and the Son? Well, there has to be some sort of difference, right, between the Father and the Son, since it's relational, right? It has to be such that that difference defines the Father's position. So how do you define the Father's position if the Father's not defined by the Son? If the truth of the Father's not defined by the Son? Well, it's defined through the Father. So the truth of the Father in the Son is defined by the Father. So why do we have him? We'll just get rid of him. Right? Right? Okay, so we don't need the Son. So what about the Holy Spirit? Well, what was the Holy Spirit? The Holy Spirit, that was the unity of the Father and the Son. Well, the unity of the Father and the Son was already present in the truth of the Father. So we don't need that either. Maximo, be nice. You've got to live by higher standards as a mod. Okay. If you think someone's being, that's the crack. If there's rule breaking, that's fair enough. Or if there's someone's being essentially going against like decency in chat, then you can say something about it. But don't engage in such a way as to essentially lower the quality of the chat. Right. And Endo, don't bait the mods either. Okay. So what we have is essentially no need, and this is why I don't understand it, because it makes this is the monarchical trinity, I think, in many ways, is it really makes the, specifically in the Orthodox tradition, it really makes the Father, makes the Son, it makes the Father, the truth of the Father, absolutely irrelevant to the truth of the Son. So the truth of the Father is the Father might know itself in relation to the Son, and the Son might know itself in relation to the Spirit. But why are we even calling them separate persons? Their identities aren't defined by a mutual reciprocity, right? They're defined purely one-directionally, such that the Father perceives himself through himself back to himself, right? They're not even different persons anymore, right? And this, in many ways, eliminates what is meant to be going on, which is perfect reflection. So I think this whole thing collapses. I think that we remove the need for God to have a self-reflecting relationship. Now, that's what is implied in the Trinity in the first place, which is three logical moments codependent, such that the truth of all is established. Otherwise, they could not be consubstantial. And if they can't be consubstantial, then it makes more sense from this model. If you're saying this is how reality works, you should simply be a Neoplatonist, and it aligns better to Islam, right? Now, do I think that makes sense? No, I think that's incoherent babble. But at the same time, that's what I think that ends up essentially occurring. So that's why I think that, you know, the Catholic Trinity or the Filioque are above the Orthodox Trinity. And likewise, why I think against, in a more exaggerated way, the mistake that the Orthodox make is made to a greater degree in Islam. Probably shouldn't be so nasty to call Islam incoherent babble. It's not incoherent babble, but it's wrong. Okay? Okay, guys. It is late. It is late. Did that make sense, though? Did that exposition of the Trinity make sense? I do, Endo. But it depends, right? Like, me and Mario were talking about Plotinus, but I might need to go and reread Plotinus because it's been a while. Ooh, I'm getting tired. I arrived late, but learned some things. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. I might cut this off the end and put... Do you think it's worth making this a standalone video, guys? Like, do you think it's like a good resource? Some apologist once asked, if Jesus wants a tree to be blue and God wants it to be yellow, what will happen? Can they differ? No, I don't think they can differ in the sense that they can differ in the sense that they would approach, in the sense that, like, when you look at like a being's determinate nature and you see it through like blue or yellow, and that they would differ in that respect. They wouldn't be different they'd be different in how they look at it. Like the determination of the tree will be a manifestation of the unified will of God, right? As a single act together, right? As a single truth manifest from their truth. They are defining the conditions of truth. Not what you're doing is placing like two mutually contrasting possible truths when they're actually defining the limits of possibility in necessity, of possibility and actuality in necessity. In one ways, he is one mind, yeah. And that's what Hegel's going to say. But he's going to say it's three persons. So there's the mind is the substance. One mind, three persons. So imagine a unified will, but manifest through three persons. One God, three persons. But it would be a perfect harmony. That's the idea. And all the specifics of one, I think when we look at the specifics of all scripture in general, I don't want to comment too much on it because I need to do a lot of research on scripture in general. Like, I know I do. So I don't want to be too I don't want to really comment on something like biblical analysis that I don't think would lend itself. Like, I don't think I'm going to help you. But suffice it to say that I think that even if you were to take this that like he didn't know, I think that you could say he did know. The sort of response would be something like the homeostasis, the relationship between human nature and the divine nature, such as that Christ in his human nature versus Christ in his divine. That his divinity, that his divine mind and his human mind are not identical, such that the human mind is assumed into the divine and not the other way around. So that's why you could see it's like a relationship to the Father in such a sort of manifest way, where he looks to the Father in order to sort of define the conditions of his being on earth. The relationship between I love the Garden of Gethsemane. I absolutely love the garden. He's praying to the Father, so he's praying to the Father. But I mean, after the crucifixion, he specifically says, "I am with the Father, and the Father is with me." Right? And even before that, you have the Transfiguration. So, like when you look at the sort of unity of the text, remember that Christ can know what's going to happen and does know what's going to happen, even when he's on the cross, and accepts it, but then still has to go through his humanity, which is still to suffer, which is, you know. So biblical textual issues is Pete's weak spot. Absolutely, it is. I know it is. It's something I need to better myself on. Okay. But I do love the Garden of Gethsemane. You know, I was actually, you know, I always wanted that tattooed on his, like on me back or something, like the Garden of Gethsemane. I think that's such a beautiful scene. Like there's something just like, it's just so magnificently, like there's nothing that defines our humanity more, I think, than that scene. Okay. What do you guys think? Was this is this worth sort of cutting down and re-uploading? I should 100% make a video on this. I think I'm just going to cut this down and just say call it talking about the Trinity. Okay. I think that's, yeah. In his humanity, he must pray to God, not because of his divinity. Absolutely. Oh man, so beautiful. It's so beautiful, the Garden of Gethsemane. So beautiful. Okay, right. If you like this stream and you'd like to learn more philosophy, check out my course, An Introduction to Western Philosophy. You'll find that in the link below. I go from the ancients all the way to the contemporaries. Okay, so if you want to learn metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and politics, I do cover many of the topics that I've mentioned today in that course. So yeah, check that out. Right, guys, I hope you've had a good time. And as always, try to gain some perspective. Good night.